got 15,000 signups on the email list, 17,000, and I see who the emails are. They're mostly Gmail addresses. So they know what you're searching for. They know where you physically are because they own Android. And if they didn't own Android, they own the Google searches and they own the Google Maps and they own Fitbit. So they know your heart rate. So they know when you're looking for porn, what porn you're watching, and when you catch your nut. This is not, and then after they do all of that, they still give you shitty untargeted ads anyway. So, yeah. So you do a search for a humidifier and you buy one, and now they show you humidifiers for the next 6 months like you're collecting the fucking things, like you need 10 of them. It just doesn't make any sense.
I think I'm going to enjoy this.
So what would be awesome is if companies made money not trying to suck up all your time and still found this energy to show you products that you wanted to buy and then let you be free and to go do other things. It'd be better for everyone. Companies would make more money. The human would have more free time. You'd be able to watch. It would just make everything better. And it's just silly that we're not there yet.
But hang on. But someone would sneak in with something brand new and steal more of the consciousness. You know,
could be. Yeah, it could be. Yes.
This is corporate greed. This is how it fucking works. There's never enough. I don't care.
It's true.
If a company is making a profit of $100 billion a year, that's not enough.
Well, the funny part is that if the CEO attempted to be more humanist and save the humans, so for instance, if a CEO of a company produced a terrible product and knew that his competitor had a better product, in an ideal world, he would say, listen, our product sucks, you should buy that other one, we'll do our best to do better. But the shareholders could sue him for not acting in the best interest of the company. So even if a CEO wanted to do the right thing, the fact that he's beholden to the shareholders means that he can't. So he has to use dark patterns, and he has to lie and frame things so that his bad product looks good.
I'm not sure that's the only option. I mean, I've been in this situation many times. If it were me, I'd go, Jesus God, that product is so much better than mine. Someone schedule a meeting with their CEO.
Right.
And then I'd walk in with my bravest face and my, the best cards that I can play. And I'd say, let's cut a deal. Buy my ass out, or I will ravage your heels forever. Come on, that's how
it's true. Yeah, look, it's
that's how it really works. And then, you explain to the shareholders, I'm sorry, we fucked up. Our development team, I fired them all, and the ones that didn't leave, I've shot. So that's no more problem.
We know that if you started shooting your workers, they would live because they're all wearing body armor. So you'd have to be very targeted with where you're shooting them. You got to aim for the throat, basically.
Yeah.
This is for the people that know, John. So in my idea of life was always, okay, I want to try and live forever if I can, but I'm no good at dieting. I'm good at exercise now, but just lifting weights, not the cardio. So half of fitness and no dieting. So if I'm going to survive, I need technology. That's what I need. And now I think you're 74, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So John's 74. He's fitter than I am. If you see him with his shirt off, he'll take pictures and put his shirt off on the internet. I'm not doing that. I don't want you to see what's under here. He's happy to show off his body. He's even got crypto tattoos. If you're gonna get to 74, you've got two options: try and make it last as long as you can, or go out with a bang. Right? I think John chose the bang route. I have been actually going out with a bang for 35 years or more. The bang just hasn't popped yet. Okay. They need to study your DNA if ever they have the chance, because I mean I've seen some of your interviews, and I believe you do experimental chemicals, designer drugs that aren't even mainstream enough for most people to know how to handle them properly.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so normal drugs are not good enough for John. John needs drugs that are a next level. Not that many people have taken them yet.
Let me give you an example. All right, so it's no secret that I favor cathinones in the experimental research range, and they're stimulants, but way more than stimulants. So one of them is a thing called methylene dioxypyrovalerone, MDPV. Now, you remember some years back where a stranger ate another stranger's face?
Yeah, it's a Florida story. I'm from Florida. I know all the Florida stories.
Okay, so he really was on MDPV. I don't care what the toxicology reports say, because you couldn't identify it. They didn't have any toxicology reports. Methylene dioxypyrovalerone, I know for a fact. Well, anyway, so his problem was this. MDPV is so dosage dependent. So for every 25 pounds of weight, you want to take 1 milligram. 1 milligram. All right. So if you take, let's say you're 150 pounds, that's going to be 6 milligrams. If you take exactly 6 milligrams of exactly pure MDPV, you're going to have an experience that you will never fucking forget. I promise you.
I would suggest that everyone try this out when they're 74.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. If you take 7 milligrams, you're going to eat somebody's face off. And if you take 5, you're going to feel nothing at all. So this is some of the problems with the new research chemicals. They are extraordinarily dosage dependent. So
I mean, shouldn't they in theory cut that down so that you have to use a larger unit set so that your errors are smaller? So if you
people do it, people do it different ways. Okay, they'll take a kilo, cut it in half, and cut that in half, cut that in half, and you just partition it out.
But if one of your cuts isn't right, then you're over on one of them and you're fucked.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. So no, you got to spend a few $1,000s for a scale that will measure micrograms.
Or just not do any of that shit. Just be happy with the normal drugs.
I mean, I've taken all the normal drugs. I mean, I'm sorry.
See, if what you're saying about being dose dependent is true, then there's also likely dosage modifiers such as body weight, metabolism level, counter, like other drugs that you're taking that may increase or decrease your metabolism.
Anybody who would ever begin to go into the cathinones is going to carry a large quantity of benzodiazepines. Right.
Take
if something does go awry and you want to eat your landlord's face, say, wait a minute, let me pop this pill first.
Oh man.
Then if you still want to eat his face, maybe you don't like him.
So I asked, because you're a wonderful speaker. So, when I first saw you, I thought, oh, this guy's crazy. Because the first time I saw you, you were snorting coke or pretend coke off of the table. And there was a bunch of professional looking ladies in bikinis surrounding you. And it was an advertisement that you had produced. I think you shot it in Belize. And I thought, okay, that's interesting, right? You were a successful tech entrepreneur. And now it looked to me like you were going to do the social wild man kind of thing. And then, I actually saw you speak on television regarding your price prediction, your $1 million Bitcoin in 2020, end of 2020 price prediction. And it was very, very, very good. Your tonality and your intonation and your timing was all fabulous. So I really respect your public speaking. And a lot of people are hyped up about this interview that we're doing because we're both kind of the top of the crypto public speaking game. There's maybe only 4 people that could do well.
I'm not quite in your class yet, but I'm working on it. All right.
I've seen you wear a suit, man. It's different. you can do it.
I'm going to take a few more stimulants and see if I can't catch it.
Yeah. So in crypto, I mean, it's Andreas Antonopoulos, Trace Meyer, me, you, and really no one else is a good public speaker that I can think of off the top of my head. Do you know of any other?
Roger Ver is a good public speaker.
Yeah, that's true. As long as he stays in his talking points, but he can.
That's right.
He can. Like he'll stay in them. He knows what they are. I registered satoshizvision.com because he quoted that so many times. And then someone else actually created a fork of his project with that name, which is just funny to me because I own the name. Right. I offered to, I'm like, Calvin, hey, buy this from me because I don't want it, right? And no response. For a billionaire, you should buy the URL, the .com for your project's name. It seems like a no-brainer to me,
I agree. Well, now that we've stroked each other about how great we are at public speaking and just about everything else,
Right. So I didn't.
I bet your listeners want us to talk about something that matters to them.
Yeah. Well, I did a poll and I asked them what they wanted us to talk about.
I'm sorry?
I said, I did a poll and I asked them what they wanted us to talk about. And I said, smart, crazy, or funny. And they chose smart, 50% of them. So I think they really want to learn smart stuff from us more than they want us to be crazy or interesting.
Fuck me.
So from my perspective, I think we should talk about making money.
Let me pop another stimulant right here.
All right. So what are you drinking there?
By the way,
is that antifreeze?
I know what this
Blue Curacao? Blue Curacao.
Nope, absolutely not. It comes from Australia, and it's a gin called ink, and it's the color of ink.
Huh.
You pour some water in it and get the exact shade you want, and that's what you drink. Nice. Anyway, we diverged or converged.
So I think what I care about is making money. It's where I wear my own logo with a fist crushing money. It's where I started, and then I retired and took 10 years off, and now I'm back at it. It was longer, actually. I retired in 2003. Now it's 2019. Maybe I started 2 years ago. So that's like 14 years I took off. Now I'm back at it. I think making money is why people are in crypto. I really don't think the majority of people, or even the minority, are in it for a reason different. I think making money is the best thing you can do in crypto. So I think we should talk about that, making money in crypto.
That's a subject dear to my heart. And I think that that's a fundamental problem in the crypto world, is that everybody's looking at it as a way to make money. No one's looking at what I believe was the original intent, starting with Adam Back's paper back in 1985. The original intent was to provide a means of currency, which was more powerful, but far quicker to transact.
I halfway agree.
Well,
I'm halfway with you.
And then I think it transformed into a freedom sort of movement. Like, hey, this is our currency. We own this. It came from us. This didn't come from the bowels of some government or from IBM or Samsung. Oh, fuck no, it came from the people. And this is the blockchain. Fuck cryptocurrency, just the blockchain is a world transforming technology. And if people don't see that yet, then move out of your mom's basement. That's all I can tell you. But it is a world-changing technology.
So
if we use this appropriately, I'm almost an anarchist in my political beliefs, and I think power to the people is what life is all about. And if we use cryptocurrency for an intended purpose of transacting business, for buying and selling of goods and services, then what happens? Since we are controlling where coins are being created all the time, and new blockchains are being created, and new ways of doing smart contracts, and if we own this technology ourselves and don't let the government or a regulatory body or a bank tell us what to do, it can literally free you people. I mean, what controls your life? Money, the dollar, the yen, the British pound. You can't pay your rent without it, can't buy a car, send your kids to school, get medical care, nothing. It controls your life. And who controls the fiat currency? Oh, God knows who in some countries. Right. Feds, government, regulatory bodies, they all influence, financial institutions influence what your labor is worth. If the dollar is devalued by doubling the supply, your labor was what was lost.
So I agree with a lot of this. So I'll try and I usually start hammering the old blockchain and being mean to it and then be nice to it at the end. I'm going to do it backwards this time. I'll be nice to it up front. Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies like Ethereum have gone up from zero to many thousands of dollars. I got into Bitcoin in 2011 when it was 30. I used to mine full blocks on my own with no pool. Back when the reward was 50 Bitcoin per block, this stuff used to be free. And then that phase died out very quickly because it became very competitive. Then it went up to 20,000. Okay, so let's say you got in at 20 and it went up to 20,000. That's 1,000x. Ethereum went even higher, even faster. Ethereum did a 4,500x in 3.5 years. So,
Yes.
People that got into Ethereum during its initial launch, where people traded Bitcoin for Ethereum, did better than Bitcoin holders did, and they did better faster. That was really pissed me off because I didn't own any Ethereum. I just owned a lot of Bitcoin, and that's why I became public. I'm like, hey, wait a second, I don't have any Ethereum.
For a couple of years, Ethereum was absolutely in lockstep with Bitcoin at 1/10 its price.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, but that was before for a long time, I didn't even know existed.
Starting in 2017.
So whether blockchain can change the world or whether your cryptocurrency of choice can change the world, that doesn't really matter if you care about becoming very wealthy, because you can become very wealthy with these things. If you care about becoming very wealthy, we have very little adoption, and yet these things are the best performing assets in the history of mankind. Imagine if we had good adoption. It would be even more insane.
Yes.
So,
which is another reason we have to adopt. We have to actually use the fucking currencies. That's where the value comes from. Why do you think Bitcoin went up in price? Because people were buying pizzas with 50 Bitcoins to begin with, right? And then
about 10,000, the first one.
Other people started using it, and the more you use it, the greater the demand. And that's the issue. We need to increase demand again by using these currencies.
There's an art to that. So I think that's wrong, and here's why I think that. First, there's economics has a formula that states that the higher the velocity of money, which means how fast it turns over, the lower the actual value of the money. What makes a currency valuable is when its supply is reduced. And its supply is reduced when people hold on to it for longer and don't release it. When people actually spend their money, it creates a money multiplier effect, which actually increases the credit and supply of the system, which devalues the actual money, because they're happy to use the credit and other proxies that are proxies of the real thing, and then the real thing doesn't have to rise in value as much. And as proof of that, I would show you that with very little actual use and very little actual utility, we have the best looking price chart in history. And it's because there's nothing else you can do with these things. Now, there is a downside to that. You will need to continue onboarding new users, and if you have a compelling value statement such as fast and affordable transactions, censorship resistance, immutable transactions, you can onboard those users. However, those users are only 5 to 10% of the ecosystem currently. If you care about using crypto, you'll use Monero because it's actually private. You will not use Bitcoin. You will not use Ethereum.
We all know that.
Right. But if you look at the price doesn't indicate that the market cares about anonymity. Most people don't take these coins into their own wallets. And I truly mean most people. There's only 2.8 million Bitcoin addresses that have over $1,000 in them. And most people have more than one address. So that's maybe 2 million people that have got $1,000 of Bitcoin. The vast majority of people that think they're using Bitcoin are actually using exchanges, which are the opposite of what Bitcoin was invented for. Bitcoin was invented to get rid of the counterparties, not create new ones.
Right.
So if you want to see true adoption, someone has to have the margin and the marketing budget to pay for ads that go out into the public that onboard new users. It costs $10 or $20 to onboard a new user. If you can't make $10 or $20 by onboarding that guy, you can't leave your advertisement up. You just run out of money. So the only people in crypto that have ads are scammers who have infinite profit margin, exchanges that bang you up on fees, binary options which bang you up on fees, margin trading which bangs you up on fees times 100. Why do you think they give you margin? So you can trade more money than you have, so they can multiply the house advantage against you. You think you're beating the house when you have, 5 hands at a blackjack table. No, you're just losing more money faster. They want you to have as many hands as you can possibly play. So I
mean, hang on. But here's something about the blockchain which is unique. It's being applied in astonishing new ways already. You say that there are people aren't using it. That's bullshit. Almost everybody who's had a supply chain problem for hundreds of years is now using the blockchain to stop all the theft and deceit that goes on in the supply chain. There's a cryptocurrency called DAI, which belies what you just said, by the way, which is a stable coin. You're familiar with it, yes?
Yes. That is interesting. So
hang on, but it doesn't matter how much volume you have. It doesn't matter what happens to the crypto market. It never strays more than 1% above, 1% below, and it's working just fine. It's my coin of choice just to dump things in while I'm waiting for something else.
I hope it continues to work.
You don't have, there's no off ramp necessary. You know, why get off when you've got the AI?
Yeah, I understand. I understand completely. So I hope it continues to work. Lots of cool economic inventions have been invented, such as a credit default swap, such as mortgage-backed securities, and they worked very, very well for decades. And then a black swan event happened and they stopped working. And so using over-collateralization to attempt to defend a price peg can work for a very long time, but a black swan can occur and the peg can break. I hope it never happens, but you have to understand that when you put $1 into a stable coin, your actual value in that dollar is less than $1 because you have to reduce its value by the black swan risk that the over-collateralization wasn't enough to defend the peg. And I don't know whether that's 2% or 3% or no percent. I mean, look, Tether has huge counterparty risk and everyone seems fine with that. I mean, probably I would take a DAI over a Tether. So I'm just saying, it's progress and it's good. It's peer-to-peer, it's open sourced. It is progress. I think if you want to get 1 million users on board, you got to have someone with margin. And so unless you have ads on Facebook, if you're Clash of Clans, you get 100 million users a day. There's 6 other games like Clash of Clans that have 100 million users a day, all of them. That's 600 million users a day on your various random casual games. Bitcoin's been around for 10 years, and we are not onboarding new users at the pace that we need to, and we never will be unless the marketing changes. So I created something to fix that problem, and I know that you're attempting to fix that problem yourself. I mean, you didn't get a tattoo of a cryptocurrency because you didn't want to advertise it, right? I mean, how many people out there are willing to really make the effort to speak out, you know? You are, I am. There's not enough of us.
Let's move on. Let's move on to an individual's personal sovereignty and its relation to cryptocurrency.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm a firm believer that number one, income taxes are absolutely illegal. They are unconstitutional. We never had income taxes in America until 1913. We got along just fine. It's just an easy way for congressmen and senators to fatten their pockets in their districts at our expense. And so I don't think it's anybody's business where I make my money, how much I make, what I do with it. End of fucking story. And if there are any of you out there that believe likewise, then cryptocurrency is an answer. Privacy coins, you mentioned Monero. I think that's certainly the oldest and the most reliable. The U.S. government, by the way, put out an RFP this past January, a request for proposal from companies that could propose ways of breaking into Monero's data. I don't think that they will find a solution, not until we get way better quantum computers than we have now.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I agree with you there. So I think that it's a very easy way for governments to have never-ending wars is to just inflate the currency to pay for them instead of actually requiring people pay a tax and then noticing that they're expensive things and that they don't want them anymore. So
what about a currency that the government doesn't control, that nobody controls?
I believe in it.
A trustless distributed system that can't be shut down, can't be controlled.
I agree.
Then what's wrong with that as a possible solution to unlock the cage of your financial slavery? And if you think you're not slaves, people, I don't know any of you in the audience. However, I can guess what many of your lives are like. I mean, if you're the average professional wage earner, you commute to an office in the morning after kissing your family goodbye. You stay 8 hours in a windowless, airless environment. You reverse that coming home, and you do that 5 days a week for 40 years. And you get a few weeks off every year. They let you out of your cage, and then you start over. And the work that you're doing is not work that you wake up on Monday going, oh, thank God I get to go to work today. No, it's the type of work that you go, thank God it's Friday. Is that the life? That's financial. That's financial slavery for you. This is how it looks in this modern era.
A lot of people choose that for themselves. A lot of people waste a lot of money on shit they do not need. I don't understand it. I don't like wasting money. If you think about what it really takes to live and how much it really costs you, it ain't as much as you think, and you really could save a lot if you really wanted to, even if you're broke as hell.
It's next to nothing if you're willing to be minimalistic.
Yep, peanut butter and jelly and rice and beans will get you a long way.
And also if you can acquire a secondhand house that's off the grid, with solar or hydro or wind or something, live off the land. Good God, people, there are seeds you can buy in grocery stores.
Yeah, people forget seeds exist. Like, you can grow your own food, like it just comes out of the earth for free? No way. The rain's free and everything. Wow.
Well, it's not exactly for free. You got to water and you got to weed, but that's about all. I mean, plants don't require a whole lot of attention. You don't have to sing to them like some people say.
Who do you think has made the most money in crypto?
Well, obviously, Jihan Wu.
I don't think he made. Okay, how much do you think Jihan made?
Yeah, he's got to be worth $25 billion. Run the numbers. Good God Almighty, he's the only manufacturer. Bitmain's
yeah, but I mean, I don't think the block rewards in total over the years Bitmain existed add up to that much.
I'm sorry, say it again.
So Bitmain's income is a function of the block reward. They can't get their customers to pay them more than the total Bitcoin block reward. I don't think the total block rewards for all of the time Bitmain existed adds up to that much. I don't think he's got that much. He could have $1 billion or $2 billion, I think. I don't think he got 25.
That's not where they're making their money. Good God, man. They are the largest Bitcoin miner in the world and always have been, and they have never. I know Jihan personally. I think he's probably the most humble man I've ever met. No pretensions. He's never sold a single fucking Bitcoin.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think he went all in on BCH and got the shit wrecked out of him. And I've seen him yelling on YouTube, "It is Bitcoin Cash, not Bcash." I've seen him yelling, and I've seen him get wrecked on that BCH chart hard as fuck. I don't. And that little bitch blocked me on Twitter. So I ain't got nothing nice to say about him. He tried to kill the real Bitcoin with a fake copy of it, and he fucked up entirely so much they removed him from his own company that he founded. And they just put him back.
The question wasn't who do we like or dislike. Although I did volunteer, I like. Okay. The question was who do you think the richest man is?
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. I think
it's either him or Brock Pierce.
Right. So EOS hit it home run, 4.2 billion raise. I'm not sure how much Brock got to keep. I don't know how Brock and PDT.
He had billions before EOS. Good God Almighty, the man owns half the fucking Pachinko machines in China, for fuck's sake. All right, I know he's another good friend of mine. So
Brock seems to have good power in the ecosystem. Sure, like I agree. Brock's in the player list. Jihan's in the player list. Coinbase, Brian Armstrong's in the player list.
Yes.
I think from my limited, you have other knowledge to other revenue streams these guys have because you have better relationships with them. From my perspective as an outsider, more so than you are, I think the Block 1 guys with their 4.2 billion raise on EOS made more money than Brian plus Arthur from BitMEX plus Satoshi plus all those guys combined. Just look at the math. So Jihan and EOS guys top two.
That's it. Yeah, that's my guess. Who would you guess?
I'm with you on all fronts. The only thing that I thought was maybe I don't know about Brock's share of EOS, what percent cut he got because he kind of got publicly removed a little early.
Listen, that's a maneuver for PR.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Who do you think the unhappiest man in crypto is? Or
Roger Ver.
I would put two of them in there. I think Roger and Craig Wright together.
Bitfinex seems pretty unhappy.
Would make a good team, wouldn't they?
Who? Roger and
Craig Wright.
Here's the thing. I did an interview with Roger a very long time ago. I met him in 2013 at a Bitcoin conference, and he's a nice guy. He wants good things for the world. And I told him on stream, I'm like, why are you interacting with this guy that pretends to be Satoshi? And he just kept doing it. And now, like, when you lay in bed with bad bedfellows, you wake up with fleas. And, you know, because he gave this guy press time, he created that fork that tried to kill his coin. So he created a coin to try and kill the real Bitcoin. And then someone else came along that he empowered and tried to kill his coin with another faker version of the fake version. So, you know, third tier fake. And, you know, it's like, that didn't have to happen, right? Do you think Satoshi invented a system to remove trust and rely on signatures so that he could personally require trust and give no signatures? Doesn't make any sense. He invented something to do the opposite, right? Like, proof is cheap. We have encryption. We have signatures now. You don't need to take people's word for shit. Which is why you keep getting fake Bitcoin inventors all the time. Now, I will say, and this is a controversial opinion I have that people don't like, I think Satoshi is deceased or a bitch. Vitalik invented Ethereum, and he's standing on stage, and he's not the most buff-looking dude, okay? He weighs maybe 100 pounds. And he stands on stage as the founder of a cryptocurrency and isn't a coward and doesn't run away and still writes software and still writes improvements and still donates to charity, supports sens.org, you know, trying to save your life with longevity research. He does all those things, and he doesn't hide away like a little bitch. Now people say, oh, well, Satoshi did what, you know. No, he could do, if he was alive, he could do the same thing. I'm sure he ain't smaller than Vitalik, right?
Okay. Now, first of all, whoever Satoshi is completely fucking insignificant. We know all the people who were involved, right, in the development.
He's got 1 million coins. He's still got 5% of the supply.
Pardon?
It matters. He's got 5% of the supply. He's still got 1 million coins.
That's fine. You know, if Craig Wright was around, there's a whole bunch of people. Now, you can buy some authoring software for $79.95 to run against the Satoshi white paper. And every single person involved in this, by the way, has written multiple technical papers. If you look at it, you don't need any software. Let me just tell you. If you look at the white paper, you'll notice two very unusual things. Number one, all of the spelling for words which have different spelling in American and English, and there are about 5 words in there that do have the British spelling. The second telling thing is, after every sentence are 2 spaces. Now, this is a minority choice for people who write. But you check it out yourself. Look at the white paper.
I agree. You can also do timing analysis.
There are only 2 of the people that could have been involved, which are British, and only one of them double spaces after.
Hours he posted to Bitcoin Talk. And you know that, so a lot of people try and be anonymous on the internet, and then there's an attack vector they're not aware of, which is a timing attack. So if you do real-time communication, and you say, hello, Richard, and I say, hello back, John, they know that you and I were communicating because my response was so short in time next to your transmission.
Yes.
So if you really want to be anonymous, you have to use different words and introduce random delays in responses.
That's a possibility, but why implicate one of the other players?
Yeah, sure. But the thing is, if once again, Vitalik said this on stage, it makes a lot of sense. It's kind of like Occam's razor. The easiest way to prove that you're Satoshi is to sign from an old address. Now, it still doesn't prove that you are, but it sure eliminates a lot of other people from contention. And if anyone else is trying any other method that's not the simplest one, then they're trying to bullshit you. So if someone is telling you a lot of words that take hours and hours and hours when they can make a signature in 10 seconds, they're bullshitting you for a reason, right? The signature is the thing that the entire system requires.
I might have been misled, but if you use full authoring software, it comes out 99% who Satoshi is. So $79.95. I only get a $25 commission. I'm being fun with this now.
By the way, when I first started, I put 2 spaces after periods because when I first started typing, I typed on a real typewriter, and that's what you did when you typed on a real typewriter. So it's kind of something that old people do.
I'm not saying. All I'm saying is there are only 2 British people, only one of them have double spaces in all of their papers.
But you're restricting the set of people to people that were on the mailing list for a cypherpunk mailing list, right? That's where you're using as your input set. For your input set of possible Satoshites, you're using the mailing list of cryptography, the cypherpunk mailing list, right? That's your input set.
No. I'm just using those people we all know were involved, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but that's where we know them from. That's where that list comes from.
There's a history to this. There's less than a dozen of them.
Because that's the mailing list.
Every single one has written multiple papers. Dr. Adam Back has written over 100, for fuck's sake. Randomly grab one and run the analysis.
So we talked about who makes the most money. What have you made the most money on? I won't answer that question. I guess I will. It's probably Bitcoin. What's the question? What have you made the most money on? Crypto. Which crypto? You don't have to answer. That's like a personal bullshit question. I would not expect you to answer that.
Well, good.
Okay.
Next question.
But I mean, if you're already all in and you're like, fuck it, I'm not paying taxes anyway, come and get me. I mean, really, you can fucking say whatever you want.
I know, and I said what I wanted, which is nothing.
I feel you, man. So what do you want to see go up now? Like, what are you doing? Are you shilling? I mean, I'm wearing a fucking Hex t-shirt. I'm shilling. What are you selling?
My biggest project is the McAfee DEX.
Okay.
It came out 3.5 weeks ago. We carry every token on the Ethereum blockchain now. Next week, we'll be adding Tron, EOS, Neo, and Binance before the first of the year.
And anyone can add anything they want, right?
Pardon?
Anyone can add any address they want, any token they want, right?
As long as it's on the blockchains we're supporting. Yeah, right now, we're in beta right now. So the beta test we chose Ethereum Y has got the most volume, the absolute most number of coins, from ERC20s up to ERC 1440s. So we'll be doing cross-chain transactions the second quarter of next year. We charge no listing fees. If you want to list a coin, you press the button at the top of the page, put in the technical specs, you're listed. We take no information from anybody. We don't ask for your name, your email address. We look at no documents. We don't care if you're in America or Siberia. It's all the same to us.
Is it custodial? Do you guys hold coins or?
No, fuck no, we don't hold things. That would give us control, would it not? Absolutely not. Non-custodial.
Well, you can't exit scam if you're not holding any coins, right? So.
What's that?
You can't exit scam if you're not holding any coins.
No, we're not holding it, and we hold nothing. Absolutely nothing. These are all smart contracts. Our logic is smart contracts.
Do you know how much volume you're doing? Or you don't know off the top of your head?
We're not even looking right now, but we're trying to fix the bugs that are coming from the volume. Okay?
Yep.
That's the purpose of the beta. I mean, you can do as much as you want with a development team of 15 or 20 people, but you can't test. You can't really test something like this until you put it out there. So
it's amazing what users can do to a system that's supposed to work well.
The first thing was speed. It took us 40 seconds to load the home page when we first started. We're now down to 3. We're down to 3 seconds. Next week we'll be down to 1 second. So these are the things we're working on now.
Right.
But no, we're non-custodial. We have multiple portals. If you have a domain, you want to run a web page, we will set up your portal for you for $395.
So you're talking about white labeling the decks for people?
Pardon?
Are you talking about white labeling the McAfee decks for people?
Yeah, you could say that. And if you do that, all the traffic that comes through your portal, you get 0.5% of the transaction. It's all shared. I mean, everything that comes in through every portal is all on the blockchain, so everybody sees everything as soon as it happens. So anyway, I'm doing this just as sort of a thumbs up to the authorities that be in this world to say you can't do this, you can't do that. So when they come to shut me down, I'm going to say, gosh, I'm so sorry. I was stupid. I made this smart contracts on the blockchain. It can't go away. I don't know. I wasn't thinking. I never thought that you people might want to know something. That's what I'm saying. And in turn, they say, well, we're taking the domain, McAfeeDex.com. I give a flying fuck. We already have 30 portals. We have 100 by the end of the year and 1,000 by mid next year. So I don't care. Can't be shut down.
Right.
Can't be controlled. It can be monitored, of course, but only if they know your wallet address and who you are. Be cautious.
Yeah, and I just tweeted today a tweet that I saw from Vitalik, which was, if you want to mix Ethereum, and you could also mix ERC20 tokens or whatever, I think. I've never actually used this thing yet. You can go to tornado.cash, and it's like a mixer for Ethereum stuff, and then your stuff goes in and it comes out anonymous, and then you've got that extra layer that you might want.
Absolutely.
It's probably easier than like going to Monero.
Listen, we're working on all kinds. You have no idea the shit we're working on, and we're not saying anything.
Well, I could, because you can tell me.
And I promise you, when we come out with our shit, you're going to be truly surprised. You're going to be truly.
It's too bad.
This is a beta. We never imagined the shit that can go wrong in a distributed exchange of this nature. So.
It's too bad you guys don't have a big Bitcoin cold wallet, because in the token that I made, I give it out to free to people that have Bitcoin, and I would try and pitch you guys on claiming on the behalf of users and taking a referral fee, which is 20%, and then they get a 10% bonus for having used your referral fee.
Now, Bitcoin is going to be very difficult for us. It's going to be difficult for anybody to do a distributed exchange of Bitcoin, just because it's older. The architecture does not support what we're trying to do. Yep. But we will solve this problem. It's just going to take some time.
Did you ever look into the coin I built, or have you not? I built a token. I built a coin. Did you ever look at it yet?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. No one told me about it. Listen,
you should do it.
I'm an old man that can barely remember my name.
Well, if you've got a stack of Bitcoin, I give you free tokens. So if you like free money, go to hex.win and get your free money. Not bad. I worked hard. It cost me a lot of money to give you free money.
I'm sure I did. Well, that's too bad. Too bad I sold all of my Bitcoins at the extreme bottom of the bear market. Oh, well.
You should have let them sink in a boat accident, man. That's what everyone else does. You send the dinghy out with your treasure, and then it sinks.
Yes. What else do you users want to talk about?
Well,
your followers.
I don't know. Let's ask them. Hey guys, they're on like a 30-second delay because I shoot 4K, so it takes time to re-encode and transmit to them. Hey guys, we can talk about anything you like. We already talked about who Satoshi might be. We talked about who made the most money in crypto. We talked about designer drugs and chemicals. We circle jerked a little bit on how cool we are.
Absolutely no questions about the allegations that I ate those children. I'm sick of dealing with it. I've answered those questions.
What about the whale sex?
The which one?
The whale sex.
The whale sex. We can talk about that. That's not a problem. That's not a problem. But listen, I was drunk at the time. I remember nothing, so I can't tell you guys.
So I guess. So let's play this game. I have a theory that I think can help onboard everyone to crypto, and I don't think there's actually another way to do it. And I'm going to try and so let's see if we can do that. I think we need a lot of advertisements, period. And I think the only people that could buy the ads now are exchange houses, which fuck the users with fees, and lose your data, and email your name to everyone else, and seize your funds, and loot. Like, that just is terrible. That's why DEX is so much cooler, because you guys can't lose anyone's money. You don't have any other money. So that's a great innovation. So the only way that I can think of to be able to afford to onboard new users is to actually have enough of the supply that when the price goes up enough, you can sell a little bit and make more than it costs to bring the guy on board. I don't think you can actually onboard new users without fucking them with fees unless you control enough of the supply. There's no way to be cash positive.
I think you might be right. I mean, the other solution that I considered is if we get all of the hookers and prostitutes on our side.
They're already on there. Once they ban Backpage.
Get them to not do any work whatsoever unless they're paid in cryptocurrency. I promise you, I mean, I promise you, within 2 weeks, every male and therefore his family more likely will be involved in cryptocurrency.
Yeah, I guess another side angle would be to use other services that have high adoption rates. But
Yes.
but so this is where a throughput problem actually does hurt, because we could not, with the throughput we have on any blockchain whatsoever, support Clash of Clans' economy, a single freemium casual game. We couldn't do their economy on the blockchain because of technical limitations. So even that one's a little bit hard, right? I mean, 100 million users a day, doing how many transactions per day? Let's call it 10. That's what, 1 billion transactions a day for one game, singular? And then how many games are out there? It's going to be a hard one.
I know, it is indeed.
Yep.
All right, I think we have time for one more question, if there is one, because I've got another interview coming up.
I love that you talk to everybody. You know, like if someone's coming up and they don't have a following or anything, I will see that they have done an interview with you, and I think that's really nice of you, because you're one of the heaviest hitters in the space. So I think that's real cool of you to do interviews with people.
All right, any questions on your screen?
McAfee, did you look? No, somebody's showing something else.
They want to know about the children I ate, don't they?
2 million baby? And we could talk about, okay, I'll just ask my question. Are you going to eat your dick in 2020 if the Bitcoin price is not $1 million? Or are you going to squeeze your way out of it and say that someone else is going to eat your dick on your sponsorship or something? That's all.
Well, definitely the second. I mean, I'll need to consult with my lawyers about what the protocols and rules are.
Get a clone. Look, make a clone of yourself, and then you can use them for harvest. You can harvest his organs and everything, man. Just make a clone of yourself. When you have a heart attack, you can just take his heart. You know, just make sure he's not smarter than you, and then you've got a movie situation where he tries to take over your life and then kill you.
Well, the other thing was to hire one of the great stage musicians. I mean, I'm friends with a couple of them, and to arrange the stage so that it would look like it's being cut off, but I can't find a single one who's willing to touch my dick.
Yeah, I think Penn and Teller could sort you, man. You just get on the phone. He's a libertarian. Penn Jillette.
I know. I
hook you up.
I know. I met him in Las Vegas in 2016 when I was running.
He's a tall fucker, ain't he? What's going on with your president? He's a tall fucker. He's like 6'7" or something, I think.
God, yes, is he tall? I mean,
yeah. So what's up with your presidential race? And that'll be our last question.
Well, it's still on. I mean, we have we're still up and running. We have regional coordinators. We're negotiating with the Libertarian Party. The party leadership does not like me. I don't blame them, quite frankly. And nothing about me that's in their favor. Nevertheless, as a Libertarian membership who paid $25 dues, I have the right to throw my hat in the ring. And I think I have enough support within the party, if nothing else, left over from 2016, to make sure that I appear in those debates that matter. John Stolten, for example,
right.
And so
the
on.
Mustache. Yeah, I would love to see you debate.
We know. I mean, if anybody out there thinks I really can become the U.S. president, then soft rainbows. I
would assign it a low probability.
Yeah, impossible. There's zero probability, people. So I don't want that job. I don't think it matters who's president. I really don't.
Right.
I mean, you get elected, you're there for 4 years, 8 maybe if you're lucky.
Yeah.
The people who are managing you and advising you and providing information to you have been there for 30 and 40 years so long. And to them, the real controllers here, you're just the next guy. Here's the next guy. And okay, what are his qualities? Let's let him do this. So you sit in that chair, you have 1,000 strings attached to you. The CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and none of them are going to tell you jack shit. You want to find out if there's aliens in the world? I promise you presidents will be the last to know.
Yeah, there's a story about that. Everyone, even Clinton went in there, and that was one of his things. And then as soon as they get in, you never hear about it again. So whatever they're telling them, it shuts them right up.
What they're telling them is you don't have a need to know. For national security reasons, Mr. President. If an emergency happens where you need to know, I assure you, sir, you will be the first alerted. Yeah. This is control. Good God. And I've had a blast, by the way. Thank you so
I've really enjoyed it. Everyone go to McAfee 2020 if you want to see his presidential campaign. I think his Dex is McAfeeDex.com. Is that it?
McAfee Dex or McAfee Dex, however you want to pronounce it.
If you want the free tokens that I made for you, they're free. Go to hex.win, and that's it. And I hope to see you again.
I'm going to go buy some Bitcoins just so I can get your fucking tokens. Is that all right with you?
You know what, man? If you're a referrer, I tell people they can double dip and get a 40%. You tell people to claim their free tokens, you get 20% kick on it. Then sell them for ETH, and then turn them into Hex. You get 20% again. You get a 40% round trip. It's pretty good. It's good seeing you, man.
Yeah, I want to stop what I'm doing. I mean, clearly this is much more profitable.
There's not that many ways you can make $1 billion in a year, and crypto is one of the few. The founder of XRP was the richest man in the world in 2017, and one of us might be the richest man in the world in 2020. We'll see.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much.
See you
guys. Bye-bye.
Hello, everyone. This is Richard Hart. You may know me from my pitifully small Twitter account where I have 50,000 followers. With me here is a real man, John McAfee, who has 1.1 million followers, which is 20x more. He's been at this longer than I have. He's, my biggest company was 150 employees. How many employees was your biggest company? Do you remember?
I don't know, a few thousand. Way too many. Way too many to be fun, I'll tell you that.
Yep.
And by the way, I'd like to point out how it's become so common to rate people according to their followers, according to the likes, according to their retweets. I find it very, very humorous in many respects, and that's hardly the measure of a person by any stretch of the imagination, other than, oh, I know that name.
Yeah, it's interesting, so people have less deep connections now and more shallow connections. So if you look at who people marry, back in the old days, people would marry within a 20-mile radius of where they lived, because that's the only people they met, right? And now people, they hop on Tinder, and people end up marrying people that are thousands of miles away. And it's changed a lot of stuff in the culture for the worse. So, if you're on Twitter, as I often am, they measure how many.
I think that's good for the gene pool. I really do.
That is, yes. I agree with that.
The smaller the community, the more inbred it becomes. Mm-hmm. I mean, ultimately, if you live in the Appalachians, way off in the mountains, the only people you know are your cousins, and that's who you marry. I mean, so
yep.
I think it's good. It's good for the diversity of the gene pool.
I agree with that. From the dating perspective, it is better. From the synergy and business perspective, it's better. But from the consumption of human consciousness, and you look at how humans spend their time now, they spend all of their minutes staring at a screen, hoping for the dopamine hit of the likes for people that they'll never meet, that if the shit really hit the fan, maybe some of them would be there. And so these companies, there's surveillance capitalism, and then there's attention capitalism, and they're consuming all of our consciousness. And then there's nothing left to create. There's nothing left to be you when you spend all day consuming someone else's ideas,
I like your phrase, consumption of human consciousness, because really I'd never quite looked at it quite at that depth, but that's exactly what it is. You walk into a coffee shop, and people don't even bother to look up anymore.
Right. They're terrified to.
They stay glued to that flat machine. And if you think that little screen is not going to evolve into something which not just consumes consciousness, but imparts ideas and actions. I mean, you're doing it already. I mean, if you're driving, how many people bother to look at a map anymore and draw a route? No, you key it in, and then you obey that sweet little voice. Turn left here, Go 2 blocks, make a right. And by the way, I just wish someone would sell one of those things with options, like a humorous option.
The George Carlin voice.
Some credit, like, good God, asshole, I told you to make a left. That's the 3rd left you've missed. Shit like that. Right?
You know, it's the saddest part of all of it. They get all this data about you. So Google now knows everything you search for and reads all your email, because I got 15,000 signups on the email list, 17,000, and I see who the emails are. They're mostly Gmail addresses. So they know what you're searching for. They know where you physically are because they own Android. And if they didn't own Android, they own the Google searches and they own the Google Maps and they own Fitbit. So they know your heart rate. So they know when you're looking for porn, what porn you're watching, and when you catch your nut. This is not, and then after they do all of that, they still give you shitty untargeted ads anyway. So, yeah. So you do a search for a humidifier and you buy one, and now they show you humidifiers for the next 6 months like you're collecting the fucking things, like you need 10 of them. It just doesn't make any sense.
I think I'm going to enjoy this.
So what would be awesome is if companies made money not trying to suck up all your time and still found the synergy to show you products that you wanted to buy and then let you be free and to go do other things. It'd be better for everyone. Companies would make more money. The human would have more free time. You'd be able to watch. It would just make everything better. And it's just silly that we're not there yet.
But hang on. But someone would sneak in with something brand new and steal more of the consciousness.
Could be. Yes, it could be. Yes.
This is corporate greed. This is how it fucking works. There's never enough. I don't care.
It's true.
If a company is making a profit of $100 billion a year, that's not enough.
Well, the funny part is that if the CEO attempted to be more humanist and save the humans, so for instance, if a CEO of a company produced a terrible product and knew that his competitor had a better product, in an ideal world, he would say, listen, our product sucks, you should buy that other one, we'll do our best to do better. But the shareholders could sue him for not acting in the best interest of the company. So even if a CEO wanted to do the right thing, the fact that he's beholden to the shareholders means that he can't. So he has to use dark patterns, and he has to lie and frame things so that his bad product looks good.
I'm not sure that's the only option. I mean, I've been in this situation many times. If it were me, I'd go, Jesus God, that product is so much better than mine. Someone schedule a meeting with their CEO.
Right.
And then I'd walk in with my bravest face and my, the best cards that I can play. And I'd say, let's cut a deal. Buy my ass out. Or I will ravage your heels forever. Come on, that's how
it's true. Yeah, look, it's
that's how it really works. And then, you explain to the shareholders, I'm sorry, we fucked up. Our development team, I fired them all, and the ones that didn't leave, I've shot. So that's no more problem.
We know that if you started shooting your workers, they would live because they're all wearing body armor. So you'd have to be very targeted with where you're shooting them. You got to in for the throat, basically.
Yeah.
This is for the people that know John. So in my idea of life was always, okay, I want to try and live forever if I can, but I'm no good at dieting. I'm good at exercise now, but just lifting weights, not the cardio. So half of fitness and no dieting. So if I'm going to survive, I need technology. That's what I need. And now I think you're 74, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So John's 74. He's fitter than I am. If you see him with his shirt off, he'll take pictures and put his shirt off on the internet. I'm not doing that. I don't want you to see what's under here. He's happy to show off his body. He's even got crypto tattoos. If you're gonna get to 74, you've got two options: try and make it last as long as you can, or go out with a bang. Right? I think John chose the bang route. I have been actually going out with a bang for 35 years or more. The bang just hasn't popped yet. Okay? They need to study your DNA if ever they have the chance, because I mean I've seen some of your interviews, and I believe you do experimental chemicals, designer drugs that aren't even mainstream enough for most people to know how to handle them properly.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so normal drugs are not good enough for John. John needs drugs that are a next level. Not that many people have taken them yet. Like,
Let me give you an example. All right. So, I mean, it's no secret that I favor cathinones in the experimental research range, and they're stimulants, but way, way more than stimulants. So one of them is a thing called methylene dioxypyrovalerone, MDPV. Now, you remember some years back where a stranger ate another stranger's face?
yeah, it's a Florida story. I'm from Florida. I know all the Florida stories.
Okay, so it really was on MDPV. Don't care what the toxicology reports say, because you couldn't identify it. They didn't have any toxicology reports. Methylene dioxypyrovalerone, I know for a fact. Well, anyway, so his problem was this. MDPV is so dosage dependent. So for every 25 pounds of weight, you want to take 1 milligram. 1 milligram. All right. So if you take, let's say you're 150 pounds, that's going to be 6 milligrams. If you take exactly 6 milligrams of exactly pure MDPV, you're going to have an experience that you will never fucking forget. I promise you.
I would suggest that everyone try this out when they're 74.
No, let me finish. Let me finish. If you take 7 milligrams, you're going to eat somebody's face off. And if you take 5, you're going to feel nothing at all. So this is some of the problems with the new research chemicals. They are extraordinarily dosage dependent. So
I mean, shouldn't they in theory cut that down so that you have to use a larger unit set so that your errors are smaller? So if you
people do it, yeah, people do it different ways. Okay, they'll take a kilo, cut it in half, and cut that in half, cut that in half, and you just partition it out.
But if one of your cuts isn't right, then you're over on one of them and you're fucked.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. So no, you got to spend a few $1,000s for a scale that will measure micrograms.
Or not, or just not do any of that shit. Just be happy with the normal drugs.
I mean, I've taken all the normal drugs. I mean, I'm sorry.
See, if what you're saying about being dose dependent is true, then there's also likely dosage modifiers such as body weight, metabolism level, like other drugs that you're taking that may increase or decrease your metabolism.
Anybody who would ever begin to go into the cathinones is going to carry a large quantity of benzodiazepines. Right. If something does go awry and you want to eat your landlord's face, say, wait a minute, let me pop this pill first.
Oh man!
Then if you still want to eat his face, maybe you don't like him.
So I asked, because you're a wonderful speaker. So, when I first saw you, I thought, oh, this guy's crazy. Because the first time I saw you, you were snorting coke or pretend coke off of the table. And there was a bunch of professional-looking ladies in bikinis surrounding you. And it was an advertisement that you had produced. I think you shot it in Belize. And I thought, okay, that's interesting, right? You were a successful tech entrepreneur. And now it looked to me like you were going to do the social wild man kind of thing. And then, I actually saw you speak on television regarding your price prediction, your $1 million Bitcoin in 2020, end of 2020 price prediction. And it was very, very, very good. Your tonality and your intonation and your timing was all fabulous. So I really respect your public speaking. And a lot of people are hyped up about this interview that we're doing because we're both kind of the top of the crypto public speaking game. There's maybe only 4 people that could do well.
I'm not quite in your class yet, but I'm working on it, all right?
I've seen you wear a suit, man. It's different. you can do it.
I'm going to take a few more stimulants and see if I can't catch it.
Yeah, so in crypto, I mean, it's Andreas Antonopoulos, Trace Meyer, me, you, and really no one else is a good public speaker that I can think of off the top of my head. Do you know of any other?
Roger Ver is a good public speaker.
Yeah, that's true. As long as he stays in his talking points, but he can.
That's right.
He can. Like he'll stay in them. He knows what they are. I registered satoshis.vision.com because he quoted that so many times. And then someone else actually created a fork of his project with that name, which is just funny to me because I own the name. Like,
Right.
I offered to, I'm like, Kelvin, hey, buy this from me because I don't want it, right? And no response. For a billionaire, you should buy the URL, the .com for your project's name. It seems like a no-brainer to me, you know.
Man, he's goddamn.
I agree. Well, now that we've stroked each other about how great we are at public speaking and just about everything else,
I didn't.
I bet your listeners want us to talk about something that matters to them.
Yeah, well, I did a poll and I asked them what they wanted us to talk about.
I'm sorry?
I said I did a poll and I asked them what they wanted us to talk about, and I said smart, crazy, or funny, and they chose smart. 50% of them. So I think they really want to learn smart stuff from us more than they want us to be crazy or interesting.
Fuck me.
So from my perspective, I think we should talk about making money.
Let me pop another stimulant right here.
All right. So what are you drinking there? Is that antifreeze?
Anybody know what this
Blue
is?
Curacao? Blue Curacao.
Nope, absolutely not. It comes from Australia, and it's a gin called ink, and it's the color of ink.
Huh.
You pour some water in it and get the exact shade you want, and that's what you drink. Anyway, we diverged or converged.
So I think what I care about is making money. It's where I wear my own logo with a fist crushing money. It's where I started, and then I retired and took 10 years off, and now I'm back at it. It was longer, actually. I retired in 2003. Now it's 2019. Maybe I started 2 years ago. So that's like 14 years I took off. Now I'm back at it. I think making money is why people are in crypto. I really don't think the majority of people, or even the minority, are in it for a reason different. I think making money is the best thing you can do in crypto. So I think we should talk about that, making money in crypto.
That's a subject dear to my heart. And I think that that's a fundamental problem in the crypto world, is that everybody's looking at it as a way to make money. No one's looking at what I believe was the original intent. Starting with Adam Beck's paper back in 1985. The original intent was to provide a means of currency which was more powerful, but far quicker to transact.
I halfway agree.
Well,
I'm halfway with you.
And then I think it transformed into a freedom sort of movement. Like, hey, this is our currency. We own this. It came from us. This didn't come from the bowels of some government or from IBM or Samsung. Oh, fuck no, it came from the people. And this is the blockchain. Fuck cryptocurrency, just the blockchain. Is a world transforming technology. And if people don't see that yet, then move out of your mom's basement. That's all I can tell you. But it is a world-changing technology.
So
if we use this appropriately, I'm almost an anarchist in my political beliefs, and I think power to the people is what life is all about. And if we use cryptocurrency for an intended purpose of transacting business, for buying and selling of goods and services, then what happens? Since we are controlling where coins are being created all the time, and new blockchains are being created, and new ways of doing smart contracts, and if we own this technology ourselves and don't let the government or a regulatory body or a bank tell us what to do, it can literally free you people. I mean, what controls your life? Money, the dollar, the yen, the British pound. You can't pay your rent without it, can't buy a car, send your kids to school, get medical care, nothing. It controls your life. And who controls the fiat currency? Well, God knows who in some countries. Feds, government, regulatory bodies, they all influence, financial institutions influence what your labor is worth. If the dollar is devalued by doubling the supply, your labor was what was lost.
So I agree with a lot of this. So I'll try and I usually start hammering the old blockchain and being mean to it and then be nice to it at the end. I'm going to do it backwards this time. I'll be nice to it up front. Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies like Ethereum have gone up from zero to many thousands of dollars. If I got into Bitcoin in 2011 when it was 30, I used to mine full blocks on my own with no pool. Back when the reward was 50 Bitcoin per block, this stuff used to be free. And then that phase died out very quickly because it became very competitive. Then it went up to 20,000. Okay, so let's say you got in at 20 and it went up to 20,000. That's 1,000x. Ethereum went even higher, even faster. Ethereum did a 4,500x in 3.5 years. So, people that got into Ethereum during its initial launch, where people traded Bitcoin for Ethereum, did better than Bitcoin holders did, and they did better faster. That was really pissed me off because I didn't own any Ethereum. I just owned a lot of Bitcoin, and that's why I became public. I'm like, hey, wait a second, I don't have any Ethereum.
For a couple of years, Ethereum was absolutely in lockstep with Bitcoin at 1/10 its price.
Interesting. Yep. Yeah, but that was before for a long time I didn't even know existed.
Starting in 2017.
So whether blockchain can change the world, or whether your cryptocurrency of choice can change the world, that doesn't really matter if you care about becoming very wealthy, because you can become very wealthy with these things. If you care about becoming very wealthy, we have very little adoption, and yet these things are the best performing assets in the history of mankind. Imagine if we had good adoption. It would be even more insane.
Yes,
so,
which is another reason we have to adopt. We have to actually use the fucking currencies. That's where the value comes from. Why do you think Bitcoin went up in price? Because people were buying pizzas with 50 Bitcoins to begin with, right? And then
about 10,000, the first one.
Other people started using it, and the more you use it, the greater the demand. And that's the issue. We need to increase demand again by using these currencies.
There's an art to that. So I think that's wrong. And here's why I think that. First, there's economics has a formula that states that the higher the velocity of money, which means how fast it turns over, the lower the actual value of the money. What makes a currency valuable is when its supply is reduced, and its supply is reduced when people hold on to it for longer and don't release it. When people actually spend their money, it creates a money multiplier effect, which actually increases the credit and supply of the system, which devalues the actual money, because they're happy to use the credit and other proxies that are proxies of the real thing, and then the real thing doesn't have to rise in value as much. And as proof of that, I would show you that with very little actual use and very little actual utility, we have the best looking price chart in history. And it's because there's nothing else you can do with these things. Now, there is a downside to that. You will need to continue onboarding new users, and if you have a compelling value statement such as fast and affordable transactions, censorship resistance, immutable transactions, you can onboard those users. However, those users are only 5 to 10% of the ecosystem currently. If you care about using crypto, you'll use Monero because it's actually private. You will not use Bitcoin. You will not use Ethereum.
We all know that.
Right. But if you look at the price doesn't indicate that the market cares about anonymity. Most people don't take these coins into their own wallets. And I truly mean most people. There's only 2.8 million Bitcoin addresses that have over $1,000 in them. And most people have more than one address. So that's maybe 2 million people that have got $1,000 of Bitcoin. The vast majority of people that think they're using Bitcoin are actually using exchanges, which are the opposite of what Bitcoin was invented for. Bitcoin was invented to get rid of the counterparties, not create new ones.
Right.
So if you want to see true adoption, someone has to have the margin and the marketing budget to pay for ads that go out into the public that onboard new users. It costs $10 or $20 to onboard a new user. If you can't make $10 or $20 by onboarding that guy, you can't leave your advertisement up. You just run out of money. So the only people in crypto that have ads are scammers who have infinite profit margin, exchanges that bang you up on fees, binary options which bang you up on fees, margin trading which bangs you up on fees times 100. Why do you think they give you margin? So you can trade more money than you have, so they can multiply the house advantage against you. You think you're beating the house when you have, 5 hands at a blackjack table. No, you're just losing more money faster. They want you to have as many hands as you can possibly play. So So
I mean, hang on. But here's something about the blockchain which is unique. It's being applied in astonishing new ways already. You say that the people aren't using it. That's bullshit. Almost everybody who's had a supply chain problem for hundreds of years is now using the blockchain to stop all the theft and deceit that goes on in the supply chain. There's a cryptocurrency called DAI, which belies what you just said, by the way, which is a stable coin. You're familiar with it, yes?
Yes. That is interesting. So hang
on, but it doesn't matter how much volume you have. It doesn't matter what happens to the crypto market. It never strays more than 1% above, 1% below, and it's working just fine. It's my coin of choice just to dump things in while I'm waiting for something else.
I hope it continues to work.
You don't have, there's no off ramp necessary. Why get off when you've got the AI?
Yeah, I understand completely. So I hope it continues to work. Lots of cool economic inventions have been invented, such as a credit default swap, such as mortgage-backed securities, and they worked very, very well for decades. And then a black swan event happened and they stopped working. And so using over-collateralization to attempt to defend a price peg can work for a very long time, but a black swan can occur and the peg can break. I hope it never happens, but you have to understand that when you put $1 into a stable coin, your actual value in that dollar is less than $1 because you have to reduce its value by the black swan risk that the over-collateralization wasn't enough to defend the peg. And I don't know whether that's 2% or 3% or no percent. I mean, look, Tether has huge counterparty risk and everyone seems fine with that. I mean, probably I would take a DAI over a Tether. So I'm just saying, it's progress and it's good. It's peer-to-peer. It's open sourced. It is progress. I think if you want to get 1 million users on board, you got to have someone with margin. And so unless you have ads on Facebook, if you're Clash of Clans, you get 100 million users a day. There's 6 other games like Clash of Clans that have 100 million users a day, all of them. That's 600 million users a day on your various random casual games. Bitcoin's been around for 10 years, and we are not onboarding new users at the pace that we need to, and we never will be unless the marketing changes. So I created something to fix that problem, and I know that you're attempting to fix that problem yourself. I mean, you didn't get a tattoo of a cryptocurrency because you didn't want to advertise it, right? I mean, how many people out there are willing to really make the effort to speak out, You are, I am. There's not enough of us.
Let's move on to an individual's personal sovereignty and its relation to cryptocurrency.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a firm believer that number one, income taxes are absolutely illegal. They are unconstitutional. We never had income taxes in America until 1913. We got along just fine. It's just an easy way for congressmen and senators to fatten their pockets in their districts at our expense. And so I don't think it's anybody's business where I make my money, how much I make, what I do with it. End of fucking story. And if there are any of you out there that believe likewise, then cryptocurrency is an answer. Privacy coins. You mentioned Monero. I think that's certainly the oldest and the most reliable. The U.S. government, by the way, put out an RFP this past January, a request for proposal from companies that could propose ways of breaking into Monero's data. I don't think that they will find a solution, not until we get way better quantum computers than we have now.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I agree with you there. So I think that it's a very easy way for governments to have never-ending wars is to just inflate the currency to pay for them instead of actually requiring people pay a tax and then noticing that they're expensive things and that they don't want them anymore. So
what about a currency that the government doesn't control, that nobody controls?
I believe in it.
A trustless distributed system that can't be shut down, can't be controlled.
I agree.
Then what's wrong with that as a possible solution? to unlock the cage of your financial slavery. And if you think you're not slaves, people, I don't know any of you in the audience. However, I can guess what many of your lives are like. I mean, if you're the average professional wage earner, you commute to an office in the morning after, kissing your family goodbye. You stay 8 hours in a windowless, airless environment. You reverse that coming home, and you do that 5 days a week for 40 years. And you get a few weeks off every year. They let you out of your cage, and then you start over. And the work that you're doing is not work that you wake up on Monday going, oh, thank God, I get to go to work today. No, it's the type of work that you go, thank God it's Friday. Is that the life? That's financial. That's financial slavery for you. This is how it looks in this modern era.
A lot of people choose that for themselves. A lot of people waste a lot of money on shit they do not need. I don't understand it. I don't like wasting money. If you think about what it really takes to live and how much it really costs you, it ain't as much as you think, and you really could save a lot if you really wanted to, even if you're broke as hell.
It's next to nothing if you're willing to be minimalistic.
Yep, peanut butter and jelly and rice and beans will get you a long way.
And also, if you can acquire a secondhand house that's off the grid, with solar or hydro or wind or something, live off the land. Good God, people, there are seeds you can buy in grocery stores.
Yeah, people forget seeds exist. Like, you can grow your own food, like it just comes out of the earth for free? No way. The rain's free and everything. Wow.
Well, it's not exactly for free. You got to water and you got to weed, but that's about all. I mean, plants don't require a whole lot of attention. You don't have to sing to them like some people say.
Who do you think has made the most money in crypto?
Well, obviously, Jihan Wu.
I don't think he made. Okay, how much do you think Jihan made?
Yeah, he's got to be worth $25 billion. Run the numbers. Good God Almighty, he's the only manufacturer. Bitmain's
yeah, but I mean, I don't think the block rewards in total over the years Bitmain existed add up to that much.
I'm sorry.
So Bitmain's income is a function of the block reward. They can't get their customers to pay them more than the total Bitcoin block reward. I don't think the total block rewards for all of the time Bitmain existed adds up to that much. I don't think he's got that much. He could have $1 billion or $2 billion, I think. I don't think he does 25.
That's not where they're making their money. Good God, man. They are the largest Bitcoin miner in the world and always have been, and they have never. I know Jihan personally. I think he's probably the most humble man I've ever met. No pretensions. He's never sold a single fucking Bitcoin.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I think he went all in on BCH and got the shit wrecked out of him. And I've seen him yelling on YouTube, "It is Bitcoin Cash, not Bcash." I've seen him yelling, and I've seen him get wrecked on that BCH chart hard as fuck. I don't. And that little bitch blocked me on Twitter. So I ain't got nothing nice to say about him. He tried to kill the real Bitcoin with a fake copy of it, and he fucked up entirely so much that they removed him from his own company that he founded. And they just put him back.
The question wasn't who do we like or dislike. Although I did volunteer, I like. Okay. The question was, who do you think the richest man is?
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. I think
it's either him or Brock Pierce.
Right. So EOS hit it home run, 4.2 billion raise. I'm not sure how much Brock got to keep. I don't know how Brock and PDT.
He had billions before EOS. Good God Almighty. The man owns half the fucking pachinko machines in China, for fuck's sake. All right, I know he's another good friend of mine. So
yeah, Brock seems to have good power in the ecosystem. Sure, like I agree. Brock's in the player list. Jihan's in the player list. Coinbase, Brian Armstrong's in the player list.
Yes.
I think from my limited, you have other knowledge to other revenue streams these guys have because you have better relationships with them. From my perspective as an outsider, more so than you are, I think the Block 1 guys with their 4.2 billion raise on EOS made more money than Brian plus Arthur from BitMEX plus Satoshi plus all those guys combined. Just look at the math. So Jihan and EOS guys top 2.
Yeah, that's my guess. Who would you guess?
I'm with you on all fronts. The only thing that I thought was maybe, I mean, I don't know about Brock's share of EOS, what percent cut he got, because he kind of got like publicly removed a little early.
Listen, that's a maneuver for PR.
Exactly.
That, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Who do you think the unhappiest man in crypto is? Or
Roger Ver.
I would put two of them in there. I think Roger and Craig Wright together.
Bitfinex seems pretty unhappy.
Would make a good team, wouldn't they?
Who? Roger and
Craig Wright.
Here's the thing. I did an interview with Roger a very long time ago. I met him in 2013 at a Bitcoin conference, and he's a nice guy. He wants good things for the world. And I told him on stream, I'm like, why are you interacting with this guy that pretends to be Satoshi? And he just kept doing it. And now, like, when you lay in bed with bad bedfellows, you wake up with fleas. And, because he gave this guy press time, he created that fork that tried to kill his coin. So he created a coin to try and kill the real Bitcoin. And then someone else came along that he empowered and tried to kill his coin with another faker version of the fake version. So, third tier fake. And, it's like, that didn't have to happen, right? Do you think Satoshi invented a system to remove trust and rely on signatures so that he could personally require trust and give no signatures? Doesn't make any sense. He invented something to do the opposite, right? Like, proof is cheap. We have encryption. We have signatures now. You don't need to take people's words for shit. Which is why you keep getting fake Bitcoin inventors all the time. Now, I will say, and this is a controversial opinion I have that people don't like, I think Satoshi is deceased or a bitch. Vitalik invented Ethereum, and he's standing on stage, and he's not the most buff-looking dude, okay? He weighs maybe 100 pounds. And he stands on stage as the founder of a cryptocurrency and isn't a coward and doesn't run away and still writes software and still writes improvements and still donates to charity, supports sens.org, trying to save your life with longevity research. He does all those things, and he doesn't hide away like a little bitch. Now people say, oh, well, Satoshi did what, No, he could do, if he was alive, he could do the same thing. I'm sure he ain't smaller than Vitalik, right?
Okay. Now, first of all, whoever Satoshi is completely fucking insignificant. We know all the people who were involved, right, in the development.
He's got 1 million coins. He's still got 5% of the supply.
Pardon?
It matters. He's got 5% of the supply. He's still got 1 million coins.
That's fine. If Craig Wright was around, there's a whole bunch of people. Now, you can buy some authoring software for $79.95 to run against the Satoshi white paper. And every single person involved in this, by the way, has written multiple technical papers. If you look at it, you don't need any software. Let me just tell you. If you look at the white paper, you'll notice two very unusual things. Number one, all of the spelling for words which have different spelling in American and English, and there are about 5 words in there that do, have the British spelling. The second telling thing is, after every sentence are 2 spaces. Now, this is a minority of choice for people who write. You check it out yourself. Look at the white paper.
I agree. You can also do timing analysis.
There are only 2 of the people that could have been involved, which are British, and only one of them double spaces after a period. Fuck me. Look it up. I mean, people going, who is it? It's easy.
So you can also do analysis of what hours he posted to Bitcoin Talk. And that, so a lot of people try and be anonymous on the internet, and then there's an attack vector they're not aware of, which is a timing attack. So if you do real-time communication, and you say, hello, Richard, and I say, hello back, John, they know that you and I were communicating because my response was so short in time next to your transmission.
Yes.
So if you really want to be anonymous, you have to use different words and introduce random delays in responses.
That's a possibility, but why implicate one of the other players?
Yeah, sure. But the thing is, once again, Vitalik said this on stage, it makes a lot of sense. It's kind of like Occam's razor. The easiest way to prove that you're Satoshi is to sign from an old address. Now, it still doesn't prove that you are, but it sure eliminates a lot of other people from contention. And if anyone else is trying any other method that's not the simplest one, then they're trying to bullshit you. So if someone is telling you a lot of words that take hours and hours and hours, when they can make a signature in 10 seconds, they're bullshitting you for a reason, right? The signature is the thing that the entire system requires.
I might have been misled, but if you use full authoring software, it comes out 99% who Satoshi is. So $79.95. I only get a $25 commission. I'm being upfront with this now.
By the way, I put when I first started, I put 2 spaces after periods because when I first started typing, I typed on a real typewriter, and that's what you did when you typed on a real typewriter. So it's kind of something that old people do.
I'm not saying. All I'm saying is there are only 2 British people, only one of them have double spaces in all of their papers.
But so you're restricting the set of people to people that were on the mailing list for a cypherpunk mailing list, right? That's what you're using as your input set. For your input set of possible Satoshites, you're using the mailing list of cryptography, the cypherpunk mailing list, right? That's your input set.
No. I'm just using those people we all know were involved, for fuck's sake.
But that's where we know them from. That's where that list comes from.
There's a history to this. There's less than a dozen of them.
Because that's the mailing list.
Every single one has written multiple papers. Dr. Adam Back has written over 100, for fuck's sake. Randomly grab one and run the analysis.
So we talked about who makes the most money. What have you made the most money on? I won't answer that question. I guess I will. It's probably Bitcoin.
What's the question?
What have you made the most money on? Crypto. Which crypto? You don't have to answer. That's like a personal bullshit question. I would not expect you to answer that.
Well, good.
Okay.
Next question.
But I mean, if you're already all in and you're like, fuck it, I'm not paying taxes anyway, come and get me. I mean, really, you could fucking say whatever you want.
I know, and I said what I wanted, which is nothing.
I feel you, man. So what do you want to see go up now? Like, what are you doing? Are you shilling? I mean, I'm wearing a fucking Hex t-shirt. I'm shilling. What are you selling?
My biggest project is the McAfee DEX.
Okay.
It came out 3.5 weeks ago. We carry every token on the Ethereum blockchain now. Next week, we'll be adding Tron, EOS, Neo, and Binance before the first of the year.
And anyone can add anything they want, right?
Pardon?
Anyone can add any address they want, any token they want, right?
As long as it's on the blockchains for support. Yeah, right now, we're in beta right now. So the beta test, we chose Ethereum. Why? It's got the most volume, the absolute most number of coins, from ERC20s up to ERC1440s. So we'll be doing cross-chain transactions the second quarter of next year. We charge no listing fees. If you want to list a coin, you press the button at the top of the page, put in the technical specs, you're listed. We take no information from anybody. We don't ask for your name, your email address. We look at no documents. We don't care if you're in America or Siberia. It's all the same to us. Is it
custodial? Do you guys hold coins or?
No, fuck no, we don't hold things. That would give us control, would it not? Absolutely not. Non-custodial.
Well, you can't exit scam if you're not holding any coins, right? So.
What's that?
You can't exit scam if you're not holding any coins.
No, we're not holding it, and we hold nothing. Absolutely nothing. These are all smart contracts. Our logic is smart contracts on the blockchain.
Do you know how much volume you're doing? Or you don't know off the top of your head?
We're not even looking right now, but we're trying to fix the bugs that are coming from the volume. Okay,
yep.
That's the purpose of the beta. I mean, you can do as much as you want with a development team of 15 or 20 people, but you can't test. You can't really test something like this until you put it out there. So
it's amazing what users can do to a system that's supposed to work well.
The first thing was speed. It took us 40 seconds to load the home page when we first started. We're now down to 3. We're down to 3 seconds. Next week we'll be down to 1 second. So these are the things we're working on now.
Right.
But no, we're non-custodial. We have multiple portals. If you have a domain, you want to run a web page, we will set up your portal for you for $395.
So you're talking about white labeling the DEX for people?
Pardon?
Are you talking about white labeling the McAfee DEX for people?
Yeah, you could say that. And if you do that, all the traffic that comes through your portal, you get 0.5% of the transaction. It's all shared. I mean, everything that comes in through every portal is all on the blockchain, so everybody sees everything as soon as it happens. So anyway, I'm doing this just as sort of a thumbs up to the authorities that be in this world that say you can't do this, you can't do that. So when they come to shut me down, I'm going to say, gosh, I'm so sorry. I was stupid. I made this smart contracts on the blockchain. It can't go away. I don't know. I wasn't thinking. I never thought that you people might want to know something. That's what I'm saying. And in turn, they say, well, we're taking the domain, McAfeeDex.com. I'll go, I give a flying fuck. We already have 30 portals. We have 100 by the end of the year and 1,000 by mid next year. So I don't care. Can't be shut down.
Right.
Can't be controlled. It can be monitored, of course, but only if they know your wallet address and who you are. Be cautious.
Yeah, and I just tweeted today a tweet that I saw from Vitalik, which was, if you want to mix Ethereum, and you could also mix ERC20 tokens or whatever, I think. I've never actually used this thing yet. You can go to tornado.cash, and it's like a mixer for Ethereum stuff, and then your stuff goes in and it comes out anonymous, and then you've got that extra layer that you might want.
Absolutely.
It's probably easier than like going to Monero.
We're working on all kinds. You have no idea the shit we're working on, and we're not saying anything.
Well, I could, because you could tell me.
And I promise you, when we come out with our shit, you're going to be truly surprised. You're going to be truly.
It's too bad.
This is a beta. We never imagined the shit that can go wrong in a distributed exchange of this nature. So
it's too bad you guys don't have a big Bitcoin cold wallet, because in the token that I made, I give it out to free to people that have Bitcoin, and I would try and pitch you guys on claiming on the behalf of users and taking a referral fee, which is 20%, and then they get a 10% bonus for having used your referral fee.
Now, Bitcoin is going to be very difficult for us. It's going to be difficult for anybody to do a distributed exchange with Bitcoin, just because it's older. The architecture does not support what we're trying to do. Yep. But we will solve this problem. It's just going to take some time.
Did you ever look into the coin I built, or have you not? I built a token. I built a coin. Did you ever look at it yet?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. No one told me about it. Listen,
you should do it.
I'm an old man that can barely remember my name.
Well, if you've got a stack of Bitcoin, I give you free tokens. So if you like free money, go to hex.win and get your free money. Not bad. I worked hard. It cost me a lot of money to give you free money.
I'm sure I did. Well, that's too bad. Too bad I sold all of my Bitcoins at the extreme bottom of the bear market. Oh, well.
You should have let them sink in a boat accident, man. That's what everyone else does. You send the dinghy out with your treasure, and then it sinks.
Yes. What else do you users want to talk about?
Well,
your followers.
I don't know. Let's ask them. Hey guys, they're on like a 30-second delay because I shoot 4K, so it takes time to ring code and transmit to them. Hey guys, we can talk about anything you like. We already talked about who Satoshi might be. We talked about who made the most money in crypto. We talked about designer drugs and chemicals. We circle jerked a little bit on how cool we are.
Absolutely no questions about the allegations that I ate those children. I'm sick of dealing with it. I've answered those questions.
What about the whale sex?
The which one?
The whale sex.
The whale sex. We can talk about that. That's not a problem. But listen, I was drunk at the time. I remember nothing, so I can't tell you guys.
So I guess. So let's play this game. I have a theory that I think can help onboard everyone to crypto, and I don't think there's actually another way to do it. And I'm going to try and let's see if we can do that. I think we need a lot of advertisements, period. And I think the only people that could buy the ads now are exchange houses, which fuck the user with fees, and lose your data, and email your name to everyone else, and seize your funds, and loot. Like, that just is terrible. That's why DEX is so much cooler, because you guys can't lose anyone's money. You don't have any other money. So that's a great innovation. So the only way that I can think of to be able to afford to onboard new users is to actually have enough of the supply that when the price goes up enough, you can sell a little bit and make more than it costs to bring the guy on board. I don't think you can actually onboard new users without fucking them with fees unless you control enough of the supply. There's no way to be cash positive.
I think he might be right. I mean, the other solution that I considered is if we get all of the hookers and prostitutes on our side.
They're already on there. Once they ban Backpage.
Get them to not do any work whatsoever unless they're paid in cryptocurrency. I promise you, within 2 weeks, every male and therefore his family more likely will be involved in cryptocurrency.
Yeah, I guess another side angle would be to use other services that have high adoption rates. But this is where a throughput problem actually does hurt, because we could not, with the throughput we have on any blockchain whatsoever, support Clash of Clans' economy, a single freemium casual game. We couldn't do their economy on the blockchain because of technical limitations. So even that one's a little bit hard, right? I mean, 100 million users a day, doing how many transactions per day? Let's call it 10. That's what, 1 billion transactions a day for one game, singular? And then how many games are out there? It's going to be a hard one.
I know, it is indeed.
Yep.
All right, I think we have time for one more question, if there is one, because I've got another interview coming up.
I love that you talk to everybody, like if someone's coming up and they don't have a following or anything, I will see that they have done an interview with you. And I think that's really nice of you, because you're one of the heaviest hitters in the space. So I think that's real cool of you to do interviews with people.
All right. Any questions on your screen?
McAfee, did you look? No, somebody's showing something else.
They want to know about the children I ate, don't they?
2 million baby? And we could talk about, I'll just ask my question. Are you going to eat your dick in 2020 if the Bitcoin price is not $1 million? Or are you going to squeeze your way out of it and say that someone else is going to eat your dick on your sponsorship or something? That's all.
Well, definitely the second. I mean, I'll need to consult with my lawyers about what the protocols and rules are.
Get a clone. Look, make a clone of yourself, and then you can use them for harvest. You can harvest his organs and everything, man. Just make a clone of yourself. When you have a heart attack, you can just take his heart. Just make sure he's not smarter than you, and then you've got a movie situation where he tries to take over your life and then kill you.
Well, the other thing was to hire one of the great stage musicians. I mean, I'm friends with a couple of them, and to arrange the stage so that it would look like it's being cut off, but I can't find a single one who's willing to touch my dick.
Yeah, I think Penn and Teller could sort you, man. You just get on the phone. He's a libertarian. Penn Jillette.
I know.
I hook you up.
I know. I met him in Las Vegas in 2016 when I was running.
He's a tall fucker, ain't he? What's going on with your president? He's a tall fucker. He's like 6'7" or something, I think.
God, yes, is he tall? I mean, it's ugly.
So what's up with your presidential race? And that'll be our last question.
Well, it's still on. I mean, we have we're still up and running. We have regional coordinators. We're negotiating with the Libertarian Party. The party leadership doesn't like me. I don't blame them, quite frankly. Nothing about me that's in their favor. Nevertheless, as a Libertarian membership who's paid $25 dues, I have the right to throw my hat in the ring. And I think I have enough support within the party, if nothing else, left over from 2016, to make sure that I appear in those debates that matter. John Stausen, for example, and so on.
The mustache, yeah. I would love to see you debate.
We know. I mean, if anybody out there thinks I really can become the U.S. president, then stop the rainbows.
I would assign it a low probability.
Yeah, impossible. There's zero probability, people. So I don't want that job. I don't think it matters who's president. I really don't. I
Right.
mean, you get elected, you're there for 4 years, 8 maybe if you're lucky.
Yeah.
The people who are managing you and advising you and providing information to you have been there for 30 and 40 years some of them. And to them, the real controllers here, you're just the next guy. Here's the next guy. And okay, what are his qualities? Let's let him do this. So you sit in that chair, you have 1,000 strings attached to you. The CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and none of them are going to tell you jack shit. You want to find out if there's aliens in the world? I promise you, presidents will be the last to know.
Yeah, there's a story about that. Everyone, even Clinton went in there, and that was one of his things. And then as soon as they get in, you never hear about it again. So whatever they're telling them, it shuts them right up.
What they're telling them is you don't have a need to know. For national security reasons, Mr. President. If an emergency happens where you need to know, I assure you, sir, you will be the first alerted. Yeah. This is control. Good God. And I've had a blast, by the way.
I've really enjoyed it. Everyone go to McAfee 2020 if you want to see his presidential campaign. I think his Dex is McAfeeDex.com. Is that it?
McAfee Dex or McAfee Dex, however you want to pronounce it.
If you want the free tokens that I made for you, they're free. Go to hex.win, and that's it. And I hope to see you again.
I'm going to go buy some Bitcoins just so I can get your fucking tokens. Is that all right with you?
You know what, man? If you're a referrer, I tell people they can double dip and get a 40%. You tell people to claim their free tokens, you get 20% kick on it. Then sell them for ETH, and then turn them into Hex. You get 20% again. You get a 40% round trip. It's pretty good. It's good seeing you, man.
Yeah, I want to stop what I'm doing. I mean, clearly this is much more profitable.
There's not that many ways you can make $1 billion in a year, and crypto is one of the few. The founder of XRP was the richest man in the world in 2017, and one of us might be the richest man in the world in 2020. We'll see.
All right, my friend. Thank you so much.
See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Starting. Hello there.
G'day Richard and g'day crypto goers. I'm Adam Stokes. Very special episode tonight. He retired in 2003 after an immensely diverse entrepreneurial career, starting with car stereo installations and sales from his front yard at 18, also known as Audio Ecstasy, before moving on to other inventions including Internet Marketing Masters, Triple X Toy Joy, which sounds like fun, Lead Feeds, Wibout, and more. He started GPU mining Bitcoin in early 2011, back when the block rewards were 50 coins per block and achievable without being part of a pool. That would have been nice. He's lived all over the world, has more than 40,000 subs on YouTube, 52,000 followers on Twitter, and is the author of 2 books, including Sci-Vive, of which we're talking about more tonight. He says he's retired, but like a true entrepreneur, he'll never really retire as he continues to give through education, conversation, and creation. His latest project is the creation of a crypto like no other called Hex, of which I personally spent weeks researching to create an in-depth review on my own channel. See the link below. He's so diverse in his knowledge across so many fields, it's no wonder so many people want to learn from him. Richard, I've been looking forward to this for 2 years. I'm humbled and honored to speak with you. Welcome to the channel.
Hey, it's the best intro I've ever heard. You packed in, real facts, things that people could Google. I like that.
Well, as I mentioned, I've been listening to your stuff for years, and I kind of hate it when they start and say, can you introduce yourself? I think that's a bit weird. I think if you're giving up your time, they could have at least given a little intro. But
agree with you.
That aside, yeah, good on you. I hope to, as I mentioned in our conversations before, I hope to do this very different to the other in-depth conversations you've done on your channel and other channels. So let's get into 20 quick questions before we deep dive into other stuff. You cool with this?
Sounds good.
All right. The challenge for you is to try and keep it as short as possible, and then we're going to go way down the rabbit hole of everything that is Richard Hart. All right. Number 1, are you Satoshi?
No.
2, excluding Bitcoin and Hex, what's your favorite crypto?
Ethereum or Monero.
Wow. 3, who is your mentor?
Don't have one. Everyone.
Wow.
Everyone that's got something that I can learn from. you can learn from stupid people. I mean, if you're not an example, you're at least a warning.
Cool. 4, beyond your YouTube subscribers and employees, who is your mentee?
I've had quite a few that were able to read the Sci-Vibe book or hear some of the things I've said and do them. A lot of people listen and then they don't do the thing, and then they don't fall in love with the stuff because they don't know how good it is because they're not doing it. There's maybe 5 or 6 guys that really have done what's in the book and have taken my advice and have changed their lives for the better. And they're, true diehard fans because I changed their life because they were willing to take advice. They take my advice better than I do. If I took my own advice, I'd have a 6-pack, right? So it's mostly they're mostly the reason that they're the best mentees, because they have the best drive to do things.
Yeah, I found that when you're I've been very lucky in the crypto space. I've had a few people mentor me, one in particular, and as a result, whenever he gives me any homework, so to speak, I strictly make myself do it, because he's giving so much of his time to me. It's in both our best interest to make sure that I actually do what he's given to me. Otherwise, he's just wasting time.
Right.
But we move on. Number 5. What's your daily driver? Uber?
Lately, it's just greed and stress. So, I mean, I wanted to launch Hex at the bottom of the bear market. I figured the bear market would be similar to other bear markets and last about 2 years, and we would spend some time at the bottom consolidating. Instead, we didn't. We just went down and went right back up, and it ignored all resistances on the way back up. So the horizontal support turned resistance at 6K. It didn't resist, and it went right through. And it did that at every point along the way. Bitcoin's never done that before, and that was with no Google searches, no premiums on futures, no premiums on anything for the majority of that run. It was weird. So, it looks like I didn't get to launch at the bottom. Now, the good news is a lot of people bought the bottom because they thought we were closer to launch than we ended up being. So awesome for those people, Last time I tweeted out, hey, who's happy that they, bought Bitcoin in the 3,000s because they were waiting for Hex to come out? Got something like 90 or 100 likes. So at least I assume 90 or 100 people did pretty well. Yeah, I don't remember the question. What was the question?
We've gone right down the wrong path. Maybe it's my accent. I said, "What's your daily driver?" As in, what's your?
Oh yeah, so I'm like stressed for time because I'm pissed that we didn't launch earlier. And
no, what are you driving? Like, what's your car? Like, you're rich, so what do you?
Oh,
what do you drive?
I don't drive. I don't fuck with it
at all.
No, I don't bother with it. I used to drive a lot. I used to have a twin turbo Lexus and a lot of other toys, BMW M3 convertible, stuff like that. But I tend to push things to the edge at which they can be pushed. So if I get a car, when I park, the brakes will glow red. So like the brakes on my M3 and my Lexus, when you park, you could literally take a photo of the brakes glowing red, which is something you usually only see on an F1 car. And I'm just doing that driving around the city. That's not healthy for the city or me or my driver's license. So as I've gotten older, I figured it's wiser for me to not have cars that I want to dip in to see how far they can go. And you're going to live longer if you're not driving around. So
you actually, a bit of a digression there for me as well. I remember when I lived in Korea, there was a guy who drove every day, and we went to go out clubbing, and he had no car, and we went in a taxi. I said, "Where's your car?" And he said, "No, I had to get rid of it. If I didn't get rid of it, I'd end up killing someone." And that's because his American style of driving was somewhat different to the good South Korean style of driving, and he was experiencing too much road rage, and he's like, "You know what? I'm going to end up in jail."
Right. Yeah. I mean, so I've had a lot. I've been into a bunch of accidents. Maybe one of them my fault. Maybe. And like, you just get injured, and then you have like neck pain, and it's. The stuff that is good about life for the most part is at the end of journeys. The food you want to eat is not in the car. The movie you want to see is not in the car. if you want to make love, car's not the best spot. And it's just like, if you can spend less time in transition and just live closer to the things that you like, or bring things to you, then you don't have to pollute the environment, risk killing people, risk killing yourself. The more time you spend on the road, the more likely you are to be maimed, crippled, and injured. There's really not a lot of upside to it. Sounds fun, feels fun. Roller coasters are fun too, and you're less likely to die on them. So maybe go to the theme park.
You know what? As I get older, being Australian, it's a pretty big country. It takes a while to drive across the country, and I used to drive heaps, especially at night. I didn't care, but after hitting 3 kangaroos in a very short period of time, I'm like, you know what? I don't know if it's just getting older, but I don't like driving at night anymore.
So no Holden SS Commodore for you then?
No, I've never been into that.
All right.
Clearly, you've been to Australia. I'm a Beamer man through and through, and part of the reason why I drive Beamers is German cars, that is. I'm just really big on the safety. Yes, they're nice. Yes, they're pretty, but I like being surrounded by 10 airbags and all the technology. And comparative to a Commodore, no thanks. Yeah. All right, next one. iPhone or Android?
Well, I kind of got into Android because you used to not be able to have a Bitcoin wallet on iPhone. So I'm still kind of an Android guy. I do recognize that iPhone has better security. So if you want the encrypted security module in an iPhone is the best. It's better than the Android stuff. So
and that's the same with PCs?
Well, no, PC you have to be a Windows guy if you do most things like live stream or any type of gaming whatsoever. There's just so many apps that only run on Windows, and then Linux is a nightmare. I use it because I have to develop code, but if I didn't have to compile binaries and other crap, I would never ever use Linux ever, because nothing works on it, and the things that do work on Linux barely work. If you ever install something, you have to read 5 guides and fix 5 dependency issues before it works. It's a nightmare. And I've never used an Apple computer. Like, I used one in elementary school 20 years ago. Longer, maybe? So, yeah, I don't give a shit about the non-upgradable hardware, more expensive, slower computing experience. I'm not interested in it.
Yeah, I know people get very passionate about it, but when I was at uni years ago, we used to have both PC and Mac labs, and I used to purposely make myself go into the Mac labs just to keep up the Mac skills, but in the end...
I mean, you can leave them run longer. You don't have to reboot them as often. That's nice. They don't come with as much scummy advertising wear. That's nice. I mean, they've got upsides. They've got the best battery life. There is upside to it. Good hardware.
Quiet and cool.
Well, yeah, if you have less power, things are cooler and quieter.
Are you left or right-handed?
Right.
I actually pictured you being ambidextrous.
My father is, but I'm not for some reason.
Right,
if I broke my right hand, I might be, but I never broke my right hand. Well, I actually did break my right hand. Yeah, never mind. I'm just not.
I did it as a kid, running across desks, fell off, and I was so scared of the teacher, I didn't tell her, so I stayed at school with a broken right wrist until I got home. Most pain of my life.
That happens every time I break something. People don't believe it's broken because I'm not crying like a bitch. I'm like, no, it hurts a lot. It really does. And then you go and get your x-ray and you're like, yeah, that shit's broken. Did that with my leg and my arm.
All right, we're nearly halfway before we go deep diving. Here we go, some political stuff. I think I know the answer to this, but I want to hear you say it. Are you more left, right, or centered on the political side?
Made a video of this called Treat Your Politics Like Your Sandwich, and why elect the crappier of two evils. Basically, when you order a sandwich, you're going to have like 8 variables on there. And if you can remember those 8 variables, then you can remember the only 8 variables people care about when you tell them your politics. So I'm against, invading people for no good reason. I think it's a huge net cost. I'm against fake security theater where you do lots of surveillance and little investigation and little enforcement. I think weed should be legal. I'm so basically socially liberal, fiscally conservative. And then I just if you go through that video, it'll tell you every single one of my positions, because everybody's wrong on something, right? So like the conservatives who aren't conservative at all, they spend like crazy. They created a new branch of government called the TSA that does security theater, and Homeland Security, which does security theater. And all the people that they're stopping at the walls just fly over on visas and stay on airplanes. Like everyone gets something wrong and everyone gets something right. Every single political branch, pretty much. So if you chose one or the other, you chose wrong, because it means you're wrong in half the shit, pretty much.
Okay. That one I actually haven't seen. I have to check it out. But as we go down these 20...
I wrote a book on it too. So if you go to the Sci-Fi book, there's a second book called Fix the World. So Sci-Fi focuses on stuff you can change. Fix the World focuses on stuff you can't change, but it's important, systematic stuff.
Just to digress on that, I'm really big into audio books. You're going to release these on audio? Like on the Sci-Fi, certainly you can press the icon that reads it, but it's so clunky.
Yeah. One day, Hex first, and then Sci-Fi.
Roger. Okay. What makes you laugh?
A lot of stuff.
The Simpsons guy?
Simpsons is alright. I haven't watched in a while. I just watched this movie called, this Seth Rogen movie called, it's like Knocked Up. That was hilarious. I thought Knocked Up was funny as hell.
Check it out.
It's on Netflix. Yeah, I laugh pretty easily when I'm not like under the watchful eye, like having to present myself well or whatever. I take crypto seriously, and so I get more serious when I talk about this stuff. But I'm not talking about this stuff. I'm pretty jovial. I'm okay with a good fart joke. It makes me smile.
I've been watching a lot of your stuff, and there was one question that someone asked you. It was a while ago. You had a group chat, and actually a girl jumped in, and she asked you, "Tell us some of your sex tips." And
I answered.
We got a smile out of you for that. You went down to the blood pressure road. I thought that was hilarious.
It works.
So what makes you mad then?
Oh God, that's an easy
Besides
one,
Satoshi, what makes you mad?
Well, I'm not partial to people that don't listen. Like if I tell someone to do a thing, they should do the thing. And a lot of times you tell someone to do a thing and they have a good story for you and a whole bunch of talking, a whole bunch of bullshit, and you're like, no, just do the thing. I don't care about the story, And people find it very hard to follow instructions for some reason. Pride, lack of good habits, I'm not exactly sure.
You your team with the Hex, just this is a slight digression, but the team with your Hex, are they going all right? It's everything. I did a review on Hex a while ago.
I think we had people that could do a very good job, but just wouldn't and kept delaying things. And so we just chose new people. So our UI is being done by another guy, and he's had a lot of experience launching other things that have been audited and successful and such. And it's just happening. So every day you look, there's new code and there's new functionality, and the progress is very clear. That's a nice experience to have when you're a project leader. I'm the one that has to make sure that everything meets my vision, and when I can build a new front end on by following the instructions and see new things that are complete and work, and then hand those out to people to test, that makes me feel very good. So right now we have front end code that performs all the functions except claim, which might be done today, because you have to sanitize the data inputs. Sometimes you pay something that's in all caps, sometimes it's not in all caps, and some signatures come with prefixes and some don't, and there's all these different permutations you have to account for in the claim process, kind of behind the scenes. I'm happy with it. I can't ask for much more. The contract's done. We've run out of things to do on the contract. It's basically ready for audit. I'm just kind of playing around modeling users to just make sure the curves look like how I want. And I am worried about going to audit and then having a surprise. Hey, we have to add an index for this one thing for the front end to make it easier to display this data. and then I don't want that index to like invalidate my audit. It probably wouldn't, but the auditors prefer code that's just locked. So I'm kind of trying to time it. I'm trying to delay the audit by like a few days, maybe a week, so that I can make sure that we don't need to make any changes to support the front end stuff, because we might find some front end thing we wanted to add. But I mean, I don't know, maybe I go to audit this week, maybe 2 weeks. We'll see.
Cool. I look forward to speaking more about Hex with you.
I could teach you how to build the contract, host it on your own local blockchain, and make a stake, open a stake, close a stake, claim funds, do all that magic stuff. Like you could do it on your own computer.
So, what do you do when you're to unwind in your? This is number 11, by the way. Before we go down to talk about your book, and also want to talk about dating as a millionaire. But what do you do to unwind when you've got spare time, if you've got any? Not driving.
Watch movies. Watch live streams. There's this dude that's hilarious. I used to play this video game called League of Legends. It's cancer. Don't ever play it. But if you have the misfortune of having played it, then you'll appreciate watching this live stream from a dude named Tyler1. He's goddamn hilarious. He's just insanely funny. He's the funniest live streamer. The funniest live streamer used to be a guy named Dr. Destruction or Dr. something. It's just the Doc. He was hilarious, but then the games he played started to suck too much, so then just watch Tyler every once in a while. It's great, because you can just leave it, on the background and wait for something awesome to happen while you work. Because it's the thing. So there's two theories of working, right? One theory is that you can have nothing and just do the work, and that's awesome. Then the other theory is that like a part of your brain that if you can just get rid of it and make it stop trying to get you to do other things, then you could do the work. So some people do well idling with something kind of playing while they work that makes them feel like they're wasting time, but really they're working. And then I guess some people do well with just like only the work in front of them. They both can be effective.
On gaming, I remember you talking to Doug Polk. It's over a year ago, I think. And there was something in that interview that really stuck in my head. It's quite profound. I was actually even thinking about it in the lead up to this discussion. You spoke about cards like gambling, poker, and computer games being a zero-sum game. And I remember, actually, it was in Korea. I'm pretty good at poker. I'm not great, but I certainly understand the game well. And when I went to Korea and played in this tournament as a mediocre player, because I went there against very poor players, I was actually very, very good at it. And I remember being in a tournament, and it came down to head-to-head, me and this guy. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. I had to go to school the next day. And even though I probably could have won, I said, look, do you just want to split the pot? And this guy, even though I was up, he's like, yeah, let's do it. That's great. And some people are like, you could have won that. And I'm just thinking, no, I'm just wasting my time here. And then when I watched your video with Doug Polk, it was years later. It actually reinforced that. And the same sort of goes with computer games. Now, of course, some people play computer games and become rock stars at computer games, and it's a very small percentage. But you used to be a gamer, and you weren't getting much out of that.
Well, it consumes all of your consciousness. It deletes you as a human being, pretty much, depending on the game you're playing. So if you're playing a game that's a narrative story and has a beginning and an end, and you put maybe 8 hours into it, okay, cool. That was 8 awesome hours that was better than a movie. Fabulous. If you play a game that involves grinding, and like Clash of Clans, all those casual games, if you play something on your phone, you're fucked, because they're all designed to suck away your consciousness and make you do repetitive tasks, which, if you think about it, is what you would do to destroy a foreign culture or demoralize a foreign army, is suck all of their ability to be, useful on the battlefield into dicking around with their phone. And then you can go take their girls and their land and whatever else you want to do, because you destroyed them, right? So when you spend all your time consuming someone else's narrative, you are not you. You want to get to a point where you can make your own narrative, and other people can follow your path that you trailblazed, and they can follow behind you. If you spend all your time doing what other people have programmed for you to do, you're kind of like their slave a little bit, right? So It's fun. It's just like salt on food. It tastes great in moderation, right? It's just like showering. It tastes great, or, feels good, but you want to get out of the shower sometimes. You don't want to just live in the water, right? So if you spend your life gaming, like, I did, where you'd wake up, start playing, and play until you couldn't keep your eyes open anymore. Well, if I measure what I got achieved in those years, I got some cool icons for my character. Could have done anything else,
Yeah, you see those kids who play, literally they die. The mum goes into the room and finds them dead on their keyboard.
Yeah, and they've got teams of psychologists that spend all day figuring out how to separate you from your money and your consciousness. And so they just throw people into the meat grinder for profit. That's what casual gaming is. That's what loot boxes are.
Here's a tough one for you. I really enjoy how you talk about, enjoy is probably a bad word when I'm talking about someone dying. So you spoke about Jobs dying with lots of money. And
Steve Jobs.
And that money could have been put into researching a cure for his own death, or preventing his own death.
Mm-hmm.
And it got me thinking to this question: how much wealth is enough?
Well, it's the wrong question. So you're presupposing that enough exists, and the easy, witty answer to your question is more. So the way human beings are wired up is that we are meant to achieve a goal, desire another goal, work towards it, achieve it, and keep doing that over and over again. And the only way that works is if you're never actually satisfied with the previous goal. You have to keep increasing what you want, increasing your circle of influence, right? So you learn more, get more, learn more, get more. If you didn't do that, you'd be outcompeted by people that did, right? So we're kind of the result of stuff that works. And what works is this ratcheting effect of a staircase. And no one's happy with pay cuts. Everyone's happy with pay rises. No one's happy with being weaker. Everybody wants to be stronger. Nobody wants to be slower. They want to be faster. And that's how it works for all animals and everything that you see around here. Other systems have been tried where you could like things that suck, and you disappear, right? It's just like hoarding stuff. People like to save things and collect things. Why? Well, if there's ever a shortage of things, you got the thing, and maybe you needed that to live, right? Maybe it was food, so you're not supposed to be happy forever. If you do that, you become a hippie, and the Chinese come take your land. So the Chinese are taking all of Tibet's land because the Tibetans didn't screw enough and make enough people and be warrior enough to protect themselves. And so their happiness and control over their minds allowed them to be more chill, and now they're getting beat up because they were too chill. If you look at the amount of medical research and technology, or weapons research and technology that comes out of Tibetan monks, it's jack shit, because they're sitting around feeling good. And sitting around feeling good gets outcompeted by trying hard. And so the tryhards, right, the Mongols and their offspring, have more control over what the world looks like now. And, you wouldn't be surprised if that culture just disappeared at some point due to being outcompeted, right? So it's not free to be a hippie and happy all the time and, smoking weed and just sitting around, right? There's a cost to it. And, it's somewhere that's nice to visit. It's not somewhere you should live. If you magically find the way to make progress and be effective happily, excellent, good for you. I think the most productive people in the world, for the most part, ain't that happy. They're kind of tortured souls, and they need to produce to try and feel less of that pain. Producing a book is hard as fuck. It's you in the paper. I guess Elon Musk had a good quote from one of his friends that was, having a startup is like chewing glass and staring into the abyss. Well, yeah, yeah, kind of. There's some fun parts too, right? But there's a lot of suck as well. Look at Hex, right? It should have been out a while ago. And I have when I give time estimates to people, I'm not actually estimating how long things are going to take. I'm estimating what the likelihood is that I can get a small set of humans to do what they said they would, and that their guesses were accurate, right? So they had to guess how long something was going to take accurately, and then actually do the thing, right? And it's hard, like predicting. People have health problems. People have stuff that pops up, and in software, you don't really know what you have to do until you start trying to do it. So you're trying to I'm better at making price predictions than I am at making, is this guy accurately predicted how long something's going to take when it's not even predictable, right?
On those price predictions, in your last video, you mentioned I think it was an $8,500 bottom of the next Bitcoin dip. You still think you've been very good with your
Yeah, I feel good about it. I mean, it's the 50% Fibonacci retracement of the parabolic advance from 3K to 13.9, 3.2 to 13.9. It's the 40% bull market parabola maintenance bottom level that we don't violate in bull markets, or haven't. If you go back and look at the 2017 bull run. What else?
Is McAfee's estimate in the ballpark?
So McAfee bet that he would eat his dick if it didn't go up to $1 million next year or something.
End of next year, yeah.
Yeah, it's an unlikely. When you make these types of predictions, the farther your prediction is from the current price, the harder it is for that to become true. You can see that in options prices. So if you think Bitcoin is going to go over $100,000, I can link you to some place where you can buy an option, a call option, to purchase it at $100,000. Now what that means is, I think the call option costs maybe $2,100 or something. So for $2,100, you have the option to buy Bitcoin for $100,000. So if it went up to $150,000, then you would make $150,000 minus your $2,100 cost minus the $100,000, which would leave you with $45,000 or something. And then there's a time frame. It has to do it in a certain time frame. So you can use options markets to put a chart and show what people believe the price will be at certain times. And then you end up with a heat map of, here's where the price is, and then here's where people thought it would go. Some people thought it would go up this high by this time. Some people thought it would go this low by this time. And you can chart where, people think things are going to go. You'll find that no one's confident buying $1 million call option, right? So if McAfee was serious about his eat his dick for $100K, he would be borrowing money to buy those $2,100, $100,000 call options, and then when his prediction came true, he'd be extremely, extremely wealthy, because options give you the highest return on investment. You put in the least money and get the most money back using options. It's the most leverage you can get.
He certainly stands by his word. In a recent interview he did, it looked like he was on a boat somewhere. Someone asked him, and he still stood by his prediction. But I now wonder, which goes on to our next question about Libra. One way or another, Richard, do you think this thing will go ahead?
It's about 50-50. If you guys want to look at options, go to richardhart.win, and you can deposit Bitcoin and see what the call options cost and the put options cost. And then you can...
Including for Libra? Well, it's
not for Libra, just Bitcoin.
Yeah.
There's Ethereum stuff on there too. So for Libra, it's 50-50. It never launches. There's a lot of things that large companies want to do that they end up not doing. And since Libra says repeatedly, there's very few things that you could get them to actually commit to in the public questioning that they had from Congress. One of the things they would stick to is, we're not going to do this unless everyone's happy with it and everyone signs off on it. Well, I don't think they can get that. I don't think you can make a room of people that hate you sign off and like you. I just don't think you can get it. So if they're true in what they're saying, I don't think that they're going to get a letter from the SEC that says cool, and a letter from the CFTC that says cool, and a letter from every committee of Congress that says cool. I don't think they're going to get those letters. So either they're going to have to not do what they said and launch without people being happy, or just not launch. So, and then there's other bullshit going on with that. They let everyone believe that they received money from people to become members of that association, and then we find out no one gave any money. You're like, what the fuck? That's a big deal. That's a big difference, right? paying 10 million and not paying 10 million is a really big deal. And then you hear other things like, Visa and MasterCard are partners, and then you hear they're not partners, and you're like, well, these are big changes, right? Because that's all they are. It's a white paper, and then the only thing that really matters is what large entities put in money, and we're willing to play along. But now if that stuff's all backed off and you just got a white paper, there's a lot of white papers, bro. I'm kind of pissed off about the changing landscape of the news around that.
Yeah, you see, I agree that I think it's doubtful that you'd get all the American powerhouses to agree with it in the political space.
When have they ever done that for anything?
But what would stop an organisation then just going offshore? Yes, it's registered in the States, but when you've got that much fiscal options and power and reach and global footprint, why not just be a Nike factory and start making, so to speak, or figuratively, shoes in a different country?
Well, they already presented that argument in Congress. They said, look, if you guys don't let us do it, you're going to see it happen from somebody else that doesn't have our same values. And what they're really saying is China. What they were really saying was, if you don't let Facebook do it, then China's going to do it, and Alipay and WeChat are going to do it. So you can either have the American one, and then they alluded to, you can eyeball the American one, and we'll give you whatever data you want. But if you don't let us do it, then China's going to do it, and they're not going to give you crap. That's what they meant. So.
Or I wonder if Facebook would just still do it, but based in another country.
I think they're scumbags. I mean, I think they're scumbags, but they're scumbags concerned with profit, and they're probably not that happy about the multi-billion-dollar fines that they've received. They received a $5 billion fine for their Cambridge Analytica scandal crap. Well, that hurts the bottom line a little bit. $5 billion fine sounds pretty big. Sure, they make more money than that, but basically all they care about is not getting fined or not getting antitrusted. That's the only two things they actually care about.
I did an interview with a futurist called Dr. Richard Haynes the other day, and in one of his predictions, he was speaking about eventually Facebook will be Instagram, and then in 10 years, both Facebook and Instagram will be dead. And
Facebook bought Instagram already.
Yeah, and that's what he's saying. It would merge into, and you mentioned it, I think, in one of your talks recently, and you were dead right. I feel is where you said you don't want to be on the same platform that your parents are using, and years ago, I remember I was in some random course, and the instructor said, "Oh, Facebook's dead," and I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "Because my kids told me that Facebook was dead." And that was a while ago, and you can see over time the shift away, and the children the younger people say, well, they make the decision, they are the future, of course, figuratively and literally. And I think about what that instructor said in that class, I think about what you said in your presentation, I think about what Dr. Richard Haynes said in his prediction, and then I think about what's happening in Congress, and maybe this is the beginning of the end, but with 2.5 billion people using it monthly, it's a long way to go down.
I don't use that shit, and I'm happy that I never do. It's garbage. And they email me every day. Hey, please log in, please. There's something going on. Please log in. It's so disgusting. It's like, no, I'm not going to log in.
They've got me with one last thing that I've got to try and get out of. I play baseball, and my whole baseball team, when they communicate on Messenger. Yeah. And if I don't use Messenger, which is, an arm of Facebook, I'm kind of left out of this conversation. And and I actually don't know how to deal with it. I don't know how to convince an entire it's not just a team, it's the entire club. How do I tell them? Yeah, exactly. So that's my last bit of involvement in Facebook. But once I can get out of that, I'll feel free as a bird. The question 15: how many hours a night do you sleep, Richard?
7 to 8, depending on how much I ate the day before. So if I don't eat that much, then I don't need that much sleep. But if I do eat like normal or more, then 8 is good.
Most inspirational leader to you? In all time?
I don't really have any. I mean, there's a lot of people that did a good job, but that's kind of what you expect them to do. Yeah, I don't really have any. I mean, there's a lot of good quotes from people, but
Cool. All right, here we go. This one could be tough. Single greatest life decision you've ever made?
Start my own business. That just cascaded into greatness, So
Was that with your car stereo one?
Yeah, that was the first one, yeah. I mean, in theory, I guess I got my friends to go door-to-door selling, like stamps and envelopes and stuff out of something that was in the back of a comic book. There was, like, some comic book thing in the back. Is that or back of a Boy's Life magazine? But I think it was a comic book. So that was, I guess, my first business.
And on the other end of that spectrum, your single...
Or no, I sold candy in school, too. It's like, I would sell people candy in school as well. So maybe that was my first business.
Did that make money? So what, you buy like a big bag and sell it individually?
Yep.
Mate, I actually did that with my younger brother. I remember we went to the shops, we bought all these bags of lollies, and then we actually set out, I don't know what we were thinking, like kids obviously, we set out at the very front of the shop, like at the front door of the shop, selling back the shop's merchandise individually as like per in little one from the packet. And the shop owner was actually cool, he let us carry on. But when we went to store up, yeah, it was cool when I look back.
Dude, in the United States, they would choke you out and kill you. That's how Eric Gardner died. Eric Gardner was doing the same thing, big black guy, was doing the same thing at the front of a store in New York, and they killed him for it. So...
That's where the cops were holding him and he's saying, I couldn't breathe, I can't breathe.
Yeah, yeah. So he was selling cigarettes by the onesie-twosie out of a pack.
Right.
And died for it. So that's the difference between commerce in America and commerce in Australia. In America, they fucking kill you.
Mate, we had just last night, literally less than 24 hours ago, we had a guy in a house near where I live, which was very random, and they were trying to evict him, and he didn't want to go, and he got drunk, and eventually the cops came, and he went to stab one of the cops, and it turned into a 12-hour siege. Where the
in America, they just light him up.
Agreed.
Super dead.
Yeah.
Oh.
And in the end, they were just waiting, and they just wore him down, and eventually they took him out in handcuffs. But I lived in America for a while, and I remember once walking home. I lived in Malibu, Las Vegas, and Colorado. And this one night, this is a big shock to me. This was my first exposure to the American policing state. I'm walking home from a party in Fort Collins, Colorado. I'm walking back to Colorado State University, and these two cops, I was walking home with this girl. It was lovely night in Colorado, and these two cops like ambushed me from bushes. It was weird. And they said, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I'm like, whoa, I'm just walking home. And we were literally just walking home. And they heard my accent, and they said, where are you from? Where are you from? And I said, I'm just from Australia. And they're like, what are you doing here? And I'm like, man, and I was freaking out. I'm just like, man, I'm just on exchange. I was just at a party. I'm just walking home. And they're like, have you been drinking? And I'm like, yeah, I was just at a party. And I was like 24, so I was over the age. And then they said, oh, you've been drinking? And I said, yeah. And they said, oh, well, we could arrest you for being a container. And I said, what? Now, by this stage, they had separated the girl from me. And they were basically, she told me later that they're saying, do you know this guy? Is he harassing you? And she's like, what do you mean? We're walking home. We're just at a party. We live on the same floor, in the same dorm, on the same campus, at the same university. And it took ages and ages before they eventually let us go. And that was my first real exposure to American policing. And it really, not so much that I was scared, more that I was disappointed. I thought, wow, here I am walking down a footpath, not yelling, not driving, not throwing bottles. I'm literally walking down a path, and I had two cops jump out and really, if you will, rough us up, not physically, but certainly verbally.
Maybe the cops were banging each other in the bush, and they got mad that you caught them. That's shit. Like I've had similar situations where they just ask you more questions that are reasonable, and you're just thinking to yourself, ain't you got anything better to do? I mean, these questions are retarded, and I don't know. I mean, sometimes late at night they ain't got nothing better to do, and they just feel like fucking with somebody. I mean, the only thing I can think of about his mentioning container laws, an open container laws in the United States, you can't walk around with an open container of liquor most places. So stores invent a thing where they give you a paper bag to put around your alcohol so people can't screw with you because then, they don't know what's in it. It could be a normal drink, right? So, but if you weren't carrying an open container, and there isn't any crime related to that, public intoxication is illegal, but the word container is very specific. So,
yeah, I think I recall being a little bit Aussie smartass and going, I'm not a container, I'm just a person. But you can't really.
You are a container, but you're the container if the cop plunges you in the elevator, which is very common in Miami. For some reason in Miami, the cops love to assault the people that are handcuffed with plungers in the butt for some reason. I don't know why. It's happened more than once down there in the Miami police station. Don't know why.
At the other end, did you see recently, or I'm sure you have, is that they're throwing water over cops in America? I think that's horrible. I think...
I don't think you should fuck with people with guns. If someone's carrying a gun and you tease them, they might shoot you. So probably shouldn't do that.
That's one thing I sort of noticed living in LA, that people would sometimes... LA was probably one of the coldest, and I want to talk a little bit about this later on as we go further into the dating scene as a millionaire. But I remember when I was in LA, if you ever had confrontations with people, there seemed to be a line, and the line was drawn very quickly. And in my opinion, I can't be sure, but it was just in my opinion, the reason why it happened is because you never knew if someone was carrying. You always wondered, has that person got a gun on them? And certainly different laws in different states. In Colorado, you'd watch people rock up with shotguns in the back of their pickup. And in LA, I think there's slightly different laws. However, you could still get guns in Walmart, and that was very confronting as an Aussie. So on one hand, it sort of draws this line where, hey, I won't be too gobby to this person, because if I'm too much of a smart ass, they could pull out a Glock.
Yeah,
but on the
people get shot the fuck up in America all the time. We have 35,000 gun deaths a year. That's a lot. So some of those aren't self-inflicted. A lot of people are getting shot every year.
I think it was the Chinese chief of the military. They once asked him in an interview, they said, would you ever attack America? And he said, no, never. And they said, why? And he said, because behind every blade of grass in America is an American with a gun. And I thought that was really powerful. It's you lose 30,000 people a year through gun deaths, but at the other end of that spectrum, it's like the ultimate insurance policy, and
the Navy's more important. The reason that China can't invade is because they can't get their forces over, because they have
force projection. That's right.
Yeah. So because we control the Navy, because we control the water, you cannot get any personnel to America. So you can't invade it. And kind of nuclear powers, of which China is one, doesn't actually need to invade to fuck you up. They have ICBMs just like we do. So the presence of nuclear power has changed ground warfare a lot. If you want to see an interesting and funny clip about it, you should watch a clip called Sausage Politics, where it says, the Prime Minister of the UK is talking about funding this project that's a nuclear one. I can't remember what they called in the UK, whether it was Trident or something else. And and the guy that's talking to him says, okay, well, when would you press the button? And he said, well, when I didn't have any chance. And he says, okay, well, is that when they're like in Piccadilly Square? Oh, no, before that. And he goes, okay, well, the Germans invade, the Russians invade Germany for some reason. And then he just keeps talking about how they could keep pushing the limit farther and farther, and you would never hit that button because you always think that you have another option, right? And then what you find out is that you would have no clear time at which you will ever actually press the nuke button. And so what you actually need is conventional forces, because you'll never actually launch. It's really interesting and funny the way that they did it. It was a comedy show. It's called My Dear Secretary or Dear something.
Free Sausage Politics. Check it out. So you said your single greatest life decision was getting into business. The single worst life decision was...
worst life decision. I don't know. Like early on, buying mining hardware instead of coins was
I
pretty
can relate
bad.
to that, man.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
the coins became very valuable and the mining hardware did not. So, oops.
but you were one of the first to do GPU mining, so at least with
Yeah.
GPU mining, you could
Yep.
have some resale value with that.
Yep. True.
Yeah, I can relate, brother. Years ago I got into ASIC mining, and I still do. I still got my Litecoin L3 plus ASIC miners going in the background because I don't use much electricity, and I've got a big solar system, so it's actually very cost neutral. But in hindsight, if I could go back, I still would have bought some miners because I've learned a lot from it. Because I'm certainly not a programmer or an engineer, and mining has taught me heaps about the technical side of the different algorithms and how to mine. But I agree with you. If I could go back in time, I would have put, I spent about $40,000 or $50,000 on miners, and I put that all into Bitcoin. I probably would have been in a much better position.
So that video, if you want to find it on YouTube, it's called "Yes, Prime Minister: Nuclear Deterrent Scrapping Trident."
Yeah.
So
Yeah, yes, Prime Minister is a part of the series. Yeah, it's quite old, isn't it?
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
this particular video was posted 7 years ago, and
Yeah, and that
probably
actually
quite
was
older
actually made a
than
while ago. Yeah, it's good that you get into the British humour.
well, I'm not, but I'm into smart stuff, and this was smart. I'm into things that show that nukes are bad. Okay, I don't know. I don't like British humor that much.
There was also Blackadder. I don't know if you ever watched that, but that was along those lines of yes, Prime Minister, that type of humour.
Right.
Richard, in another video, you were asked if you have kids.
I do not.
Or, sorry,
Not that I know of.
you want kids?
Kids are like a trick. So your ability to influence the world consciously and through your being is larger on people that aren't your kids than your kids, which is why so many kids are not like their parents, even though their parents might like them to be. So if your goal is to influence the world, you're going to do more of it through media and the spreading of ideas and packaging ideas and virality. You get more from that than you will from your own offspring. Now, as far as your actual genes, which you express and make you the Keller you are and have the tone of voice that you have and, those things, if you want to pass those things on, which I don't think most people really care that much about, but if you really wanted to do that, then you do need to have your own kids. And you could do that by just donating sperm or donating eggs or paying someone to have your kid, or there's a whole lot of options. You could go the normal route and just find someone you love and have a kid together. That seems okay. But I mean, if your goal is to change the world, you could do it at scale, like Genghis Khan did. And look, we're all kind of related to that guy because he banged so much. Or you could do it one by one. And the trick that I'm talking about is you're not supposed to want to have kids. You're supposed to want to have sex. And then you end up with kids, right? So it's just like wanting to be fit. It's better to want to lift weights than it is to want to be fit, because lifting weights works, but wanting to be fit doesn't work. So it's better to want directly the thing that leads to the result than it is to want the result a lot of the time, right? So as far as kids go, it's like the system works best when you want to have sex and then kids end up coming out of that, because otherwise I think that more kids are created by people that wanted to have sex and fun than they are created by people that really wanted to have kids. Is my opinion. So if you're willing to sacrifice a lot of stuff for something that doesn't have a personality for a few years and may turn out retarded and may not like you, there's a lot of bullshit that goes along with it. Now, maybe it works out. Maybe it's the best thing that's ever happened to you, right? My opinion on this might have been different if I knew more people that were having a great time with kids. And then I would have a better position to say, oh yeah, they're awesome. Go make a couple of them. It'll be the best thing you ever did. I can't advertise that because I don't really know anyone that's just had a fabulous time with it. I guess my parents like me. and they speak well of the experience. So I guess I have one data point, but I don't know. If a girl I was with got pregnant, I'd have the kids, because why not? But if nobody's pregnant yet, I'm not in a rush to start spreading my seed. There's a lot of overhead from that. If they didn't make you pay for the kids, it'd be different, right? Then have as many as you like. Go check on them, see if they're smart, brag about it. But as long as you got to pay the bills, and they're, some poor percentage of your net income, percentage of your gross income every year, you can't really play that game, or just, get 10 girls pregnant and then live poor the rest of your life. It seems shit. It seems not great. A lot of people do it. I mean, I know I've met African taxi drivers who, their father in Africa had 18 kids or some shit. And you're like, oh, well, that's interesting. We don't have a lot of that in America. We have some, but we don't have a lot. It's different in other cultures.
But of course, as you mentioned, it can cost a lot of money. And in the instance of, certainly in the West, we share these laws. It's not how much it costs to raise the kid, it's how much money you earn, and the more you earn, the more you will pay. And I think
which makes no goddamn sense.
Agreed.
The cost of raising a child should have absolutely no relation on your income at all, because diapers cost the same no matter how much you make. Doesn't make any sense.
This is why guys go MGTOW, because the state is coming into their relationship. But that is a whole different world. In your book, you actually spoke about the Cinderella effect and giving the kids to the state, and we want to explore this a bit later. But wasting away in college, what you were saying there is, as a parent, you can give so much to your kids, perhaps in influencing them. But what I think you were talking about in your book is a lot of people are just giving their kids to the state and saying, well, even though I'm their parent, you tell them what they want through, for example, liberal arts, and teaching them how they should think and behave and what values are. I found that part of the book very powerful, and the Cinderella effect, that was surmised really well, Richard, and it got me thinking about university, and I won't go down that path yet because I just want to raise it a bit later, but so I can finish off these questions. I've got 2 more questions, right, and we can get into, believe it or not, the core of this. Ledger, Trezor, desktop, paper wallet, or other, what is the best way to secure crypto? Or a little bit in all.
Split your private keys up into pieces and spread those pieces places where you can find them and no one else can. Maybe that's safe deposit boxes.
Take the actual key, and break it up.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
right.
Maybe that's safety deposit boxes. Maybe that's places you remember the GPS coordinates to. You have to decide what that is, because hardware can fail, so you have to have your paper key backed up. I mean, you could stamp it on aluminum or steel, use a die set to hammer in the stuff into whatever format you like. You could even play games where the word that's written there really means another word to you, and then you could substitute it when you see it, so that if you're compromised, you're still not compromised, kind of thing. So at some point, because that particular system of protection is nice, because then if you're ever kidnapped, they don't get any money. It's like, great, you kidnapped me, I can't pay you, good job, right? All the other stuff, so all that matters is those seed words. The other shit is just convenience. Like if you want to spend, so if you want to spend, that you need to have it in a hot wallet that you can spend from, and then your hot wallet can use the keys from the Ledger or the Trezor or from whatever secure place you're storing your keys, right? It could be in your phone's encrypted enclave, secure enclave. It could be in a TSM chip of a computer. It could be, it could just be on your computer's hard drive in an encrypted directory, right? You've got a lot of different options for your hot wallet, and then that's it. Hardware wallets all have attacks against them if you do not use a password. So your hardware wallet is only secure as your password, because you can extract the keys from them. So you have to have a password no matter what. So you could use a hardware wallet with a key, but then if someone grabs you and your hardware wallet and starts hitting you with a wrench, you lose all your money. So it's better that everyone know that kidnapping you ain't worth shit, because they can't get anything, because you have to go different locations to recreate your cold wallet.
Yeah,
that protects you physically.
I think about, when you use one of these and they're saying it's so secure, but it really, when you write down those 10 words or 20 words, whatever the words are, well, this actually becomes obsolete in the sense that everything's kind of a paper wallet when you're using these, because when you write down those seed words, you've now effectively got a paper wallet for recovery.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how secure this is. If someone finds those words that I've written down, then this doesn't even matter anymore.
Well, it's a double-edged sword. So if you have one or the other, you will be able to access your keys. So you are more likely to be able to access your money. However, attackers are also more likely to access your money because they have a larger attack surface for the same reason you have a larger recovery surface. So the easier it is for you to spend, the easier it is for someone else to spend. The easier it is for you to not lose all your keys, the easier it is for someone else to find those keys. There will never be any way around that. The easier it is for you, the easier it is for them. That never changes. The harder it is for you, the harder it is for them.
When you're talking about someone hitting you with a wrench, you're familiar with the Bitcoin time traveler?
I've heard of it. I've read it, but I don't understand the relevance.
Please do check out my video on it. Everyone, I'll leave a link in my channel below. So the Bitcoin time traveler, this guy comes along in Reddit, I think 2013, and he makes all these predictions about the price of Bitcoin. And what's scary about it is that those predictions are very accurate. But in one of his things that he's talking about, it's only about a 6-minute video where I actually have the entire transcription of what he said in this Reddit post. But one of the things that he said was what you referred to, is that he was saying that when people when people are trying to get this money off other people, they basically torture them to get these private keys. They torture them to get the seed words. And as a result, those who, and what was also ironic about it is that people who were trying to stop Bitcoin fund the operations to stop Bitcoin by using Bitcoin. So it gets really deep and it's really powerful. But yeah, part of it that was scary was that we're talking about torturing people to get these, to get their Bitcoin.
Well, the funny thing is, if you're into torturing people for money, most people that are wealthy, the majority of the world's wealth is not in Bitcoin. So if you want to go into the business of torturing people for money, you should start with everyone that's not in crypto, because they all have more money that you can get. So if you get the other money from people, please spend it. What are you going to do with your stolen Bitcoin? The guy's going to, if you don't kill him, he's going to tell people what his addresses were. And then you're going to find it hard to get out of those coins, right? Bitcoin is not the ideal thing to steal. Cash, US dollars, is a better thing to steal. You can spend your cash wherever you want untraceably. You can't spend your Bitcoin anywhere. It's hard.
And that's the irony of the argument from the government saying, well, it's drug money, Bitcoin money. It's like, well, no, in fact, the US dollar is far more drug money than Bitcoin. Bitcoin is far more traceable than anything. And you mentioned before in the beginning you liked Ether and Monero, and I've actually spoken about, when I was speaking to Crypto Lark, I was talking about if the government were to come after a coin, perhaps the coin it would come after is something like Monero, because that is not traceable and that is the most private coin. So to the market it's very appealing. But if you're a government, Bitcoin is actually quite appealing because it's very traceable, whereas Monero is not. And I've often wondered, I hold a bit of Monero, but I wonder if the government were going to chase something, would Monero in fact be in their crosshairs?
Right. Yeah, I know what you mean.
That's the top 20. We went through it. I want to move into dating as a millionaire. Mate, let me share a story with you. When I was in America, I went to university in both California and Colorado, and I didn't have much money when I was in exchange, so I had my savings. I paid my uni fees in Australia, and I went on exchange to Malibu, and I went out to a club once in Hollywood. Now, this was a really interesting thing because I had lived in Spain before and I had lived in other countries. But when I went out into Hollywood, I remember walking into this nightclub, and mate, it was horrible. I walked into this nightclub and everyone was looking, my whole group, up and down, and it was actually a really cold environment. And in fact, Malibu and Los Angeles is probably one of the wealthiest places I've lived in the world, but it was also one of the coldest through human relations.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where you live. You probably don't need to share, but as you get richer, how do you connect with people?
I think money is extremely overrated. Extremely. I don't think anyone gives a fuck how much money you have at all. And if they do, maybe those aren't the people you're looking for. So as far as dating, everyone thinks that what you need to be successful dating is whatever they don't have. So if a guy's really strong and good looking, but he doesn't have money, he thinks you need the money. If a guy is really wealthy but ugly, he thinks you need the looks. If a guy's really wealthy and really strong and really good looking, he thinks you need to be funny, right? So everyone thinks that what you need is the thing that you don't have. It's not the case. So SciVive has a pretty good section in the respect/romance chapter. And in an ideal world, the 10s date the 10s, the 9s date the 9s, the 8s date the 8s, because we're pair bonding, 1-to-1 for the most part. A world where the 2s get the 10s would be fucked up. It seems weird, right? Because everyone wants to do the best they can do. So when you look at yourself in the mirror, go ahead and slap a number on yourself and then think about what number you're trying to get. And if you're a 5 and you're trying to get 7s, you're going to have a hard time because you're not supposed to get 7s because you're a fucking 5. And it's even worse than that, really. So women have something called hypergamy, and hypergamy means that women want to date people at a higher perceived social status than they are, so that they can derive social profit from it. Men care about reproduction. We want good hip to waist ratio, nice body, nice smile. You never see guys asking, hey, is she good at math? Bro, like, how good is your girl at accounting? Can she program VCRs? Guys don't care about that shit at all, right? So girls care about social status, and how a girl perceives social status is different depending on the girl. Some girls really like money. Some girls really hate money. So because of the way I carry myself and my identity, a girl that likes BMWs will like me. A girl that likes wooden jewelry and hugging trees and loose, hanging dresses that are deep forest green, basically hippies, they don't like me that much, right? They look at me as the enemy without me having done a goddamn thing, because they chose to not like money. I chose to like money, so girls that like money like me. Notice that in actuality, the actual money is not a component here. We just have similar interests and respect similar things. So if you were a young person without much money but liked it and were working towards it, then a girl that liked money would like you, unless they were just a straight up gold digger. In my experience, straight up gold diggers are actually extremely rare because people's needs are already met. People have food and have a place to live and, have comfort, they have air conditioning, they have television. They don't need to date a fucking 2 that has money and deal with the fucking ugliness of the 2 to try and fulfill something extra with the cash. It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. So, people look at me and they're like, fat, old, no way this guy is getting something good. But I've had amazing stuff my entire life before I had money, after I had money. Didn't make any difference at all. That shit is not on their list. It's really not on their list. Do they care about height? Yes. Do they care about muscles? Yes. Do they care about what your face looks like? Yep. Do they care about who your friends are? If you want to date them for a while? Yeah, right? But Like on Tinder, go on Tinder, okay? And go ahead and put up 2 profiles that aren't you as a test, right? One of a rich guy and one of a fit guy, and see which one does better. And you'll see the rich guy get his ass stomped. The same way you can see the rich guy get his ass stomped in day-to-day life in the club, or in day-to-day life, go see who girls are marrying. Like, the rich too ain't fucking getting it done, right? So if you want to have more success with women, money is not the answer. And there is a science of making girls happier that you can read about. And it's like a performing art, right? If you set a frame and have a strong frame and have good posture and, you know, are comfortable in your skin, and like the list just goes on and on, stuff that you'd like. If you were a girl, what would you like, right? And if the guy has those traits, attraction's not a choice. They're going to like you, period, whether you think they should or not. Girls like me. If I were a girl, I wouldn't like me, but girls do, because they care less about the looks and more about all the other stuff. Well, fucking A, lucky me. I thought at this age that dating would be over. There would be no chance. Way too old. It's not. It's easier and better than it's ever been. I didn't think that was the case. I have a theory. I didn't think it would be the case. I have a theory on it, and my theory is that, like, as you get older, you're allowed to be heavier because people expect that, because it's more normal. But if you're younger and heavier, it's more weird and more sucky. So that's my only guess as to why it has worked like that.
How old are you now, Richard?
39.
No, still young.
Yeah.
I've got you by a couple of years.
Yeah.
I want to read a quote from your book, if I may. Just page 383. It says, "I can tell you that being a good womanizer is very, very time consuming.
Yeah.
You will spend your days hunting and scheming and dating and gaming and fucking, and in the end, you're very likely to get the same results out of it than most other men have. They, in general, don't become rich nor powerful for making women want to have sex with you, and one by one is more of a sales thing and less of a product development thing. Are you finding now that as you get..."
Did the stream drop? My stream of the guest dropped. So I will try and get him back. He's back. I see movement.
I'm here.
Okay, you're back. So you left off saying, am I finding?
Are you finding that as you get more into business and more wealth, that you have less time for the dating scene at all?
Yeah.
And
yes.
Does that bother you?
Yeah, I stopped going out entirely since I've been working on hacks, because it's just more interesting to me. And I have people that I'm already very happy with, that I have better experiences with than anything. If you want to have top tier best sex you've ever had, you're going to need to do that with someone that you've trained, because the stuff that you like, someone that you just met, they don't know that you like that, right? So, or you could have such low standards that any sex at all is good to you. I like better sex more than I like normal sex. So since I already have people in my life that I'm very comfortable with and happy with, that make me feel better than anyone could make me feel without training, for me it's a very good deal to interact with those people than it is to try and create new ones or do the variety thing and have more. It's very, very, very time consuming. If you're doing social circle and you have someone else that's already in the game and you're just attending the parties that he's already set up, then maybe life's easier for you, right? But if you're the guy that's doing all the lead generation, setting up the dates, making all the cool stuff happen, making sure cool people are there, once you reach a certain level of wealth, you kind of have a manager do that for you. So once you get double digit millions, you can afford to just have someone as their full-time job, make sure cool things are happening and cool people are showing up to those things, which is more of a Bilzerian kind of lifestyle. That's not my focus right now. It was my focus when I hadn't done it before. Just like photography used to be my focus. I don't care now at all. I don't bring my camera with me anywhere because I don't care, because I don't look at the photos. Yes, I'm good at taking them. No, I'm never going to look at them. I don't give a shit anymore, right? So I've got all the cameras, all the lenses, know everything you'd want to know about f-stops and bokeh and everything else, but I just don't care anymore. And it's just kind of the same thing with girls, right? I could go put myself in the right place, talk to every pretty girl there, see which ones respond well, and do the whole rigmarole. But then what's my long-term profit on that? You know, these are people I interact with maybe 6-7 hours, and then maybe I don't see them again. It's a lot of upfront cost for limited benefit if you already have an amazing thing going on. If you don't have anything going on, that shit's a lot of fun. I suggest it, right? But if you've already got a lot of awesome sensuality in your life, that shit's too time consuming. It's not a good risk reward ratio anymore. It's just too expensive at that point.
Do you have any thoughts on the MGTOW?
Mostly losers. Yeah, they're mostly losers. They're guys that couldn't make it. So it's just like people end up choosing where their niche is going to be. So when you're young and you go to school, you couldn't be a jock, and you couldn't be a nerd, and you couldn't be preppy, and you couldn't be, and then you end up being goth, and that's like the bottom tier. You're like, okay, I couldn't be any of these other things, so now I've ended up being goth. So it's like you can't, if they could change and upgrade, they would, right? You're like, yeah, I wish I was fit. Maybe I'd do good in the jock team or whatever. Well, that's what happened to MGTOWs. They just failed out of every other genre. And the last piece of shit thing that they could get into, which at least wastes their time less, is the like, oh, well, I'm just going to stop wanting it, right? And then if you remove all your desires and you stop wanting, it's very similar to Zen Buddhism. You become a fucking loser. You become a happy, smiling loser through reduction of desire. Good job. And while you're living on nothing, the rest of the world is creating a legacy and creating the future of mankind and curing disease and having sick as fuck orgasms. It's better. It's better in every way. And it's the way we're designed, and it's what allowed us to exist. You know, you are an unbroken chain of girls wanting to have sex with guys for every single generation before you, all the way to a common ancestor near the when the world was nearly frozen and there was only 600 of us during the Ice Age. So the human beings went down to about 600 people. Well, from those 600 people to the 7.2 billion we have now, you are an unbroken chain of people getting laid and taking care of their kids. And then some people come along and they're like, yeah, fuck all that. What works? Let's just pretend that, I don't want girls anymore. And it's just stupid. It's like, how about you become a better you, right? If everyone became better thems and everyone was physically fit and emotionally fit, everyone would have more sex and better sex, and we'd have more kids that were intelligent and useful, and we'd make more progress faster as a race, the human race. MGTOW and this shit I said earlier about not having kids because it's like a trick, it's actually bad for humanity. You're optimizing your local good at a great cost to the society, which, it's okay if you plan on dying soon, I guess. But if you plan on sticking around for a while, you're going to, in 10 or 20 years, it's going to be a shittier planet.
I think this actually leads to my next question, because it's quite a passionate argument at the moment. Is MGTOW a matter of survival, or is it a choice? Or in any case, I found that it leads on to my next question. You seem to have a lot of courage. Like, you don't seem to be scared to talk about anything. And the example I'd like to give is Futoshi. And if you look at a lot of the videos in the crypto community, people are sometimes too scared to talk about him because they're worried about being sued by him.
Go ahead.
Well, I've never seen that to be the case with you. I see that right from years ago, I think, 2 years ago, well, when it first came out. You gave a good discussion about how it linked into the ATO, the Australian Taxation Office. And I actually didn't know anything about it until I was watching your stuff, and I'm like, why is he talking about the ATO? And then, of course, I looked into it. I'm like, oh, right, that kind of makes a lot of sense. And, moving further down the track, Craig went on BBC television and said, I don't want any credit, I don't want any fame, I don't want to be in front of the cameras, I don't want to ever talk about this, and I will never ever be on camera again. Not the verbatim, that's not what he said verbatim. I'm saying that because I don't want to get sued. But then he's been in front of the camera a lot. Now, should we be concerned about being sued simply for talking about this person? And why do you never seem to have any fear when talking about anything?
Well, if you want to prevent people from getting scammed, you can't actually name the scam, because then they Google it and then some percentage of them fall for it. So you have to use as a diode, which is just a one-directional path. So if you already know about the scam, I can warn you about it. But if you don't know about the scam, you're not going to be able to find it. So when I talk about people pretending to be Satoshi and say certain facts about them, you're not going to know what to Google to get screwed over by them. But if you already did know who they were and what they were trying to do, then the warnings would apply to you, because then you would know what I'm talking about. That's the ideal, best way to deal with fraudulent websites, fraudulent actors, imposters, all of that stuff. If you actually mention the thing by name, then some percentage of the people that you mention it to will get screwed and fall for it because they're fucking retarded. So I don't mind talking about people pretending to be Satoshi, and then you don't know who to Google from there, right? So I don't Google that would allow them to lure you into falling for their bullshit. When Satoshi wants to prove that he is Satoshi, he invented a cryptographic system whose entire existence is to reduce and remove trust through the use of cryptographic signatures. Such a person that invented such a system would very simply sign one of the early blocks that the inventor was known to have created. Period. If they don't do that, then they are not Satoshi. And even if they did that, they could have just stolen his keys. You need more.
Do you think the courts that he's going through at the moment will expose this? Because I wonder if they're actually smart enough to actually know what's happening.
Yeah, they are, and it's looking bad for him. So he's already defending himself from getting charged with contempt. And if you're under, let me put it to you this way: if you are being charged with contempt, I would imagine that it's very, very likely that you're also going to lose the case. And then you're going to have a judgment against you, and that judgment may be collectible against the assets that you have in jurisdictions that would respect the judge's order. So if you owe someone money in a country because the judge said that you did, there's a lot of other countries that will garnish your wages and take your stuff away to help fulfill that other foreign court's request, right? So I'm not an expert on the interjurisdictional interplay between the UK and the United States, but I would find it very likely that a civil asset seizure order in the United States, some paperwork could be done to make it applicable in the UK. Otherwise, anytime someone ever lost a civil suit, they just move, right? Oh, I lost, I owe you money, move into the UK. I don't think that works. So there's countries where it would work that don't have cross-border agreements, but I don't think the UK would be one of them.
Mm. Well, I appreciate you standing up for the situation for what it was ages ago, like right from the beginning. I got a lot out of it. You happy to move on to your book, Survive?
Sure.
Okay, so to the listeners out there, you must read this book. So it's over 400 pages, and Richard, although you haven't edited it, I actually like that. I kind of like that it's raw, because I've written a book, and editing, I could really relate to the editing, because that's the bit that kills you. You can pump out a lot of ideas, but to really polish it and clean it up, it's a grind. You've really got to get into it. But in your book, where you've basically left a lot of references there and a lot of web addresses, and just in some of your sentences you've put something XX, where it's like, oh, he's obviously going to put something in here a bit later. I think it's great. I think in many ways don't polish it, because I like to understand how you're thinking. But to our viewers out there, you spoke about being a survivalist, like a sci-vivalist, and a few things that I got out of it in particular was I like the color of clarity, that being clear, and being clear is a balance of all the colors to essentially make white or nothing clear, and that was really powerful. And the magic number of 3, but just the title, or sorry, the book cover itself, where you've got this great, I don't know, what would you call it, like a logo or a map?
It's the
almost?
Trinity Shield that has been co-opted for my purposes with some better text. The original Trinity Shield is quite silly.
So you've taken that shield and you've put mind, body, spirit as sort of like the 3 outlying corners.
Right.
Then the 3 ones within that is money, power, respect.
Yep.
Then time, environment, and experience.
Yep.
And the time component was really powerful to me, because as I get older and I'm running my own projects and doing more things, time seems so precious to me, and it's why I'm very grateful tonight, because you're giving me time, and I'm very grateful for that. And it's, to me, time and energy are the most powerful commodities that we can have, because you can't replace time, and energy as we get older becomes seemingly more finite. But there was one part that really struck me, and I wanted to ask you about it. It said successful people had hardships at life, and this was very early in the book. And I remember doing some course ages ago about what is your comeback story. So people like a good success story, but everyone loves a really good comeback story. And I'm wondering if you're comfortable sharing, a really big hardship that you had in your life that helped you come back from it.
Sure.
What's your comeback?
Cover all that stuff. So first, I'll cover like the Survive book cover. If you want the book, it's t.me/scivive, like survive through science, SCIVIVE. And if you want to take all of human behavior and split it up into groups, it's really hard, because a lot of behavior there. And I invented a way, which I think is really special, that I have never seen before, where all of life is divided into 3 parts, which is what you are now in this moment, which is your mind, your body, and your spirit. Your spirit's your emotional system, your drives. Your body is your body. How strong and fast are you? What's your resting heart rate, stuff like that. And then your mind, which is, what techniques do you have to reason about ideas? What inputs are you looking at? Where are you getting your data from? How can you think about things better? Being smarter, stuff like that. So that's a snapshot of what you are. Now, what you are now is not what you will be in the future. So the second phase is the amplifiers, and that's money, power, respect. So money makes you more of what you already are. If you're an asshole, you'll be a bigger asshole. If you're a nice guy, you'll be a nicer guy. And power are the skills that you have, right? How fast can you type? How good are you at hiring people? Do you know what a good hire looks like? What's your respect is kind of like who you're working with. What's your peer group? Can you get people to do what you say? Can you attract the right kind of people? Can you find love in your life? How do you find a good partner? How do you be a good friend? How do you make a good apology, right? So money, power, and respect are how strong and how quickly you will transition from what you are into what you'll become, right? And then time, environment, and experience is how you become that thing. So you've got what you are, and you've got your amplifiers, and then you've got what you schedule, which is what you do, which is what you will become, right? So, and then that's it. And yeah, read the book. There's also the second one about, politics and systematic stuff, education, things that you can't change individually but are super important as a system. So hardships I've had. The reason I started my first business is because I had to pay for some dental work that I couldn't afford, and my dad didn't have the money and I didn't have the money. And so I just started selling everything that I owned. And everything that I owned at that age was car stereo stuff. And I bought it at such a good deal because my dad had done the air conditioning for a manager at this store called BrandsMart, and he was giving me stuff at a very low price because they have, if you work at BrandsMart, you can go to the screen and choose what level to sell people at, and they have like 3 prices, and they've got the cheapest price you can sell it at, or if you sell it at the middle or higher price, you make a commission that's higher, right? So they're happy to do volume with their suppliers to get lower prices, so they're happy to sell at those lowest prices or at the higher prices, which the salesman makes a little more commission on. And so I started selling everything that I had that was Carstera stuff, and I noticed that what the prices I was getting after using it for 2 years were, about what I'd paid for it 2 years earlier. So I thought, damn, I must be getting a really good deal here. Why don't I just advertise stuff I don't have yet? And then, have people meet up with me, they can give me the money, and then I'll go drive and get the stuff and meet them and hand it off. And so I did that, and it worked great because I'm selling people. So you get a Punch 800 amplifier at Best Buy for like $600, or you could get the same Punch 800 amplifier, 800 watt RMS, 1600 watt max. Would drive 412s of that era wonderfully, fill up a trunk with 12s, bang out your neighbors. You could get that same amplifier at BrandsMart for maybe, $550 or something, or you could get it from me from like $475, $495, and then my cost on it was like $395 or $395, I think. So you could pay a lot at Best Buy, or you could pay less at BrandsMart, or you could pay less from me, right? Now, BrandsMart got theirs directly from the factory, and then, so basically, like once you do enough volume, you can buy directly from the factory. But if you're a normal store, you have to go from the local wholesaler, and then the local wholesaler will complain when they see that you're routing around them, right? So, anyway, yeah, I mean, the reason I started the most important thing that I did in my life, which was my first business, was because I ran out of money and had to pay a medical bill, right? And I've had other hardships, but none of them have turned into such good things. A lot of the other hardships just stayed hard, right? So like I got the shit robbed out of me in a third world country. Never saw anything back from that except hardship, right? There was no upside, no good stuff. I guess I only live in really nice countries now, so I guess that's an upside. But
was it a violent robbery?
Some of it. I mean, there was a home invasion, but I wasn't there for that. There's a lot of bullshit that went down there. If you live in the third world and you have your friends and family tell you that it's dangerous, and you Google it and you see it's not, you're just not looking at the right newspapers. In third world countries, there's always 2 newspapers at least. One that makes the country look good, and one that shows the dirty underbelly of all the shootings and dead people hanging out of cars and in the street and such. And there's no crossover. They're not showing the pictures of the bodies in the popular "the country looks good" paper, but they're showing them in the other paper, right? So yeah, just don't live in the third world. Don't do it. Pay more to live somewhere good.
Yeah, when I lived in Spain,
that lesson the hard
I was
way.
only 18, but I was probably too ignorant to know what was going on. But there was a lot of theft. And
Which part of Spain?
I was in Barcelona. I went to uni there for a while, and La Ramblas, it was anywhere actually, was out of control.
I stayed on Carrer Arcius Marc outside Plaza Catalunya. I stayed there for a month, and I've been down to Las Ramblas a few times. It's fucking hot down there.
Catalonians are quite passionate. I remember once, my Spanish is pretty good, and I remember once going to a store to buy something, and I don't know if you remember mini disc players. So it was a Sony mini disc player.
You were there before me.
Quite a big buy.
that's a while ago.
It's showing our age now.
That's a while ago.
Yeah, man, that was when I was.
I do remember mini disc, but holy shit, that's like it's like late 90s.
Yep. Yeah, I was there in, I think, 97. I've still got the thing, and of course it had to fail because MP3 came out. And it's just little and phones even more so. But I remember going into a shop and trying to speak in Spanish, and I was speaking in Spanish, and he kept answering me in Catalan.
Catalan, yeah.
Yeah, and I said to him in Spanish, look, I'm really sorry, I don't speak Catalan. ¿Me puedes hablar en inglés? Can you speak to me in English? Oh, sorry, in Espanol. Can you speak to me in Spanish? And he just said no. He goes, this is Barcelona, we are the capital of Catalunya, and if you don't speak Catalan, too bad. And I said, well, can I speak to your manager? And he goes, I am the manager. I'm like, I couldn't believe it. You didn't want my money. But...
And they've got other languages over there. There's 5 languages in Spain. Basque is another one.
Basque.
So like, you know,
Spanish.
I think everyone needs to speak one language, truthfully. The world is less effective and less efficient because we can't cooperate with each other, because we can't even fucking talk to each other. I mean, if you try and do business in China, it's extremely hard to find someone that speaks English, including their English-speaking sales rep. That bitch don't speak English right. Like, it's a nightmare. It's really hard.
Well, they had a nightmare in China with themselves of speaking Mandarin and Cantonese, but there's now a bit of pressure because of... I can kind of understand what they've done. The Chinese government has said, no, okay, we're going to have one official language and it's going to be Mandarin. But as a result, Cantonese is gently being squeezed out. Gently is probably a nice word, but in any case, I can kind of see what they're trying to do. Like when I was in China, I'm trying to pick up Chinese, and it's like, well, which Chinese? You know, Mandarin or Cantonese? But at least now we've kind of got one. On your book also, I liked your saying, or it's actually an ancient saying, but you emphasised it. Said, "I fear the man who has practiced. I fear the man who has not practiced 10,000 kicks once, but the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." What sort of skill can you apply that to? Where I was struggling, I guess, to try and adapt that from your book to my life, is that I try and get a skill and I practice it over and over again, but by the time I get it, it's already expired, and I've now
You're choosing the wrong skills. Then you shouldn't learn those ones. You shouldn't be learning ones that expire. If you learn human resources, it never expires. If you learn sales, it never expires. If you learn posture, it never expires. There's a lot of things that you should learn that you ain't never going to outgrow, and they're not going to change. If you learn piano, it ain't changing. If you learn technical skills, like what's the best CPU right now, or what's the fastest RAM, that shit expires every 2 years. So there's knowledge that has a longer shelf life than other knowledge. And I regret knowing as much about computers as I do, because like software doesn't change, truthfully. The frameworks change, but the actual, you have data, the data gets processed and it gets stored, and then those algorithms, they don't ever change. Very rarely will a new algorithm been found, right? So like you should learn things that have lasting value. You shouldn't be learning things that have expiring value. So
that's where you basically outsource those technical skills.
I do the wrong thing and just know all that stuff myself better than most people, and I shouldn't.
So applying that to the Hex project, you've got, and I'm the first to put my hand up here and say I'm not a coder in this space. So my background, I guess, is kind of languages, economics, and a master's of business, which is skills in nothing. It's not these applied skills, but I certainly did enjoy at uni organisational behaviour, which is what you're talking about, people. And I found that when I was building my website, I went to India online. I didn't actually travel there, but I got some really great websites done with some really great returns, as in it was very cheap to do it, but very high quality. So when you're building Hex, as you know, I did a really detailed review on your project, and it was previously called Bitcoin Hex, and I did change the thumbnail, so I've been a good boy. The thumbnail did say Bitcoin Hex, but I recently changed that to say...
Well, I mean, it was old video, so it may have been Bitcoin Hex at that time.
It was, yeah, it was. And I actually got a lot out of researching that video, and I think the concept's great, but when you were making it, how do you get coders to do this? Like, who is doing this?
Well, you have to find people that can do it, and then you have to make sure they do it. And so we've rotated through 5 different developers, and some people left the project better than they found it, and others did nothing. And that's kind of the hardship of relying on people doing what they said that they were going to do. If you can't physically see the code and you are taking someone else's word that it's being done, you're taking them at their word. And then one day you could find out that they weren't truthful. So I had a guy that was going to do the front end, talked a lot of nice shit. And when I say front end, I mean like the website front end, like the actual website. Didn't do anything. I ended up using the same, I ended up fixing and editing with one of my other devs the stuff that was already there, and just letting that guy go, right? So there's $6,000. Just see ya. Just goodbye, $6,000. Now I didn't have to pay the guy, but I also don't want anyone bad mouthing me, right? Literally, the guy did nothing, literally. But I want everyone that I work with to be happy with the experience because it's part of the reputation. So I'm willing to eat the $6K in order to have a good reputation. What else? And yeah.
Was that
so
why? Is that why it's delayed? Is that part of the reason?
No, that was a long time ago. So the first major delay that we hit was we ran into a business logic bug, which was critical in that a shorter staker could earn more than a longer staker just through recompounding their stake outside the system, which is a critical vulnerability as far as I'm concerned. The whole system is designed so that longer pays better, just like the real world. You get a CD, you lock up your money for longer, you get paid more. You lock up a larger amount, you get a jumbo CD, you get paid more. We emulated those same things digitally. I guess they're digital in the real world too, but we emulated those things in our system. And so we had to invent a way to maintain the ability for longer stakers to get paid more than shorter ones. And it involved reducing the front load where the guy's in the first day. I mean, the way the math worked out in the original system when we started modeling it was that, you know, if you're in the first day, you were going to get like a 500x on your money in hex. Well, that's stupid. A guy that's in one day earlier than another guy does not deserve 20 times the money. That's stupid, right? You should be paid more for being in earlier, but not hundreds of percent more for a day earlier. That's stupid, right? And so we had to keep massaging and changing all the metrics until we got charts that would result in the highest price appreciation for the currency, which is what the whole project's designed for. It's programmed to pump. So you need to leave meat on the bone for the next guy to want to buy into the restaurant, right? So you can't give all of your rewards to this first day guy because then you don't have rewards left for the next guy. So it's got to be fair and equitable and reasonable for everyone to get some mad gains. So, like if you give all your mad gains to the guy that's in first day, what are you going to give to the guy at day 180 that just heard about it? He's got to be able to see some gains, right? So what we did was we took the lump sum. We were originally paying people out the unclaimed coins, crediting their accounts daily. Well, instead we changed it so now everybody that's in before the 351st day, which is the lump sum payout day, all of those guys get paid the lump sum unclaimed coins. And so by shifting it from being paid gradually, which let the guys get in first just get farther and farther ahead, now everyone that's in that phase gets that lump sum. And it should help the price chart too, because the advantage to getting earlier gets larger and larger, or the payout that you get. So you want to get staked early to get the lowest share price, so you can get the most shares, so you can get the largest cut of the giant payout on day 350, right? So, and it's also awesome because we have this adoption amplifier that lets you transform Ethereum into Hex, and the affiliates will love that, because if an affiliate wants to make money promoting Hex and the only people they can sell to are Bitcoin holders, that's a very small market. And if the only people they can make money on are Bitcoin holders that had Bitcoin back at the snapshot day, let's say 180 days ago, right? Well, you can't get people to travel back in time and buy Bitcoin. So the ability for them to transform Ethereum into Hex allows the affiliates to onboard users that didn't have Bitcoin then, and to onboard users after the snapshot, and onboard users that have never had Bitcoin and don't want to have Bitcoin. That's the majority of humans, right? So it's just great from that perspective. So A lot of improvements. Those two things were the biggest improvements. So now we also have auto staking. So we were basically delayed by improvements in the system, which are okay delays to have. We improved the game theory. We improved the shapes to onboard more users and show everyone a return on investment. We improved the number of people that can be onboarded, the effectiveness of the affiliates. It's all been improved, and we had delays from that. I think the most recent delays are just the front end was harder than I thought it would be, and the guy that was doing it wasn't doing it to the degree that he could, and so now we have another guy in there. And since the contract is done, the lead contract dev now has time to help the front end guy, and they're working together, and it's working pretty well. And I can show you how to build the contract on your own computer, host it on your own local blockchain, and call functions and start a stake, end a stake, join a lobby, transformation lobby that turns ETH to hex, leave one. Those things all work now. Claiming should work, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. And then that's it. I mean, there's the only things you can do with hex, or you can send it and you receive it, which we don't have to do any real coding for because that's boilerplate. It comes with the Open Zeppelin ERC20 system. The things that we have to develop or have developed that are unique and special are the ability to open a stake, close a stake, perform good accounting in case you don't want someone to get penalized for a stake that expired and they didn't get their tokens out after the 2-week grace period. You can kind of virtually end their stake without them receiving any money by running good accounting. And then so open, close a stake, run good accounting, refer somebody, join a lobby, leave a lobby. That's it. Those are the only functions that we have that are custom, right? And you can run them all except claim right now using the code that I could link you to.
Feedback to you on your site, I really liked. I'd never seen this before, but in your frequently asked questions or just the question section, it was really good that there was some questions that you just answered with the word no. And that was so funny, because you're so used to, normal, I don't know, traditional businesses going yada, 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 yada. But it was great. I'm reading through these questions. And it's like, can this happen? You're like, no. Next one, can this happen? No. So that was great. And don't change that style, Richard, because it helped me learn a lot about it without any confusion. And I could actually sort of feel your language coming through in those questions.
We do a lot of stuff in Hex is amazing. So I think the Pumpamentals are unrivaled. The game theory is unrivaled. The logo I absolutely love. We have a t-shirt store that's built that I can basically click a button and turn on. I'm just kind of waiting for my sample to make sure it's awesome. I
can see everything. You're wearing a lot of Hex today.
Yeah, a lot of Hex stuff
like
here.
The bracelet.
Yeah, I just need to, I will have more Hex stuff very soon. So I ordered a Hex shirt and a Hex mug and a Hex polo. But we've also got hats and bean bags and bikinis and crop tops and backpacks and fanny packs and flip-flops. It's, and people want them. So it's not just that people want them. I would add them to the project with all of those things that people are unlikely to buy, like a bean bag. I am unlikely to buy the Hex bean bag. But having it when no one else does, it's nice. It shows that we do things a little bit better, and they're priced a little bit more expensive than other ones. So you can buy a Bitcoin shirt on there because I added one for giggles for maybe like $25. But if you want the Hex one, it's $36. Why? Well, and our inflation is 3.69, so we put the price at 36.9, and we want it to be more because we want to look better, because we want our currency to be more valuable. And I don't want to be the low price leader discount cryptocurrency, nor do I care to be the low price leader discount cryptocurrency shirt. If you're wearing one of these shirts, you paid more for it than a person wearing another crypto shirt. Period. And if that hurts sales, fine. If you can afford to wear these shirts, great, then you can represent, right? So I don't know how much people care about an extra $10, but it matters, right? Like the halo image matters. It's why Toyota has Lexus. It's why Nissan has Infinity. It's why Honda has Acura,
Acura.
their Halo products that add authenticity and greatness to your other offerings.
The two things that sold me on the project, and I mean, let's face it, when it came out, it got a lot of resistance, but I suppose every project does. It gets a lot of pushback, and there was one interview you did, and it was years ago, like feels like years ago, maybe it wasn't. Everything's moving so quick. I talk about things, one human year being 7 crypto years, or the other way around, when everything moves so quickly. But you're in one interview, and there was a guy who, it was really uncomfortable because you had done this long interview, and right at the end he goes, "No, I just don't believe in it." And you're like, "Why, man?" And he goes, "X, Y, Z," and you're like, "It's not." And he goes, "No." And I'm glad you still published it, and this is part of the reason why I like the project. The two main reasons I like it is because initially it's not costing anything. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, after reviewing this thing for hours, you're not asking for money, you're not asking for my Bitcoin, you just want to see a screenshot, so to speak, of my Bitcoin.
There's
and then
two...
in return,
Go ahead.
And then in return you give me... I can't remember, what, 10,000 per...
Yeah. So here's how it works. The original plan was, we're going to do a fork of Bitcoin on Ethereum, and we're going to fix some things. We're going to fix the unit bias so that instead of paying 0.0000 something for something, you can use better units. You can pay like 10 of something for something.
Yep.
We're going to make it so that holders get paid to hold instead of miners get paid to mine, because miners are not your friend. You send your money to China, and they take your money and try and start a competing currency that competes with yours, that steals the brand name and steals the miners too. At one point, Bitcoin Cash had 50% of the hash rate of Bitcoin. At one point, Bitcoin Cash was worth 50% of Bitcoin. They tried to kill Bitcoin, and they did that with your money that you gave them from buying mining hardware from Bitmain. Okay? So how about we have less of that, right? How about we have less megacorps and less trustedness and more trustlessness, right? So you can claim for free Bitcoin Hex by signing a statement from your wallet. Electrum supports it. Bitcoin Core supports it. For almost everything. They don't support it for the BC1 address for some reason, but not that many people use it. And Coinobia Mobile supports it. They don't support it on desktop. So Electrum's my favorite of all those. You go to the website, hex.win, you paste your Bitcoin address, you copy paste the statement to your wallet, you click sign, you copy paste the signature back, you click submit, you're done. You never send your private keys. You never install weird software. Totally safe. As long as you had the 3 cents or 2 cents to send your transaction, or someone else retransmitted it for you, because it's safe to retransmit, because your Ethereum address, which is your Bitcoin hex address, your hex address is in there, and your Bitcoin address is in there. So anyone else can rebroadcast that, and you're going to be getting your coins. There's no way for anybody else to take your coins. So you need 2 or 3 cents, like United States pennies worth of Ethereum to do that, or someone else out of the niceness of their heart could rebroadcast it for you. Now, if you wanted to buy in and pay for them, you can transform Ethereum into Hex. You can do that, right? You don't have to. You can claim the free ones. When you claim the free ones,
been the case?
No, that was added. That was the thing I was telling you about.
Okay, yeah.
So auto staking was added. So if you go in Australia, if you drive on the highway, you might see some billboards that say free tickets for Wet and Wild or free tickets for something. And if you call them, they'll say, listen, yes, we're going to give you those free tickets, but you got to come see our sales presentation. And they're going to try and sell you some timeshare or some multi-level thing. Now, why does that work? Because enough people go there and see the presentation and buy it that they have enough money left over that they can hand out free tickets to everyone that came. So in effect, what happens is that the people that went there and bought the thing paid for the free tickets for everybody else. Hex is kind of the same thing. yes, you can claim it. You can get it for free. It's going to be if you claim for free, 90% of your coins are going to be locked for 50 weeks because we want you to see gains. So you're going to be locked in to that big lump sum payout that comes at the end of the 50 weeks, day 351. You're going to see those gains. You're going to see that appreciation, and you're going to see it on paper the whole way there. So come get your free coins, and we're going to show you some gains. And then after you've seen gains, you can dump if you want. All right? You can dump 10% just off the bat. Go ahead. But the rest, the 90% that's auto staked, you got to see the gains on. Now, why do we do that? Because we don't want anyone dumping their damn coins. We want the price to go up. Everything in the system is designed for the price to go up. Well, what's the opposite of the price going up? People selling. So how do you get people not to sell? They lock their coins, and they lock them for longer to get higher rewards, and you don't hand out free coins to people to just dump on you. So if I make it so that if I gave a person that was likely to buy more coins, they were going to lock their coins longer than 50 weeks anyway because they want the bigger bonuses because they believe in the project. So those guys don't care about auto staking. They're going to just stake for longer anyway. The people that were going to dump on day one, they hate auto staking because they wanted to dump it all, not just 10%. And so now they're less likely to claim in the first place. Awesome. Fuck those guys. We don't want those guys. We don't want guys that dump. We want guys that buy, right? So adding auto staking is the same reason that you have to attend the sales presentation before you give the tickets. They don't give you your tickets over the phone. They don't give you your tickets at the beginning of the presentation. You'll just walk out. They make you wait. Why? Because it becomes profitable for them to do so. And we treat our onboarding system through the freemium the same way. Furthermore, do people want to pay for a thing that is free, or do they want to get an expensive thing for free? An expensive thing you get for free is very valuable. A free thing that you had to pay for doesn't feel as good. So having some place where people are willing to exchange real currency for a thing, it's useful and it's good. So if you look at the top 10, if you look at the top 100 market cap, the only successful airdrop only coin is around number 25. All of the other successful coins that had airdrops were not primarily airdropped, right? Or forked. I guess you've got, BCH and BSV and Bitcoin, and Litecoin's also Bitcoin fork, but they didn't fork the UTXO set. They just forked the software and did a proof of work change. That's like 4 Bitcoin forks up there in the top 10. All of the other tokens, you had to pay to get them. So you could have got Ripple for free, but the majority of them were sold. You could have got XLM for free, but the majority were sold, right? So it's to do free only token is not as powerful as free plus another onboarding method. It's just better. I'll give you another example. If you want to onboard users and people didn't have coins at the snapshot, the only way they can onboard is to buy from an exchange who is a shitty middleman, who wants to AML you, KYC you, lose your orders, charge you fees, get hacked, go down. It sucks. So if we live in a trustless system, why would we expose users to an order book and all that other bullshit when they can just interact directly with the contract? So if you can transform Ethereum into Hex directly through the contract without the middlemen, that's better. It's better, right? And it's fair. Just the way it works is about 1 billion. So there's exactly 1 billion tokens that get released day one to the transform system. The reason that it gets preceded with that billion is because all the rest of the coins are unclaimed, and you don't have your first round of unclaimed until 24 hours has passed from the launch, because then you're like, oh, well, these weren't claimed, right? So first day it gets preceded with 1 billion. Days after that, it's probably going to get around 500 million, 400 million, depending on how many people claim. If more people claim, less are available for the adoption amplifier. The adoption amplifier primarily gets fed with a copy of unclaimed coins that are getting paid to people at the end of the 350 days. So you get your coins for free. They're 90% auto-staked. 10% you can do whatever you want with. You can stake it for longer. You can dump them on market, whatever you want. The majority of the ROI, the vast majority of the ROI, is coming from being staked at day 350. A copy of the coins that are being paid at day 350 are being issued every day during that phase. If more people claim their coins, less people get paid them at the big lump sum payout at day 350, and less are available for transformation through the adoption amplifier because it just gets a copy of them. So it's another virtuous cycle where, if I can get more people to claim, then the value of the coins goes up because there's less available for sale, and they get paid the stakers less later, right? It's better. If
but after day 350, is
then there's no more affiliate program. There's no more 20% get in early bonus. There's no more claiming. There's no more free coins to claim. No whale can come along and claim. By the way, whales get penalized 50 to 75% from 1K to 10K coins. So if you're an exchange with a big wallet of Bitcoin and you claim, you get penalized 75%. So you can't dump on everybody. Yeah,
day 350, the supply is set. Is it fair
right?
to say
The supply is set to increase at 3.69%
yes.
per year, only paid to stakers. Not paid to electric companies, not paid to mining companies, paid to stakers. And a staker can't sell until he ends a stake. And when does a stake end? Very likely in the future, right? So that it took Bitcoin over 10 years to get down to 3.69% inflation. We're starting there after our launch phase. So we're doing at year one what it took Bitcoin 10 years to do, and we don't have the externalities to pay. We don't have to pay mining rewards, block rewards constantly for people to sell on the market to pay their electric bills and buy more mining hardware from bad actors, right?
How did you choose that number 3.69 for inflation?
It was the closest one to the inflation rate that Bitcoin had when it hit 20K. So I knew it was a good usable inflation rate, and it was lower. I think Bitcoin was 4.17 at the time. Maybe, Bitcoin was about 4.17 when it hit 20K. And I love the power of threes. And, you can see it at the beginning of the book. So 369, even rhymes, kind of. I don't know. It feels good to me. So the shirts are 36.9, inflation's rate 3.69. There's not any more specific magical reason for that.
I like it. Yeah, you speak about the magic of three in your book.
Yeah, it works, and it's a lower inflation rate that Bitcoin had when it hit 20K. So, inflation rates in other cryptocurrencies really hurt the price because they get sold to pay for electricity because they pay mining rewards to miners. We do not pay block rewards to miners. Therefore, we have lower inflation rates, and our inflation only gets paid to people who aren't going to sell it anyway because they can't, because it's locked. So it's all delayed, and and who knows? You can stake up to 50 years. Some guy's going to have a big stake at the end of 50 years. Good for him. He'll make a lot of money, right? But he's not going to be dumping on people in the meantime. What else?
It comes down to the last question, which I know is pressure on you, my friend. But when is this bad boy launching?
I mean, I could write a check and go to audit now because we've passed all our internal tests. There's static analysis tools that look for bugs in Solidity code, which is the language our system is written in. We passed MythX, we passed Slither, we passed Securify with flying colors. Some other ones, Oinoti or something, I can't even spell it right. The only bugs that could be found in our system are going to be found through a much more rigorous testing. So they need dedicated auditors looking at them manually. And if you can program invariants well enough, you might be able to find something with Manticore, Echidna. There's two other kind of brute force-ish kind of setups out there to test contract security. Those are the only tools that are left so there's basically 4 tools, and manual analysis are the only things left that could find problems with the contract. On the front end, all the functions work except claim. Claim could be done today. It's there. So I
we
think
can claim now.
No. I mean the testing, that if you host the contract on your own local blockchain and host the front end code on the same machine, then you can claim your own tokens from your own local blockchain testing setup, right? So like if you just host the contract in your own blockchain, you have to know how to speak to it in order to get it to do things. And so that's what the front end does. It lets you know how to speak to the contract so that the contract can do what you want it to do, right? You want to claim some coins? Okay, well, the contract evaluates these statements to true if you give it these inputs. And then you need to know what inputs to give it, right? And so like the front end, the main reason the front end exists is to format the crap that you tell it in a way that the contract understands. So you know that you've got a balance and a Bitcoin address at a snapshot height that should be good to claim. Good for you. Now you've got to paste that into the front end, and then the front end turns that into language the contract understands. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
when you make code, there's the deploying, which actually happens on the main net, and then there's the test net, which anyone in the world can see, and then there's your private test net, which just runs on your own computer. So for speed, you develop against your own private test net. So you have your own Ethereum blockchain that lives on your own computer that you deploy your contract on, and you have fake Ethereum gas that you use to pay transaction fees on, and you have fake Ethereum users that you invent to do things, and that's your test environment. Once your contract does everything that you want it to do in your test environment, then you deploy it to the normal test nets, and there's a few of them. Rinkeby, Robston, a new one I can't remember, starts with a G, I think. So you've got your public test nets, you've got your private test net, and then people can experiment on there, claim coins, right? Send things around, look for bugs. After you've passed all of that and your audit, then you deploy on the main net. You tell everyone about it, right? You cannot deploy on the main net until you've done your own test net and your own auditing, because your shit might have bugs and then people lose money, right? So right now, our stuff works great on the private test net. Soon it'll work great on the public test net, and then soon it'll work great on the main net. We're out of things to do in the contract. It's done, basically. And the front end is
before
90.
You launch, we'll get a 2-week warning.
Of course, for sure, because you need to be able to get your funds where you have the private keys where you can sign statements to them. And I would like to see everyone have some way to be able to get Ethereum if they want to participate in the adoption amplifier, because you could end up with a lot more tokens that way than you can from claiming, and I'll show you the math on it. The math on it is, if you have one Bitcoin, let's call it $10,000, even though right now it's only 9,300, 9,350. Well, 9,392. If you had one Bitcoin and you self-referred yourself, you're going to get 20% for claiming on the first day. You're going to get 10% for having used a referral link. You're going to get another 20% for having been the referrer. So if you take the 10,000 Bitcoin the 10,000 hex that you get for each Bitcoin, multiply by 1.2 for your speed bonus, times 1.1 for being referred, times 1.2 for being a referrer, you end up with 15,840 hex per Bitcoin. Not bad. Free, right? Now, how many hex are going into the adoption amplifier day one? 1 billion. That's a lot of coins. Who's going to get those coins? Well, let's say only one person joins the adoption amplifier that day, and they put in 1 Ethereum. They'll get 1 billion hex for the equivalent of $200. Now, how is that deal not work out for you if a lot of other people put in stuff too, right? So you could do the math, and I think the math would look like this. So if you had a $10,000 Bitcoin, then you'll get 15,840 hex if you claim the first day and you self-refer yourself. If you wanted to get the same 15,840 hex from the adoption amplifier, what's 1 billion divided by 15,840? I'll do the math real quick here.
While you do
it's
that,
63,000. It's 63,000. So it's very likely that people will get more hex by using the adoption amplifier and sending Ethereum to it than they'll get from their claims.
Well, let me put a scenario to you on that then. Let's say I look at that proposition on week 1, day 1, or whatever, and I say, right, if he's only taking a snapshot of my Bitcoin, if I buy, just war game this with me, so if I get 2 Bitcoins as an example, let's keep it simple, 10 grand each at 20 grand, you get the snapshot, and I get, to keep it real simple, 20,000 hex, plus my bonus, plus all the interest on top of that. No matter what happens to hex, I still have my 2 Bitcoin.
Yeah, you keep your Bitcoin. Right. They never move. You never send them. You never send your private key anywhere. You never install weird software.
But if we go down the other scenario of, well, if
you send Ethereum, you lose your Ethereum.
That's right. Yeah. And of course, I get some hex.
Yeah.
And if hex goes up, well, great. I've made a good investment.
Yeah.
But worst case scenario, if hex completely flops,
yeah,
and I've put Ethereum into the project, then I've just lost all my money on whatever Ethereum.
Yep.
So I'm just thinking, as an investor, wouldn't I be better off? Yes, I'd get lots of through that pool you were talking about. I get lots if I put Ethereum into it, but I'm actually paying then, and I could lose it. Whereas if I did the same scenario with Bitcoin, no matter what happens to Richard Hart's project, I've still got my Bitcoin.
Correct. That's all true. Yep. The reason I point this out is the likelihood that I'm able to get 100% of people to claim is 0%. The likelihood that the payouts from the We Are All Satoshi unclaimed coin things is gigantic is very large, particularly considering that even if I did get 100% of Bitcoin holders to claim, they can't, because the whale penalty knocks so many of them down, and because there's so many coins that have been lost, and because there's so many coins that just technically can't claim, like all the multi-sig coins, which most large exchanges use. None of those guys can claim, which means there's going to be a ton of unclaimed coins, which means there's going to be a ton paid at the end of the 50 weeks, which also means that there's going to be a ton available in the adoption amplifier because it's a copy of those. So if day 1, there's 1 billion hex that's available through the adoption amplifier, and you would get all of them if you put in 1 grain of sand if you're the only person that puts a grain of sand of Ethereum into the contract, you get all of it. It just gets divided up between who joined, right? So if you were the only person that joined the adoption amplifier lobby on the first day, you would get 1 billion hex for nothing, for literally less than the transaction fee. Like you could put so if you took 1 Ethereum and divide it by 18 zeros, and that's 1 gwei, it's called, you could get all of the 1 billion hex for just 1 gwei, which is less than 1 penny. Your transaction fee to send that transaction would probably be 2 pennies. Let's call it 1 penny to have the ability to get 1 billion hex if no one else joined. That's a retarded no-brainer deal. That really, like, if you don't join the Transform lobby, you're costing yourself the lottery that other people didn't join after you, and then you got like infinitely wealthy for nothing, pretty much. In a realistic system, a lot of people would join, and then all of those participants would have more reasonable gains. But if you're the only guy that joins, it doesn't matter how much you join for. You get everything for nothing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that happens every day. So like every single day, there's in between 500 million and 1 billion hex that are going into that amplifier. And if you don't join with at least just 1/100th of a penny for the chance that not that many other people join on top of you to make it a more realistic price, well, I mean, that just seems retarded to me. Like, because for a penny, you're entering the lottery that you get an insane amount of hex. And it's really just a question of how many people are putting in ETH into the lobby that day, right?
Look, I mentioned there's 2 main reasons why I supported the project, and the second reason, Richard, is because you're putting your reputation on the line, and I really respect that. The reality is you are going in front of planet Earth and regularly going in front of the camera, doing live streams, as we're doing tonight, of which I've never done, so thank you for this experience.
Thank you for being a great interviewer and having fabulous questions. It's really a pleasure.
Thank you. That's I'm humbled by that comment. Thank you. As I said, I've been looking forward to this conversation for years. Sorry, and what really, I spent a lot of time doing the review on your project. I spent at least a month listening to it every day, and then I spent days making the actual video, and I even put lots of little visual effects on it. And my computer at the time was a shitty computer, and it kept crashing, and I kept having to reboot it, and it was horrible. But ultimately, why I thought, well, this is worth it, is because this guy is putting his face in front of the world, unlike any other. And it's not an ICO, it's not an IEO, and that's what I put in my review. You're not asking for money. Now, yes, I acknowledge that at the moment there is an opportunity to put Ethereum in here, and if you want, put money in there.
But you don't have to. I mean, look, if no one puts money in,
you don't have to.
Whatever.
Yep, you don't have to. And that was my final summary on my review of it. It's like this guy's not asking for money, and if it all goes to shit, it's his time, his money, his reputation. So why wouldn't you do this? Why wouldn't you just say, "Here you go, Richard. This is my Bitcoin." He's not asking for it, and that's why I could not understand the pushback from the community. I think you may get some pushback now with saying, "Oh, he wants some Ethereum," but you've explained it well. No,
you don't have. Look, if no one puts anything in there, then it doesn't cost anyone anything. It only costs something. It only costs someone something if other people are putting stuff in, right?
Yep.
If everyone just puts in 1 penny, well, then it costs like 10 cents to get 1 billion hex. Like, congrats, guys, right? So it's unlikely. I think that the project has a lot of value. When Vitalik launched Ethereum, the market for Ethereum was world computer, and we've seen that there is actually no market for that. Nobody is using it for anything similar to that whatsoever. But that project's still worth a quarter of Bitcoin, 20% of Bitcoin, some very large number, right? So Bitcoin's worth, let's call it 9,400 times 18 million coins. Oh, that's not my calculator. Hold on a second.
You're using your weighted keyboard there, aren't you?
Yeah. So Bitcoin's worth about 170 billion. And I think Ethereum is worth, and I'll just use CoinMarketCap for this because I don't remember their supply. I know it's about $200 a coin. You should use on-chain effects, by the way. It's a little bit better than CoinMarketCap. Yeah, so Ethereum's market cap's 22 billion. That was a project started by someone who at the time was less popular than I am, and who addressed a smaller market cap than we're addressing. We're addressing time deposits, which is a multi-trillion-dollar a year industry. And we're doing currency. Ethereum does currency and world computing doesn't have any value in it, right? The amount of value that we'll be sending to the Ethereum ecosystem from using it for our project should be quite low, because you don't need high throughput in order to do time deposits. Time deposits is based on not having throughput due to being locked up. So it's the opposite of high throughput. We don't need the high throughput, therefore we don't need to pay a lot of fees. Therefore we shouldn't be driving up the fee market on there, right? It's a larger market cap with an idea that no one else is doing, that is already a multi-trillion-dollar a year industry in the United States. It's probably the most popular. It's the second most popular banking product, is my guess. And if you go to your bank, you're like, all right, we got savings accounts, we got checking accounts, and we got CDs. And there's trillions of dollars in CDs. So, we have an affiliate program. Did Ethereum have an affiliate program? No. We have free tokens for people. Did Ethereum have free tokens for people? No. We got the founder with 52K Twitter followers and 40K YouTube subs, and that's without spending any money on marketing ever at all. Nothing. And what the affiliates will start pushing it when the demo's out, right? Like, there's so many good things in this that didn't exist for any other project, and it's unique and it appeals to a larger market. It's just a ton of very, very good things in this project.
Well, I'm keen to become, as you put, I like this term, a shillionaire.
I like that term, shillionaire.
I love it. Yeah, you've got to make that into a shirt. Yeah, one of your shirts has
I'm going to write that down. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'm gonna write that
it's
down.
great. Yeah, shillionaire it's the coolest term. I dig it. Richard, I'm cognizant of the time. I did actually want to talk to you about Tether, but maybe we could do more on this later because Tether is a deep warren hole that I wanted to go down with you, perhaps in another talk if you're up for it.
Yeah, whatever. People hate when they talk about it. Somehow people have confounded the success of Bitcoin with the success of something the opposite of Bitcoin, which is fake fiat, centralized counterparty. I don't know how this happened. I don't know how people got this idea that the opposite of Bitcoin is somehow now what you have to protect and defend to protect actual Bitcoin. Bitcoin is trustless without a central counterparty that can run off your money. All of these fake fiat currencies that run on crypto, they're all center counterpartied. Someone can run off with your money. They're opposites. Stop confusing them. If everyone had to sell their fake fiat currency for real currency, real Bitcoin, the price of Bitcoin would go higher, just like it did when Mt. Gox failed. What happened when Mt. Gox failed? There was a system that had few Bitcoin because they got stolen, but lots of dollars. And so what happened? People discovered that they weren't going to get their dollars back. So what did they do? They traded their fake dollars that they had in the system for real Bitcoin that they could take off the system. So what happens when one of these fake currencies or fake exchanges gets found out is that everyone, as quickly as they can, turns their fake balances in whatever fake thing they have, Gox IOUs, or I don't want to say the word Tether, but if Tether had a problem, they would turn all their Tether that they can't turn into real dollars into the only thing they can actually turn them into that's useful, Bitcoin or other things, right? And if they have to turn all of their fake things into real things, it drives the price of the real things up. So if all of these fake cryptocurrencies died and people had to buy real cryptocurrencies, the price of the real cryptocurrencies would go up for the exact same reason Bitcoin went to $1,200 when Mt. Gox failed, because everyone took their fake Mt. Gox balances that they weren't going to get that money, and they turned them into something they could actually get, which was Bitcoin. Same exact mechanism. So everyone that defends Tether thinking they're doing something good for the Bitcoin price is actually fucking retarded. You guys are stupid. If those things went away, then they would be exchanged for real Bitcoin, and the value of a real Bitcoin would go up. The meaning of crypto is not to buy fake bullshit. Okay, they've got a bank account, and then you stuck them. Now it's their bank account, and then it's them, and then it's some crypto that isn't really necessary whatsoever, and then it's you. Well, that's a lot of bullshit in between you and their bank account. Why don't you just make it your bank account? And then there's less bullshit in the middle, and then there's less people that can rob you.
I don't understand why people don't get this, Richard. I don't understand why people use Tether. Now, they say it's good for, like day trading or trading in and out because you don't have to live. It is fiat currency. All Tether is.
It's worse than fiat.
Is another fiat. It's basically
worse than fiat.
A reserve bank printing fake money. And they're not even really printing it. It's just putting numbers into a computer saying, I have $1 billion worth of a thing called Tether that I can now use to buy real crypto like Bitcoin. I've made 5 videos on this now, and it's funny because
you'll just lose subscribers everyone you do. Everyone you do, these dumb assholes that can't understand that the death of fake Bitcoin is good for real Bitcoin. They just can't seem to get it. They don't get it.
I don't get how they don't get it.
If you don't like fractional reserve, and they already said that they did fractional reserve for a quarter of it.
Yep.
Well, then why don't you just let them do it for 90% then, you stupid faggots? Like, why don't you just fucking let them fucking 100% fiat it then? Why pretend? Like,
yep.
It's so stupid. It hurts me.
On day one, they said 1 for 1, and we were always suspicious. Then on day whatever, they're like, no, we're not actually doing 1 for 1. And then on the next day, they recently accidentally printed $5 billion worth of Tether. Can you imagine accidentally printing bullshit?
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, dude, and it really manipulated the price. I actually came home. My dog. You've got a dog. I saw you. You got
I
your
did.
dogs,
My
didn't
dog died, unfortunately.
you? Oh, dude, man, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's all right. It
How
happens.
old?
She was like 11, but it's Chihuahua, so she should have lived longer, but she didn't, unfortunately. Every time
Dude,
I see little dogs now, I want to get another one, but I need
yeah.
to kind of finish my project before I get to have fun again.
This is my first dog. He's a rescue dog, and when I came back from the Middle East, I saw this dog trapped in a backyard, and he had food, water, shelter, but no love. And dude, I didn't understand how much people love dogs until I had one. And I remember in one of your videos, your puppy was running on the hard floor, and you could hear the nails scratching on the floor.
Yeah,
I'm really sorry for your loss, man.
it's okay, man. I
think
mean,
I
the
can
thing that I try and tell people that we need more medical research. My grandparents died. I didn't do shit for them. My dog died. I did barely shit for her. I'm next on the chopping block, and my kids, if I have them after, at what point do you figure out what really matters in life? And it's not exactly more trinkets, and it's not exactly more toys. It's the fucking medicine. You need it. You may not realize you need it, but you will need it, and your loved ones have needed it, and they didn't have it, and that's why they're dead now. So, like, progress can be made. In order to make it, we need more money in it. So sens.org, they accept crypto, donate there. Biotech startups, do them. We need more people working on the healing of humans and less people working on everything else, pretty much.
Do you think Musk, like
He doesn't believe. He wants to go
What's he
see
like?
Mars because that's what he read
Yeah.
about when he was a kid. Vitalik gave a few $1 million to the same foundation that I volunteered for, the Sens Foundation. He gave far more than I ever did, infinitely more. I gave some time and some goodwill, but I never gave the amount of cash that he did. So Vitalik believes, I believe, a lot of other good crypto people believe that, 200,000 people a day die stuff they don't need to die from because we're bad at doing medicine. We should get better at it.
And here we are sending people to them. When I spoke to the futurist, who may have been the Bitcoin time traveler, I don't think so, but it's a good little crypto fantasy. He actually raised the same point. Here we are speaking about sending people to Mars when we should look at filtering our own water so kids aren't dying from drinking contaminated water, and that's the very basics of it. And then we go further on to other first world medical research.
Yep, it's true.
Richard, I'm very grateful to speak to you tonight.
Pleasure, man.
I think it's morning or midday wherever you are. I like that we work
I
in
never tell
Zulu
anyone.
time as well.
I don't need
That's cool.
fanboys begging me, "Hey, Richard, please toss me a Bitcoin." Fuck off,
What's
scum.
that? Who's doing that?
Well, no one, because no one knows where I live. I never have to do that GIF where it's like, "Please, sir, may I have another GIF?" I never have to see that shit.
It's the consequence of getting richer, I guess. The further you go up, the maybe more people are asking for a handout. Is that...
Well, I don't know. It's like, it's not like people are sending you gifts. They're sending you retarded sales pitches and mostly retarded shit. Some people would send gifts, but it's like, how many times from knowing where you live have your friends sent you some awesome birthday gift thing? You're like, nah, not that often. But then how many times have I received emails that say, like, please invest in my thing, or what do you think about this thing, and all that other stuff? And it's just like, I can't care about most of these crappy things.
I had one the other day. Someone wrote to me and goes, I've made this new mining company. I'm selling miners. Can you review it? And I said, all right, well, send me some miners and I'll go through the process of how good they are. And they're like, oh, we'll get back to you. And I'm like, come on. You want me to make a video on your product and you're not even going to give me your product? Fuck off.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's like, no, review your own vaporware. Funny stuff.
Before we close off, I've always wanted to know, that candlestick thing next to you, are they real candles in it? Have you ever lit it? What the hell does it mean, man?
They're candles. And yes, I have lit them. So
you
a
must
drunk
put
girl...
wax everywhere if it's on an angle.
Correct. They used to not be at an angle. A drunk girl knocked this off of a pedestal, and it bent this piece of metal that holds these forward.
Oh,
and
no
then I've
shit.
inserted my own piece of metal behind it to reduce the suck, but I don't feel like welding it because I don't have the tools I need to do it. And then it's this thing I would have to fix, right? And I don't feel like fighting it and fixing it, so I just leave the candles as they are at an angle without lighting them. I've done moonlight streams, so like my camera, I have an A7S that does 1,000,000 ISO, and I shoot at 50mm f1.4, so I can be extremely overexposed in just a single candlelight, and I've done candlelit stuff before. It just, it's easier to have normal lights. It's harder to have these because they're only on this side, and then this side's too dark, and then I have to lighten up that side, so then I have to have like another single candle over here. It's just a little clunky. Yeah, it's
Man, all
real
this
brass.
time I thought it was meant to be on an angle, but it's a drunk chick falling on it.
Well, actually, they kind of are naturally at a little bit of a forward angle because this angel is like flying forward with them. But now they kind of go the wrong way a little bit, and I just haven't had, like, the back of her wings are covered in wax, like you said, right now, from, you know, the candles being tilted the wrong way. Candlelight looks cool. Like, we're kind of evolved to appreciate candlelight a lot. Or not just candlelight, but, you know, fire light.
Yeah, it's I've got those lava lamps, and not lava lamps. It's like a red piece of salt. I don't know what it is. It's kind of hippie-ish, but it creates this beautiful red light, and in the evening it's quite calming. It just puts a red glow that I think we've been evolved to, you know, sitting around the campfire or sunsets. Red filters. Even these lights I've got, as I talk to you now, that it's got a brown filter or a red filter on it. If I change it goes to white, and that's a horrible color.
Interesting.
And if we go to that one,
I like that one better.
Yeah, it makes me look like I got a tan.
Yeah, I agree, man. The tans are nice. It was really nice speaking to you.
Yeah,
I'll tell your viewers everywhere they should go. Download the SciVive books, t.me/SciVive. Go to the Hex Crypto channel, t.me/HexCrypto. We also have t.me/Strape and Strape charts and Richard's calls. Those are free price calls, which I'm thinking of not making for anymore. I don't know. I'll just focus on Hex for now, probably. But at some point, throwing good information to the world is like, all right, well, I'll just charge there. Now, if you like my stuff, pay for it. If not, you don't need to know it. Might do that. What else? Free book, free trading chat, free normal chat, crypto chat. If you want Hex shirts or stuff, you can look at the demos of the store. That's in t.me/HexCrypto. Follow me on Twitter, Richard Hart Win. Follow me on YouTube, Richard Hart. Hex Crypto Twitter is Hex Crypto. And I'm leaving something out. Donate to sens.org, SENS. Yeah, I guess that's it. Or if you want to trade, go to richardhart.win. You could do options, you get 10% off. You could do futures. You could do, perpetual swap. There should, I have everyone looking at this 8,500 target to buy the dip. We just dumped like 6% today in a candle. So price is 93. Let's take a look. 94.40 right now, with a bottom so far of like 93.20 or so. That's what it looks like. Yeah, that's about it. Anything you want people to look at you at, Adam?
Yeah, for me, I'm just Adam Stokes. If you check me out at Adam Stokes Crypto, and also follow me at Twitter, which is Adam_Stokesy, STOKESY. I don't have as much presence as you, Richard, so I'm quite simple. Just Adam Stokes on YouTube and Adam_Stokesy on Twitter.
Sounds good, man. It was really good talking to you. I appreciate those good questions.
Thanks,
when
man.
Hex comes out, we should do it again, and then the questions will be even cooler.
Yes,
Maybe.
I really appreciate the work you do, man. Thank you so much.
Pleasure, man.
And maybe the investments you make will one day save my life. Who knows?
I hope so. That's crypto, longevity. That's what I'm into. there ain't really much better, you know? Getting rich is okay, but like, what good is being rich if you're dead? Ask Steve Jobs. My answer is better than his. I can speak it to you.
Yeah, some of your words rock my world, especially that Jobs case.
All right, man. Talk to you later, bro.
Thanks, brother. I'll see you later.
Hello, everybody. It's Richard Hart here. I just want to let you know that the Pulsechain.com mainnet has launched, and PulseX.com on that mainnet has launched as well. I hope you guys are all enjoying it. We waited a couple years for this, and it's finally here. Well, I guess YouTube's doing their job because we already got some visitors in the chat here. I was hoping that YouTube would pop me a nice kind of longer lasting link for this stream, but since I don't see one, I'm just going to spread the Richard Hart /live YouTube one. I'm going to put it on Telegram. I'm going to tweet it, and then when people click it later, who knows where YouTube will send them. If they were smart, they'd send them to the recording, but we'll see. If you want, you can take over. Doing their job because we got some visitors.
Let's go ahead and start. We start the show with you saying, hello, this is Richard Hart, and then I'll come back to you in about 4 or 5 seconds.
Hello, this is Richard Hart.
And this is Gary Leland, and you're listening to episode 92 of the Crypto Cousins podcast. Howdy, 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 Richard. Welcome to the Crypto Cousins podcast. Had to give you a Texas howdy there.
Hello. Can you believe I've only been to Texas once? It's a big place. Should go more. Houston.
Well,
it was nice.
That's a big city.
Yeah.
Yeah. Houston's about 6 hours from me. I'm in the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
That's a long distance.
It's a big state. You know, I was telling someone the other day, I drove out to West Texas, and I'd driven about 6-7 hours, and I still was in the state. I was talking to someone from Europe, and I said, in that amount of time, I could have gone to 4 countries.
Right. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, because she was talking about how she spoke so many languages. I said, well, sure. You got to. I mean, within an 8-hour drive, you've got 5-6 different countries that speak 5-6 different languages.
It's weird. It must have been really hard to get around way back when languages are developing, you know? Because you get, I mean, even Spain has 4 or 5 languages in there. It's not that big of a place.
And you got Spain, and then Portugal's there too.
Yeah.
I mean, so you got, that's a lot of languages in a small area. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of surprising because, I mean, they've had civilization there like forever. So it's hard to believe that didn't kind of mesh more into one.
Yeah, the only thesis I have is the same reason we're different colors. It's just hard to get around way back when. You know, people would be born, live and die within a couple miles of the same spot because transportation was so slow and risky and expensive that people just didn't bother doing it.
Well, using that thesis, now that travel is so easy, in 200 years we will have one language.
I give you I got 2 interesting ideas on both of those topics. They're not really crypto, but you know, maybe you have a longer than 30-minute interview. Trust was very, very, very important when we had delays in communication. So if you needed someone to go somewhere and negotiate something on your behalf, he would never be able to call you because phones didn't exist. He had to just do it on its own. And trust was super important. But these days, trust is actually laziness because verification is simple. Oh, you say that you've got a thing? All right, well, send me a live stream of you playing with the thing. Okay, no live stream? Scammer, go away, right? So nowadays, trust hurts relationships more than it helps them because you leave openings for people to become worse people and do bad things. I've lost a lot of friends from giving them an opportunity to steal from me. And had I not given them that opportunity, they would be better people today. So the more trust but verify, which really just means verify, that we get, then the friendlier we'll all be. You know, good contract, good paper makes good friends. If there's holes in the paper and there's holes in the contract, you destroy relationships. It's like not having a prenup. If a woman or a man has $1 million reason to think your jokes aren't funny anymore, you're not going to be funny anymore. So if you align the goals from the start, then your jokes tend to be funnier longer when there's not $1 million reason for them to cease to be, right? So my thesis is that due to increase in communication speeds, it devalued trust to where trust is pretty much harmful now because verification is so cheap. And as far as a global language goes, I fully wish that everyone spoke one language. I'm very partial to English because we do make the best films, the best books, the best science, the best research, the global reserve currency. We have the most words. Most of the new words are in English. So, you know, it's easy to say I wish it were English because I only speak English, but I don't. I also speak Spanish. So, and I prefer English.
Well, I think in France, don't they meet like every year or so and change English words and make up French versions?
Terribly
because they want to
wasteful.
keep the French language.
Yeah,
So
they're pretty nationalist about that. I mean, Quebec in Canada wants to basically stop being part of Canada rather often to maintain their cultural heritage with their French language, and you know it's illegal to put up English signs there. Fact check me on that, but I know there's lots of laws regarding non-French signs there.
Well, before we get any further, I would give for my listeners, I think many of them tend to listen to more podcasts than watch videos, and you're really big on YouTube, and I want to make sure they know who you are. Could you give us like a short 1 minute
Sure.
bio?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Richard Hart, multimillionaire genius. Been retired since 2003. Started my first business out of my front yard selling car stereo equipment, and then got into search engine optimization, shopping carts, mortgage leads, scaled it up to about 150 people, did 60 million a year in revenue. Margins were pretty good. You know, internet was just kicking off at that time. That was before you could buy AdWords on Google. Google didn't have an AdWords program. There was no pay-per-click. Which is funny because now that's like all of their revenue.
Yeah, I remember those days.
Yeah, and I don't think the web has gotten any better, oddly enough. It's more bloated now. So if you want to put up a new website, you've got to use a framework, and the framework is pure bloat just to do animations, and we don't need animations. It's just text and pictures, right? Or in our case, YouTube, it's video. And we don't need all these stupid frameworks like Bootstrap and others to encapsulate pictures and data and make it so that we have this like in the old days, the Bible wasn't printed and you couldn't get your own copy, and you probably didn't know how to read. So you had to go to the priest that would be the middleman between the Bible and you, and it left, you know, all the problems of middlemen. They charge fees, right? And they do things wrong. They introduce risk. And so that's what we have on the internet today, is if you want to launch a website, it's become so complex due to stupid animations that you have to go to these middlemen, these gatekeepers, right? So you either put up a blog on WordPress.com or, you know, put up a page on Facebook or something. But in reality, they're just middlemen. They get in between your pictures and your text and the users that want to see it, right? So WordPress is kind of neat because they basically open sourced their content management system that let everyone with a basic knowledge of computing, you know, put up a nice looking website that works pretty well. And I guess we've got that in retail now with shops like Shopify and others. I have no idea why I'm losing my voice here. I haven't been talking much. Just staying up long, I guess. Long nights.
Well, when you do an interview, it's only like usually 3 hours. So
yeah, I got a lot to say, you know, like I know a lot about a lot, and it's interesting and cool stuff. So.
When did you first get on the net or start building on the net?
My first website was Internet Marketing Masters. This would have been 2001, 2002, something like that. You can look it up on waybackmachine.com, archive.org. Fact check all these cool things I tell you.
I started back in '96, my first e-commerce, and the thing I used to like about it then was, well, we didn't have Google, and and
Yeah.
Yahoo was around. But you, like for instance, on InfoSeek. Do you remember InfoSeek?
A little bit before my time. I mean,
Yeah, and the thing that was so cool is, okay, you'd have a white background with I had a wallpaper website, one of the first wallpaper websites on the net, and I'd type the word wallpaper in white on the white background 100 times, and I'd be number one. And then I looked the next day, and I was number 3, and I go, the hell with it, and I'd add it like another 400 times,
yeah,
and then I'd be number 1 again when I refreshed the page.
I used to do SEO for a living. I know all that
But
interesting stuff.
I don't even call this SEO. I just call this stupidity that you can manipulate it that easy. But
I think they'd penalize meta tags now.
Huh?
If I were a search engine, I would penalize meta tags. I'd be like, oh, you want to rank for this, which means you're most likely to be lying about it. So it's the worst data I could get. I would penalize you for meta tags now. And I would just use PageRank and what other people were saying about you. But PhDs that are better at it than me are probably already working on it.
Well, I think that would be a better way. Hey, thing I really wanted to get into, though, was Bitcoin Hex.
All right. Well, it's not called, we dropped the Bitcoin out of there because there's no reason.
Okay.
Bitcoin doesn't need free marketing from us.
Okay, so
Bitcoin's
Hex.
a $60 billion project. They can go do their own marketing. They don't need to leech off of my effort.
But it
Just
was
Hex.
Bitcoin Hex originally,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it was. And it's really, 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 really hard to get a good brandable, pronounceable, not misspellable domain name. It's very hard. So if you look at, and not just domain name, but brand, if you look at the most profitable publicly traded companies in the world, their names have nothing to do with their business. Apple does not sell apples. Amazon does not sell vacations in the Amazon. Alphabet does not have anything to do with the search engine. That's the parent company of Google and all the Google things. eBay, there's no bay, right? So once you realize that the most successful companies in the world paid dearly, millions and millions and millions of dollars to rebrand, right? So Google wasn't always called Alphabet. They paid dearly to do that pivot to a new name. And, back when pay-per-click was popular, there was a company that did all the pay-per-click for Yahoo, and it was called GoTo, but it was like GOTO. And there was other website called Geo number 2, and it was confusing. So what they do, they rebranded to Overture. Why?
I remember that.
Yep.
Yeah. I used to have a pin from Overture they sent me for doing so much advertising with them.
Yep. They were the first guys to figure out that you could take all of the profit from a customer acquisition away from the retailer and just give it to the search engine. And that's what search engines are today. They take your profit you make on your first customer, or maybe the first few months of total customer value, and they just give it to the search engine. Because people keep bidding against each other until that's the emergent property. Is that the search engine makes, if you do pay-per-click on like mesothelioma lawsuit, it's like $50 a click. It's absurd how much money search engines make by being the filter by which you don't see sites. Because that's what a search engine does. It shows you not sites. Here's all the sites. We're not going to show you all the irrelevant ones. So we get to choose what isn't relevant, right? And it's dangerous because if they frown upon you, your life's over. Like, if you get banned off of Amazon, Reddit, Twitter, Facebook, whatever else, pretty hard for humans to know that you still exist. It's risky. It's very risky. It's not good.
So Hex is the name now. You got a great looking logo. I know that. You're a marketing guy.
Yep.
Obviously.
Can I ask you a question? Are you recording this on your end for audio still?
Yes.
Because I'm getting reports of lag on my end, and I want to stop recording locally and see if it helps.
Oh, that's fine. I'm recording.
It shouldn't make any difference, but just in case. Yeah. Good luck, guys. I hope that helps. I don't know why it would lag. I mean, you guys can watch this at 360p. You don't really need to see my my wrinkled shirt in higher res.
Let me know when you're ready.
Well, I mean, I'm still streaming. I'm just getting reports on lagginess. They can survive it.
So you ready to go back?
Yeah, we're still live. I never
Okay.
stopped streaming. I just stopped recording locally. So you'll have to use
No, I was
for
just
audio.
waiting
You'll
for
have to
you
use
to
your
get
side.
that taken care of before I interviewed you.
Yeah.
Ask you more
Now
questions.
you do have audio on your side, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Because I stopped recording on mine. You'll still have
That's
the
fine.
YouTube version of it.
Yeah, I'm fine.
right.
So, Bitcoin Hex, you're marketing it as the first high interest CD on the blockchain.
Yep.
If I'm correct. Can you kind of go over that with me
Well, sure.
and explain that to me? Because, like I said, I'm really interested in Bitcoin Hex.
So we want to get rid of middlemen and make the world work better by giving people value, in the case of storing value and transferring value, at lower cost, with higher trust, with lower fees. That's the whole game of crypto. That's what it's all about. And if you look at what crypto is actually being used for, the blocks are empty, they are not full, and the blocks have pitiful throughput. So if we filled the blocks, we'd still be doing almost nothing. Since the blocks aren't even full, we're really, really doing almost nothing. Now, the good news is that because this market is so gigantic and there's so much money involved, that doing almost nothing can still be worth $60 billion or more. We were worth $300 billion at the end of 2017. So a lot of people confuse my narrative that I issue because it's accurate and nuanced, and they confuse me for being a bear. I'm not a bear. I think that the price can go to new all-time highs like it always has, and you don't have to make a lie or an excuse and pretend that 4 million users is good. You should be excited that you can get to a $300 billion valuation on Bitcoin with less than 4 million real users. You should be very excited about that. That shouldn't be bearish to you. That should be bullish. But you should also be accurate. 4 million users sucks. Clash of Clans has over 100 million a day. Bitcoin's been around for 10 years and has 4 million total. Now you could say, oh, but what about the guys on the exchanges? Bitcoin was designed to get rid of middlemen, not your keys, not your coins. If you're using an exchange, you're the reason that we get these XYZ exchange hacked and X number of millions of dollars lost. Triple-digit millions lost in hack. We keep getting those headlines because people don't use crypto for what it was designed for, which is to get rid of middlemen. If you're not holding your own keys, you're part of the problem, right? So let me unwrap this. Crypto is currently only used for speculation. Why? Well, it's pretty simple. If I want to buy something on, let's say, the world's most popular retailer for English speakers, Amazon, do they accept Bitcoin? No. Why not? Why would they? It would reduce their conversions. What do you mean it would reduce their conversions? Well, there's this thing called the paradox of choice. Every time you add a new payment option to a user, it reduces the likelihood for them to finish checking out. More payout options means less completed sales. That ain't good, right? So what if you did decide to confuse them anyway and have reduced throughput or reduced checkout completion? Then they have to rebuy their crypto. And what happens when they have to rebuy their crypto? They don't have to, by the way. They could just dump it and not get back in. But let's assume a positive feedback loop where crypto is adopted and they get back in. Now they've got to pay the bid-ask spread on the order book or some other type of transaction fee. And if you go to an ATM, they're about 10%. Maybe you get a deal at 6%. You just paid 6% for the privilege of not having chargeback protection, not having an extended warranty, not getting cash back, not being able to do subscription where they just keep pulling every week, right? Not being able to get credit. You have to have the money ahead of time. That's a lot of suck to receive for paying 6 to 10% more. So why would Amazon accept that, right? I was going to tweet yesterday, hey, what was the last big retailer we got on board? But I hate being bearish because the price can go up anyway. So if I tweet something that's accurate, like, hey guys, no one's working on adoption, and then they interpret that as price down, then I'm misleading them to some degree. I don't think enough time has passed where the bottom might be in, maybe 50-50. We're still under very strong resistance here. And we're crossing a 50 to 200 day golden cross very far away from the cross point. So where the averages will cross is, $1,000, $1,200 underneath us. Usually that means that we die. So when we have a golden cross or death cross and the price is very far from that cross average, we tend to revert back to it. And we did this in the last bear market too. We had a 50 to 200 golden cross, dumped 70%. And then we had another golden cross and it dumped 40%. But then that was the last one, and it was at $300, and it was just bullish forever, right? Up till 20K pretty much, with the occasional 30, 40% dip, which every quarter, I guess we get one, every 3 months, I think. So, point of the story. Crypto is used for speculation. You can dream and fantasy and mindfuck yourself into thinking that it's not, but it is if you measure it. It's being used for speculation. I mean, there's tokens that don't even function properly that have high values. That ain't adoption, that's speculation, right? Now, is that a problem? No, it's fine. You know what else is used for speculation? Gold, stock market. You think people are buying stocks because they don't want to make money? You think they're really interested in Coca-Cola? They believe in it? They're like, the world needs more sugary drinks. I'm a dentist and I want to see more cavities. No, they buy everything that's traded in a market because they want to make money. And it's honorable and it's enough. And you should be happy that whatever you have goes up in price. And unless you're robbing people, it's very likely you're making the world a better place. Now, we do have hiccups like, Theranos and Enron and companies that misled people. But if you're not being fraudulent and you're honest with your offering, by and large, investing in finance and new experimentation leads to new products which make the world a better place. So, speculation's enough. The price can go up with few users. 4 million users is still terrible. There's less than 4 million Bitcoin wallets that have $100 in them after 10 years of existence. And that number is pretty much going down. It used to be a little bit higher because I guess people are combining their wallets to save on fees, or maybe the bear market too, or both. What else? So what's a multi-trillion? If the game is to get rid of all the old legacy guys with their crappy systems and their crappy rules and their high margins and their risk, if you want to get rid of those guys, you got to do more than currency, because finance is more than currency. There's multiple trillions of dollars in time deposit saving products in the United States. So the CD, the certificate of deposit, which internationally was more commonly called a time deposit, depending on where you live, has multiple trillions of dollars in it right now, just in the United States, with other countries having trillions of dollars as well. Number 2 would be China. That market of locking up money now to get more money later is unserved by crypto. Unserved, multi-trillion-dollar market. If you have programmable money, the first thing you should program is interest. Right now, in Bitcoin, if you want to make interest in Bitcoin, you got to send thousands of dollars to some foreign country to buy some piece of hardware that mines Bitcoin and makes you slave to an electric company, and makes most of its profit, half of its profit, in the first week you receive it, due to increasing hash rate. That's a shitty system. Now, that shitty system exists in Bitcoin because there's no better way to do it. We need proof of work, because proof of work is the only way to verify what someone said was true. So they do in the animal kingdom. A bird that's got fancy feathers and big chest, well, he's got extra calories. That's how he got that big chest. And he's got extra feathers because he's just burning energy, right? He didn't need that energy to survive. He's got a surplus. Look at his surplus, right? If it was free to vote and vote multiple times, you couldn't trust someone's vote. People have to get one vote. And the only way to ensure someone gets one vote is to make it expensive. And the way that we make it expensive in Bitcoin is to be slaves to the electric company. Now, if you can piggyback on an existing system where people are already paying those miners to be honest and giving them a block reward, then your system piggybacking doesn't need to give them a block reward too. They're happy just with the fee. So in Bitcoin, new Bitcoin is inflation, about 4.18% currently. In the halvening in a year, it will go down by half. Instead of giving that money to miners, who I don't know how many you've talked to. I haven't talked to that many. Apparently don't speak much English and don't have much interest in speaking to you. And we're happy to see a corporate takeover during the SegWit 2X battle, which unless you're very technical, you may not understand. We give that money to people that hold their coins, that don't dump the price, and the longer you hold, the more you get paid, just like in the real world.
Hex.
With Hex, right. So it's a hybrid. We pay our equivalent block rewards, our inflation in the system, just to people that are holding. And we don't have externalities sucking down the price like power companies and chip manufacturers, because we don't have proof of work for block rewards. The only externalities that we have in this system are we're not paying electric bills, we're paying some fees, and they're very low fees, because in a system where you're designed to hold for a year, 2 years, 5 years, you don't need a lot of throughput for transactions. You have one transaction at the beginning of your 2-year period, 1 year, 30 days, you can lock whatever you want, right? And then you have a transaction at the end. That's very low throughput for very high economic value. So we don't have to pay the miners much to do that.
So you
That
give
makes
that
sense?
money to the people who stake.
Right. And then if you stake, the money that you're being paid always exceeds the inflation rate. Always. So the reason inflation sucks in most currencies is because it's being given to people that's not you. There's a lot of money printing going on in most currencies. In Bitcoin, it's being given to Bitcoin miners. You're not a Bitcoin miner? Oh, well, they're just going to dump on your head to pay their electric bills. And so for 10 years, miners have been dumping on Bitcoin holders' heads to pay electric bills. And it hurts the price, it doesn't help it. The more miners that compete to make the network more secure, which is funny because it's not actually more secure, it just has higher hash rate. You're still completely open to all types of attacks that aren't hash rate based and are more common, right? So we've had inflation bugs that we've narrowly dodged. Someone could have exploited one of those attacks and it has nothing to do with hash rate at all, right? And hash rate does nothing to protect you against those types of bugs. So, you know, the security that having more hash rate offers is not actually that good. It's okay. Yeah, it's better than nothing. But is it worth paying out huge, giant percents of the currency? I guess, because it worked out. But when this other thing works out too, when it has it has a better security model. So like every time people upgrade their network EXEs in Bitcoin, there's settings that they get to decide. How big blocks do I want to accept? What's the minimum fee I'm willing to accept to, make a transaction, let it get into a block? And do I want to keep this happening thing? It is not written in stone that the miners need to just cut their profit in half in 400 days. Now that's what's scheduled. That's what's likely to happen. That's what I'd like to see happen. But if the miners decided, hey, actually, we're just not going to double click the EXE that has our profit cut in half. We're just going to double click this EXE that keeps our profit the same. And if you want to go make a fork and have a minority hash rate tiny chain with your new little guys that are butthurt and mad because we changed the economics, well, you can start your chain that has low hash rate, and then we'll just attack it every once in a while to show you that hash rate matters. Okay. Well, what are you going to do to stop that? Well, you could do proof of work change. Okay, what are you going to change to? It's not easy, right? So
Yeah, any change is not easy with Bitcoin.
Well, by design, So my point is, the inflation bugs that have been dodged. We had one inflation bug that we bit and had to roll the chain back many years ago. Just dodged one, 8-10 months ago.
Right.
A Bcash developer found it with no bug bounty. He was just nice enough to let everyone know. Thanks, bud. That was real nice of you to not just get all the free money. He could have exploited it and just got free money. All right, nice. Thanks, bro. Appreciate the help. Glad that you saved these billion-dollar system at no profit to yourself. Most people would not do that, I don't think, right? People tend to do what's in their best financial interest usually. So that type of inflation bug that we have fallen for and almost fell for again, that doesn't exist in Hex because the game theory is in an immutable smart contract code that you never get to double click an EXE to set some options to change how it's interpreted, right? It's just, there ain't no there's no .conf file that you edit to be like, oh, actually we want to screw up this thing. How do we screw this thing up, right? But that does exist in Bitcoin. So and the substrate that it's on Ethereum has lower fees, higher throughput, actual bounty program where people get paid to find bugs. Bitcoin doesn't have that. So, and no cryptocurrency has ever been audited, the actual chain. There's never been a cryptocurrency that has had a full security audit for its primary blockchain. In the ecosystem that we're using, we can get a security audit, and there already has been a security audit for the base token that we're using and for the modifications that we're doing. There isn't one for the whole Ethereum system still, but it's some security audits is better than no security audits, right? And this is a system that's launched multiple billion-dollar projects. EOS sold $3.2 billion of Ethereum for people that wanted to trade their Ethereum tokens for their EOS tokens, which were just an ERC20 contract on Ethereum. They sold 7% of all Ethereum tokens by volume. So BNB token, all-time highs, bear market, didn't care, pumping, right? ERC20 token.
Big.
Yep, ERC20 token. TRX, billion-dollar plus project, ERC20 token. So that's like $5, $6, $7 billion of value that's been launched on ERC20 token without problems, and then they just switched to their own network anyway. So EOS launched as an ERC20 on Ethereum, and then airdropped people that had that token on Ethereum to the next chain, which was the EOS native chain. BNB is doing the same thing on their own kind of federated blockchain. Both of those systems aren't really distributed. They're centralized with fewer nodes, but that's fine. You know, if you have less attackers and you want more throughput and lower fees, okay, you can make that trade-off, right? You can have a little less security for a lot more throughput, and I support people that want to make that decision, right? You should choose what level of security you want to play at. And then, I think Tron did the same thing. I think they airdropped on their own network as well. So, you know, TRX, BNB, EOS, all launched as ERC20s and then pivoted to their own networks. Our system, we don't want to really pivot to another network. There's no advantage for us unless problems appear. And then then we'll pivot to a network, fork it, or do one of the other 5, 6 networks that supports the contract language that we use. So we do store value better. We pay holders instead of miners. We have higher throughput, higher security. It's a new token that you can get for free if you hold Bitcoin at the snapshot date.
When is the snapshot date? Have y'all decided that yet?
It's been like 50 days forever because we ran into 2 bugs. Originally, it was 2 weeks forever. So you have an option, right? When you're building software, you're like, hey, we want to support addresses that start with 3 because there's a lot of people that use SegWit. And there's some exchanges that use SegWit, and we'd like it if they wanted to be able to claim and airdrop their customers this token at a severely reduced rate. They would be reduced by 75%. They'd only have 25% of their stack left because it's in a giant whale wallet, and we have whale penalties. They should be given the option. If you want to be part of the ecosystem and give your customers free stuff and give them a reason to trade on a new pair and do volume and pay fees in your system, that's good for everybody, right? So we wanted to be able to have these 3 addresses, these SegWit pay to script hash addresses claim and pay to witness script hash. It's complicated stuff nobody really needs to know. So that delayed us for a while. And then I start getting my outputs from the theoretical modeling of what users will do with the system. And I notice that the way that it's designed, the guy that gets in the first day makes 1,000x. Oops, I overshot. So all of the game theory was designed to reward people that got in early. And as you tilt so many things to reward the early guy instead of the late guy, eventually the early guy just murders everybody else. So the tilts that we have for the early guy in our system are, if you get in, the first day or first period, you get a 20% speed bonus. If you are referred, you get a 10% bonus. You can refer yourself if you're tricky. You end up with like a 32% bonus.
And just while we're talking about that, if anyone is interested in checking out Hex, go to cryptocousins.com/Hex.
There you go.
And that is my referral program.
Use his referral link. You'll get a 10% bonus for doing it. So that all goes to early guys. Those decay The referral bonus stays static. The speed bonus decays to 0 over 50 weeks. And not just speed, but we have something called We Are All Satoshi, where if you get in early, you get your whole stack. But every week that you don't get in, you're missing 2% of your stack, and it was given to someone else. And there's a big change that I just came up with today on that, which I'm basically explaining to you now. I haven't spoken about it publicly anywhere, just in our Telegram channel. If you want to go see us designing the future of finance, you can go to t.me/hex crypto. And, I'm in there constantly, and 2,500 other people, 2,700 maybe now.
It's a big group.
Yeah, we don't deal with spammers. We don't deal with, if people want to talk smack, we just have a smack talk channel we move them to. Don't have much of that anymore because we just have copy-paste responses to every argument people have. It's a Ponzi. It's money grab. You're like, copy-paste. There you go. There you go.
While we're saying that, let's make sure people do understand that when this comes out, when Hex does launch, this is basically free.
Yeah.
You get a certain amount of Hex for every Bitcoin. What is the ratio?
It's 10,000 to 1
Bitcoin?
before bonuses, and you'll almost always have bonuses.
So the minimum is 10,000 to 1.
Right.
And you're giving it away, so you're not like taking people's money.
Nope.
And
now,
so
this is the change.
I have a hard time with that when I hear this scam, because I don't know where the scam is since you're not taking anyone's money.
In crypto, anything that someone else doesn't own a piece of is a scam. If someone buys a coin that you didn't buy, it's a scam. Take Ethereum, right? I called out Ethereum on being a scam for a good year, right? And everything I said about it was true on the negative side, but I left out all the positive things. So, for instance, everyone that's using Ethereum's losing millions of dollars, through security bugs. That's true. Okay. Well, why is it true? Because those guys used it wrong. Did Ethereum screw them? Nope, they screwed themselves. Ethereum just gives you a lot more rope because you have more options. It's hard to lose money in Bitcoin. People still do it. Like if you're coding your own wallet in Bitcoin and you don't understand change addresses, if you don't send the leftover money back to yourself, you lose it as a fee to the miner. It's very counterintuitive to new people. So you get in there, you're trying to develop your own Bitcoin wallet, and you make your own custom transaction, and then your change disappears as a fee to the miner, and you're just missing the money now. It's just gone. That's about the biggest mistake you can make in Bitcoin. That's Bitcoin's fault due to its design. Ethereum gives you more rope. You can make more mistakes. You can let someone else destroy your contract using a destroy command because you didn't tell it to be private, not public function. You can use a bad implementation of multisig that someone else built, and then someone destroyed that, and so now no one can get their funds, right? So if you use the parts that have done billions of dollars of commerce and never had a problem, which is what we're doing, we've got billions of dollars of testing that says this stuff works well, very well. If you venture out into La La Land and do a bunch of untested things, then you're more likely to have bugs, right? Or if you don't get a security audit, right? So it's not that Ethereum's evil, and that's the reason that people are losing money. It's because it has more options available to you. And then if you're not careful, your careless ass loses money, right? So when you tell people about crypto, you have to separate utility from price because they don't have anything in common. A lot of scams go up real high. No adoption. People just want to buy. So a project could suck. Like for instance, if you think Ethereum sucks, I can tell you that right now, when Ethereum launched, Bitcoin was at $500. Now Bitcoin's at $5,000. That's 10x. Ethereum is up 540x. So by holding Ethereum instead of Bitcoin from the moment they launched, you're up many, many multiples of x, right? Other tokens have done that same journey upwards in x in shorter time, right? Like EOS. Why? Because the economic energy that it takes to pump a new coin with a low market cap is exponentially less than the amount of energy to pump a large market cap coin. So to move Bitcoin 10%, that's a $6 billion move from 60 billion to 66 right? To pump a new coin 10% could be $20, right? It could be 200, it could be right? So you're never going to see the same returns on Bitcoin or any large cap crypto that you can get on a smaller cap crypto. It's just mathematically not possible. You've got finite amount of new economic energy to input into the system. And if you put it into the big caps, it moves a little. If you put it in small caps, it moves a lot. So in the bull run, I think a lot of people buying garbage are going to get very rich. It makes me angry, but that's how math is.
No, and I see that completely and understand that completely.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you answered my question, though, when you think the snapshot will be.
Well, it keeps so. Days. Oh, so the story. So we wanted to add. So we were on our timer, and then we decided to add 3 addresses, and we paused the timer at 2 weeks. And then it stayed 2 weeks for so long, and I'm like, all right, let's give new, better data. And then I wrote down, this is for this phase, this is how long it takes for this is how long it takes for that. And it was about 50 days. And then we did our modeling and saw that the game theory was broken. I had tilted too many things towards paying the early guy. Now the first guy to get in gets 1,000x, and all he has done is pump the price of Bitcoin, not the price of Hex, because Hex isn't on market. So why should the Hex ecosystem over reward a guy that got in 1 day early and pumped some other coin? That's stupid, right? So then I had to do one of 2 things. Either change the way that early adopters were being rewarded and remove one of the insanely tilted towards early guys things, or overlay another function that rewarded later guys to cancel them out, which is a little more clunky. I think I came up with a really great way to do it, and it was maybe only 12 hours ago. I think it's super simple to do. So don't hold me to this. It's not coded. I think it solves a lot of problems at once, and I'll explain it to you. So we know that we don't want the guy that gets into Hex the first day to make a 1,000x, because it just pumps the Bitcoin price. Doesn't help Hex, right?
Okay.
So that's stupid. So when do you want people's honorable behavior of buying Hex and locking it longer periods of time? When do you want that to kick in? Preferably when it has a value of some sort on an exchange somewhere that people can accurately price the value of the future coins, right? So I think the guys that did it the best were the EOS guys. The EOS guys got the most amount of money in the least amount of time, and their token held its value after ICO in the bear market. And I don't believe in the project at all. It's not real crypto. People vote on whether you get to keep your money or not. They have taken money from users before, which is basically reinventing the default judgment on the blockchain. I like none of those things, right? And the whole premise of the thing, other than we just vote to take users' money away, is that they have high throughput, and we don't need high throughput, right? So the blocks are empty, dude. I'm not sure why you care so much about high throughput. So I don't like any of those things. and yet they raised $4 billion of ETH, but if you look at when they sold it, they raised $3.2 billion of ETH that they sold on exchange by selling their tokens over a year with like an automated contract where if you send it Ethereum at the end of the day, so there would be a pool of EOS that was going to be given out. Now look, I'm not an expert on this. This is new information relatively. At the end of the day, they're going to give out X% of the EOS, right? And whoever puts in Ethereum that day is going to get their share of that day. And so basically I guess it's like, a daily conversion where people just turn their ETH into EOS. Now that phase is over with. They did it for a year and you can't do it anymore. So what I liked about that system was so we've got in Hex, when you claim your coins, no one gets them but you. There's all these leftover coins that aren't claimed because maybe the guy that had them died, perhaps like Satoshi. Maybe my marketing isn't strong enough in the Asian areas to reach every holder that speaks a language that's not English. Maybe it takes time for ideas to spread, or for people to figure out that free money is awesome, right? So it's very unlikely. And we also have technical considerations. If you have a multi-sig address, you can't claim, because technically it's not possible in a trustless way. So because of all those factors and the whale penalties, only about 11.4 million Bitcoin net after whale penalty. And
before we go on, what's the whale penalty? Because my listeners probably don't know.
Well, I don't think they've got 1,000 Bitcoin in a single wallet to really be bothered by it, because that's when it kicks in. But if you do have 1,000 Bitcoin in a wallet, you're going to lose half your stack. Okay. If you have 10,000 Bitcoin in a wallet, you're going to lose 75% of your stack.
So that's
and
the
it scales linearly. Yeah, that's the whale penalty. And basically what that is, why do I want to give free money to some whale that just wants to dump it on the heads of the believers? Numerous cryptocurrencies have made this mistake and paid dearly for it. Bitcoin Cash was a fork of Bitcoin that gave 180,000 Bitcoin Cash to the Mt. Gox trustee, who sold it on market. He sold 30,000 coins of it. Why was giving free money to the Mt. Gox trustee smart? It wasn't smart, because he ain't going to buy none. He's just going to dump on your head, and that's what he did, right? So in our system, yeah, so we don't allow Mt. Gox trustee to claim. He doesn't need free money from us. He's got 160,000 Bitcoin and 160,000 Bitcoin Cash, and I'm sure there's lots of other forks he could claim if he wanted to as well. Go have fun with that, buddy. You don't deserve any equity in our system. You weren't in the chat room helping us choose percentages. You weren't spreading the good word with a referral link. Why do you need free money? Get lost, right? So what we do is we get rid of all the freeloaders, the useless guys that weren't there when they could have had utility. 2% every week, and we just keep cutting them down. And so the speed bonus keeps getting lower. Their stack keeps getting disappeared and redistributed. And the way we used to redistribute those guys that didn't claim, like probably Satoshi and all the people that couldn't technically claim, and huge exchanges, right, that have multi-sig wallets that can't claim. So the only two big wallets that I've seen that can claim because they're not multi-sig are one of the Bittrex wallets and one of Binance's wallets. I don't know, it's maybe 700,000 coins or something. It's a lot. But all the other exchanges, their wallets are mostly multi-sig, so they can't claim. So
there's going to be a lot of coins to distribute. Right.
Now, the original system was that we would give those coins to the people that staked, and if you stake longer, you get paid more, and it introduced two problems. First problem was day one guy getting 1,000x, day two guy getting a 500x, and day three guy getting a 250x. Do you really deserve 1,000x for being a day earlier than somebody else? Nope, you do not, right? This whole system is about getting a thing that is the first blockchain version of something that's a multi-trillion-dollar market in the real world, the CD, the time deposit. Time deposits are based on, there's a ratchet where they pay you more if you have over 100K, it becomes jumbo. And there's a ratchet where they pay you more for longer. They pay you about 20% more interest. So if you were getting 1% interest, you'll get 1.2%. You get 20% more interest every extra year. And it asymptotes at about 20% extra. 22.7 was the last math I did. So if you stake 1 year in a normal CD, maybe you get 1%. And if you stake 2 years, you get 1.2. And if you stake 3 years, you get 1.4. And if you get the idea, right? You keep getting 20% more until it asymptotes, because it just can't reasonably pay you anymore. Asymptote just means like it keeps getting closer to a number, but it never touches it. So that's perfect, because we already know that trillions of dollars of human decision making was totally fine with locking up longer for this much extra percent. So we already know that works for trillions of dollars. So I really like that shape of distribution and curve and bonus system, right? So we copied that roughly with the 20% more shares of the staker pool for every extra year that you stake. And the problem we ran into was, because the returns are so much higher during the claim phase, because we're handing out those unclaimed coins, that people could cheat the system by taking a shorter stake and just recompounding it outside the system. And if you did that every 2 weeks, it outperformed just staking longer. So now a guy that just kept opening and closing 2-week stakes was outperforming an honest guy that staked for longer and should have outperformed him. And to cancel out that compounding advantage, it's very hard. It's very convoluted, right? So we're like, okay, well now we have to internally compound everyone, whether they wanted to or not, and update all these fields. And then we're like, okay, what's another way to do it? Oh, we use a price nav model system, and that, like, it's so hard to try and back that out that at some point you're just like, all right, why don't we just not have this front loading problem in the first place? And then we don't have to worry about inventing some other inflation thing to cancel out that inflation thing. And so the solution was, instead of letting the first guy in make 1000x, which only pumps BTC, we'll do what EOS did, because it worked, right? And this is just my guesstimate of what they did. You want to turn your Ethereum coins into hex? Cool. Send them to this address. Once a day, at the end of the day, it's going to print the same number of hex, whatever the ones that weren't given out. It's going to print that percent of of those that were not given out, that weren't claimed, and people can convert them, right? So you send in Ethereum or wrapped Ethereum, which is basically ERC20 encapsulated Ethereum, and then at the end of the day, you get hex out. Now what we have is, there's no like getting more for getting more for getting more for getting more. Oh, you got in first day, you get infinite. Oh, and then you staked it, you get more. Oh, and then you staked it, you get more, right? That whole runaway compounding thing, we don't have that problem anymore. And another solution that I'm pretty sure we're going to implement is, instead of paying you 20% longer, we're going to pay you maybe 10% longer, but let that compound. So for your first year, maybe you'll get 10% more, but then for your next year, you'll get 22. And for your next year, you'll get 34. And for your next year, you'll get 56. And then that mirrors what people would try and be doing by cheating the system with shorter stakes and compounding externally. So we pre-compound people's interests off the bat, which reduces the load on the system, makes it so that longer pays better, and is, to the best math that we can do, approximates the increase in interest that you get in the normal legacy CD system. So the changes basically are, instead of 20% flat per year, it becomes exponential. So a little bit less in the beginning, a little bit more later. And instead of people just getting free hex that was unclaimed and then staking it and getting more, and then staking it and getting more, and then eventually the new guy that wants to market buy on exchange and make a good return is just so vastly outgunned by all the early guys that it's harder to onboard new users, because his effective interest rate's too low, right? Because the stupid 1000x first day guy. So I think that using the same system that worked for EOS will work very well here. Because any other thing that involves just giving more free coins to the guys that got free coins in the first place, it's just a rich get richer kind of thing. And then they don't even have to buy the coins, because they're already satisfied with how many they got. And then what can they do if they're not going to buy more? They can just sell. Well, that's not what we're trying to do here, right? So I'm pretty excited about this new system. I do need to check over some things, right? Like, do we do it daily, weekly, monthly? Do we support wrapped F? Is it just F? Can we distribute this? Like, can this claim contract be hosted by numerous people? And like, there's certain little questions there. I think it solves the front load. I think it solves the external compounding, and I think it solves some onboarding. So I'm pretty excited about it. And then the other thing is, like, if more people claim, then there's less available to be converted, and then effectively, if the demand is the same, then the conversion price should go up. And I see like a positive reinforcement there. And we know it works because it worked really well for a shitty project. A shitty project, it worked really, 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 really well for them.
So it should work good for a decent project.
Right. I mean, I was thinking of maybe tilting it so that we increase the amount released later. But in effect, if you're looking at the like, it works so well that I'm not sure I want to touch it. and then have to worry about overshooting and backing off later and all that. I would like to get to market now.
Okay. Before we go to the next question, I do want to make an announcement for my conference I'm doing in August in Dallas. If anyone is interested, I host a conference called BitBlock Boom, and it's a Bitcoin conference. You know, Richard, I went to a lot of Bitcoin conferences in the last 2 years where they really didn't talk about Bitcoin at all. I mean, I went to one that they didn't even have a speaker about Bitcoin. So I decided to have a Bitcoin conference and go after that niche, because I think there are a lot of people who are interested in that. So if anyone's interested in looking at my conference, go to bitblockboom.com. The conference is scheduled the 17th and 18th. Like I said, it's in Dallas, Texas. And if you use the code COUSINS, CUSINS, you'll receive 30% off the price of your ticket. So check out bitblockboom.com. Hey, I do have a question with Hex. I have a Treasure, for instance. A lot of people have Treasure. Some people have other wallets. I know you have to go into your wallet and add, I guess, basically an address or something in there for people to get their free Hex. I'm not sure how that works.
Sure. So good Bitcoin wallets have a function called sign message, verify message. And what that means is that the same keys that you use to prove that you own an address to spend from it are the same keys that you could use to sign messages that don't spend money, but just say, yo, look, this is really mine. I could spend from it if I wanted to, but instead, I just want to send you a message to prove it's really mine, right? So for us to distribute these free tokens to people, we distribute them to people that hold Bitcoin at the snapshot height, which hopefully 50 days, but we'll see, right? We've got a lot of progress, and we keep making progress faster and faster because, you know, once you've solved a thing, it's easy to play with your solution. It's very hard to solve it in the first place. So now we're just playing with solutions. It's a lot easier now for us to make progress. So you would just sign a message that says, claim hex 2, and then your Ethereum address. Now, is there risk in signing messages? Only if you sign a really, really weird one. Apparently there's some way to make some really long thing that's actually a Bitcoin transaction, and then if you sign that, you send your coins away. But if you're signing something that's short that you understand, there's absolutely no risk. That's what it was designed to do, right? So as long as you don't sign an obfuscated, long as hell Bitcoin transaction, you're fine, right?
Okay.
If you weren't fine, this wouldn't be a feature in Bitcoin Core, Electrum, Koinomi, you know,
right.
All the good wallets that wouldn't have it as a feature. And you'd hear reports of people getting screwed. I've never actually heard a report of anyone losing money like that. I think it may just be a theoretical. And so you will just sign something. You go to, you know, claim.hex.win, and then you just, you know, put your Bitcoin address in there. You can do it over Tor, so you're totally anonymous, or VPN or whatever. I don't care what your IP is. I'd rather not know. And then you copy paste the signature into your wallet. You sign from whatever address you want to be signing from that's got your balance in it. You got to do one.
I want to invite on stage number 1, Richard Hart, number 2, Jessica Rosenkrantz, and number 3, Per Bolund. A huge round of applause, everyone. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Please take a seat. Take a seat. Welcome, our dear panelists. Amazing to have you here, and thank you for your time. Of course, all of you are extremely busy, and this is really our opportunity to talk about blockchain, to talk about this new technology and new trend we see in finance, and how governments can work with it, and how regulators can work with it. So can you please introduce yourself very quickly? We have Richard Hart, the influencer, the Bitcoin ideologist, I would say. We have Jessica Rosenkrantz from the Moderate Party here in Sweden. We have Per Bolund from the government. So my first question to all of you really is, how should governments and regulators work with new technology? How should you relate to new technology? So if we start with Per.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for having this arrangement and for allowing me to be here as well. Of course, we think that the development when it comes to cryptocurrency and the digitalization of the economy is extremely interesting and also holds very much potential for the future. So we're trying to always find a way to be in line with the development, to find ways to not over-regulate, which I think is always a risk. I mean, this is still quite a new phenomenon and is really, really vibrant and so much happening all the time. I guess that all of you also find that every time you open a newspaper or browse the web, something new has happened. And of course, there's always a risk that as a regulator, you are a bit too offensive and you try to find regulation perhaps too early in the development. And that is something that we've tried to avoid. One example is, for example, crowdfunding, which is also a development that's been quite rapid and a lot of different solutions, a lot of different business models, and there were demands on the government to go in quite early and regulate the market in order to, well, avoid the bad people to come into this market. But if we had done that, I think that would have been a risk to really just draw on the carpet under the market. And I think that perhaps we should have the same approach when it comes to cryptocurrencies as well. If we move in too early and regulate it too strictly, that would risk not getting the advantages that this market could provide.
Jessica, what is your comments on Per's answer, and what is your answer yourself?
Well, I agree on most things that Pat actually said, so that's good. And thank you for having me here as well. I have to say, this is an amazing crowd. It's very impressive to have all of you people here. Wow, and it's very interesting for me and Pat, I think, because this is not an everyday topic in Parliament, I have to say, and that's both good and bad, I think. Sometimes it's good that politicians don't run too fast and try to regulate everything, which is a risk when you speak to politicians. But it's an increasing trend, however, and my job in Parliament, I'm the spokesperson for the Moderate Party on issues relating to digital issues in general, and vice president of the Committee on Transport and Communications, where the digital issues lie. And for me, it's important to find this balance between making sure that new technologies can grow and take place, creating a sound environment and regulations, but still not moving too fast. And that's a tricky balance sometimes, but you know, in various issues, I've worked a lot with the sharing economy, for instance. You see a tendency from some politicians to want to take all these new things and just put it into the old regulations. And instead, I think we should, of course, make sure that there are some rules and regulations you have to follow, but also see how can actually policy change, how can regulations change to meet the demands of these new technologies and innovations. So it's a possibility, I think, from policy makers to make sure that innovations can grow in our country.
Richard, any thoughts?
I have a great answer on this one, Deed. So, excellent day to have this government conversation. The government solution to most problems is a giant disclaimer that no one reads. So if you take out a loan, they require the loan giver to print a huge, intimidating wall of text that no one ever reads and fewer still understand. And you realize that larger and larger disclaimers and disclosures doesn't actually help anyone. People that were going to make a bad decision still make it. So what you actually need if you want better outcomes for your citizens isn't more draconian laws on disclosure, it's better marketing of better behaviors. So I'll give you an example. Today, the SEC in the United States made a fake ICO website making fun of ICOs. That is excellent engagement. That will actually get good results for the users. That is much better than making ICOs add another 20 paragraphs to the disclosure in the hopes that it'll stop making people stop making bad decisions and investing in stupid ideas, right? So when the government decides to act more like a human and less like a machine and make a parody of something that, you know, is the Wild West, a lot of people, if they haven't lost money yet, should. You know, if you invest in a business that sucks and should have never been created, and then you buy in at some giant valuation that is not reasonable, you should get wrecked. You should lose your money. And one of the only ways to prevent that from happening is to make unreasonable laws restricting speech so that no one can make any type of hype that doesn't work, or to make them add disclosures that no one reads, or to make a funny parody website that actually shows you, hey, look how stupid this is. I think that is a more effective governmental strategy for modifying behaviors of users and getting better outcomes than writing more laws, particularly laws that people can easily avoid by changing where they register their company.
So, something very interesting for the entire crypto community in Sweden and just globally is how much are cryptocurrencies on your radar in parliament and in government? And also, do you have any practical experience yourself? Do you yourself own Bitcoin or Ethereum or any other crypto? Do you have colleagues that own cryptocurrencies?
Well, I see that the fintech development in Sweden and Stockholm has been quite tremendous, and I think we have over 150 fintech companies already in Stockholm, and some of them are also into cryptocurrencies. And I've, as the Minister for Financial Markets, I've taken a point to actually visit them and hear their business models and their views on development and on regulation as well. So I've of course been shown the Bitcoin environment and also shown how to use the wallet and so on. However, I think that my role as a politician is to regulate the market rather than participate in it. So I'm not an active user of cryptocurrency yet. We'll see what happens in the future. But I think that we can easily see that Sweden is a good country to develop new technologies for financial markets in. I think it was only a few years ago that 18% of the fintech investments in Europe actually went to Sweden, and that is of course dramatic, a very large part of the investments to quite a small country, and that shows that we have found some ways to move forward in these issues, and I think that will be beneficial also for the cryptocurrency development and the blockchain development as well. So what we've done is, of course, we've had a very rapid digitalization of the economy. It's only a small fraction, percentage points, of the transaction in Sweden that actually is done by cash at the moment, and is decreasing extremely rapidly. And this, of course, opens up for new thinking, new ideas, fintech development, adding new values to the customers and consumers, and also opening up for new ways to transfer money, for example, and using cryptocurrencies and these techniques. So, and what we've tried to do is have a positive approach to this, seeing the possibilities and not only the risks, which of course are there as well. For example, the Swedish FSA opened up an innovation center, finding ways to contribute and to work together with the business rather than to counteract and hold back. And I think that is the approach that we must have on all fintech areas. But of course, there has to be a balance as well, and there is, of course, always a risk. We have the consumer investor protections, where, of course, it's easy to say that if you make bad financial decisions, that's your own risk, your own fault. But it's harder as a politician when you speak to a retired person who says that, whoops, that was my pension that went overboard, and feel the need for some sort of protection, because I know there are many who give bad advice in the financial markets as well. And of course, as politicians, we have to make sure that the customers, the consumers, also have some level of protection in these markets.
Can I?
Absolutely.
The Australian and Swedish wars on cash are terrible, and they threaten the national security of the nations that engage in them. So if you live in Europe, you have a neighbor in this area called Russia, and every once in a while they invade their neighbors, and it's not that great. So
I can agree on that, yeah.
some Baltic countries kind of team up and run some exercises in the event that may occur. And some of you guys join NATO and hope to rely on, being a member of a larger team. And so, it's all fun and games to worry about making big returns, but every once in a while a bad thing happens, and you have to be prepared for it. And if Russia or another actor attacks this nation, one of the first things that will go down is your networking. And that means you're not going to have any Bitcoin transactions, and you're not going to have your stupid cards that barely work anyway. Rub my chip. Can we do it again? This isn't even English. It sucks. It's terrible. Destroying cash, one, removes all the privacy from human beings, which quenches their speech. It makes it harder for people to speak truth when they're constantly monitored. The only true speech can exist when a person can speak without repercussion. And if everything that you say is monitored because you paid for it with your trackable credit card, like in the UK, if you say the wrong thing, the police knock on your door. That crap is not fostering a free and open environment and exploration of ideas. It's draconian, it's terrible, and the fact that you guys are removing cash is just basically removing national security in the event of network being down. Now you guys can't use taxes anymore because you don't have a working currency because you went purely digital in a world where digital doesn't work half the time. I mean, a UK bank just had its ATMs and cards down for several weeks, and it was a rather large bank. So cash is important. It's important for privacy. It's important for free speech. It's important so that you don't have to have your eyeballs on what my diet behaviors are if I'm insured, right? I don't need my health insurance premiums modified on your draconian monitoring of how I use my credit card. They all lose the data anyway. Everything you capture will be lost. So I hate the fact that you guys hate cash. It really bothers me. You guys and Australia.
So,
Yes,
Jessica,
well, just to make a short point, sorry, Jessica, just to clarify, the government has not issued a policy that says that we should be a digitalized economy. We haven't stated that we should get rid of cash. This is something that is driven by the consumers and the providers, the banks. And of course, we feel that consumers should be able to make their own choice in these issues. And if people feel comfortable using cards, even though some other people think it's stupid, I mean, it should be the consumer choice.
Well, not really. You're in the business of protecting consumers, right? And if part of protecting consumers is making sure that they don't get preyed upon by data, like every piece of data you lose can be used to impersonate you and cause you to incur debts that you're going to be forced to pay. If someone gets a mortgage in your name in the United States, you do actually get screwed up for that. It does have a financial cost to you. So you should be interested in protecting your citizens from the data carnivores out there that will attack them with this over eyeballing of customers for particularly no good reason. And it's not just the evil companies that take advantages, it's also other nation states. The entire secret database of top level securities in the United States was leaked and lost to China, which didn't help America. And you can't go rewrite those things. You can change your password, but you can't change your birth date, and you can't change your relationships that you grew up with. That data is lost forever. The only way to protect people's data is to stop them from giving it away so much. So you may not be on team evil trying to kill cash. You're not exactly on team good trying to keep it alive.
Jessica?
Actually, we are.
Well, it's an interesting twist in this debate. You advocating cash, and we're sitting here promoting more digital means. I mean, it's very interesting in the debate in general. Just a few years ago, everything was supposed to be digital, and now we're all thinking Russia, and now we're encouraging people to stick cash under their mattresses and all that. So of course, we have to make sure of both things, to say the very obvious. And I just have to go to a meeting and meet particularly older people to definitely be certain that there's a future for cash as well the coming years, to say the very least. But still, I agree that this is very much consumer driven, and it's. The data issue is, of course, central. I mean, that's a tricky topic, because normally, actually, we have a pretty tough legislation when you look at, to use the Swedish phrase, but Datainspektionen or other authorities who are constantly trying to make sure that we cannot test new technology. We could not test autonomous vehicles, because then they have a camera on them and then they can spot something that someone can use in a bad way. And that's important, of course, but my perspective is that we in general have pretty tough regulations concerning data, and look at the general data protection regulation that has just come into force. That also is giving more power to the consumer. So I think I still think we need to see people as grown-ups, actually, and that a lot of people want to share their data with others.
I can tell you there is a Swedish politician who I disagree with vehemently on his choice of cryptocurrency. His name's Rick Falkvinge. He's the leader of the Pirate Party. He actually does have some good thoughts in his head, and one of them is that we need a digital analog of a digital representation of our analog rights. So back when you used to send mail to another person, the idea, the concept that someone would open that mail and read it before it got to their destination was unthinkable, was unconscionable. But the fact that you guys in Europe have made a law that you retain every single SMS message for a couple years, well, that's the exact opposite, isn't it? So if I communicate with somebody by mail, I'm protected. But if I communicate with somebody by SMS, I'm screwed. Well, that's odd. It's odd that we have this disconnect between the rights that we fought so hard for in the analog world, and now in the digital world, we just don't care anymore. It also exists with the Fourth Amendment in the United States. You know, you have a right to be free of unreasonable search and seizure, and only upon writ from a judge describing exactly the location and description of what is being searched for can that right to privacy be abridged or annulled. Well, at the border, they decided you don't have those rights anymore. We can ask you for the password to your phone, like in Canada, they won't let you in. You come to Canada, they ask you for the password for your phone, you give it, or they bounce you. And they bounce a lot of people. That's disgusting. You know what's in my phone? A lot of naked pictures of people. Some of them of me, sorry. Some of them other people. None of us probably need your $8 an ass looking at our pictures. $8 an hour paid, dude. Like, it's disgusting that people have forgotten how hard we worked to get those rights in the first place, and to use that as a reference point for the digital laws would be wonderful. And as far as your Data Protection Act goes, it's a joke. You can mandate that people try hard, and they will try hard, and then they will fail because security is hard. The only way to protect people's data is to not capture it. If you capture it, it will be lost, period.
So we've spoken a lot about data, but something else that is very interesting to the whole crypto community in Sweden is the topic of national cryptocurrencies. And we touched on the fact that Sweden is becoming more and more cashless, and even the Swedish central bank is looking at it and thinking, what does it mean for our national security, as you, Richard, said? If both Visa and MasterCard stopped working, suddenly no one can buy food, you can buy anything. And so therefore we have this notion of e-krona, the Swedish digital cash. So what is your view on that? If we start with Per, when it comes to national cryptocurrencies in relation to the independent cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, what is their relation to each other?
Well, I think that the national cryptocurrencies, the e-krona, is of course at a very early stage, so is not possible to say very much about it because the Riksbank has to do a lot of work before we can really see any results and any concrete ideas around that. But of course, it builds on the same general idea that in a digitalized economy, how can we provide meanings of payment in different ways? And you can say anything you want about cryptocurrencies, and they have great possibilities and opportunities, but in the general public there is also a skepticism about this. I mean, a hesitancy to use it. There's not enough knowledge. We've seen the volatility on the market. If I sit on a Bitcoin today, how much will it be worth tomorrow or in 5 years' time? And no one can tell. So of course, if we want people to use digital currencies, there could be a good idea to have a trust provider saying that we issue this, we are some sort of guarantee for this currency. This is, of course, the opposite idea of Bitcoin, where there's no such guarantee at all. And perhaps both these ideas are valid and have the possibility to coexist, at least for time in the future. So which system will win in the end? Well, who knows? We'll have to see. But that is also the reason why I think we should have the policy to let many flowers bloom at this moment where so much is happening. And then eventually we'll see if the national digital currencies take over the game or if it's the other cryptocurrencies.
I think that the currency you can get rich on has a pretty big advantage over the currency that keeps becoming worth less. So if you look at the kroner, it's got a whole lot of digits on the end, right? You could pay 10 euros or you could pay 100 kroner. Well, why is there so many digits? Because they kept printing it and printing it and printing it. So they have a bunch of stupid zeros at the end of their currency now. Some countries have more, some countries have less. I don't think an intelligent investor with more than his petty cash would be wise to invest in the cash that goes down 3 to 5% a year just to inflation. And that's assuming that your central bank doesn't decide to just print more. I'm not exactly, in the United States we have a Fed, which is its own separate entity from our actual elected officials. So the people that choose our interest rates and our issuance rate are not elected, which is a little weird. How do you guys do it here? Do you guys have a separate team or does your government elected people do it?
No, the central bank is independent from the
independent as well
from the government. Yeah.
All right.
And that's the whole of Europe has the same system as well.
That is actually an interesting point you brought up, and I would like to hear Jessica's opinion on the fact that with national cryptocurrencies, you can control inflation. The government will be in control. With Bitcoin, for example, there is no way for one single government to control the inflation and do monetary policy in their country. So do you think it is even possible to have such a currency in Sweden where when the central bank doesn't control anything?
Well, it's pretty far off from where we are right now, so I can only speculate about that. I think, however, that this whole all these different cryptocurrencies growing or being developed, I think that it puts a sound pressure, I would say, on the central bank system. I was invited to this seminar about the Swedish e-crown. However, it was cancelled, so I guess the interest in general wasn't that big. But I think it's good that the central bank has to think about its ways of doing things, and in the long term, that goes back to us as politicians as well. So I'm not sure about your specific question, but going back to the broader perspective, since Per knows all these financial markets perspective a lot better than me. I'm the more broader digital, working every day in the parliament. I see the big issue for all different kinds of blockchain technology is trust. That's the basic problem. I'm working a lot on digitalization of healthcare or the welfare system in general, public sector, or whatever. And whether you're speaking about cryptocurrencies or blockchain in general, the big problem is trust. And I think that's something we have to work together with authorities, with policy, and also the business in itself. And then you can discuss how much it should be regulated or not. But if it's not regulated, you probably won't have the trust, and then you won't see this technology being used in very many ways.
Something very interesting is also that different countries do national cryptocurrencies for different reasons. So in Sweden, we have the case that we are cashless, and that is the reason why the central bank is thinking about how can we create digital cash. But then you have, for example, countries such as Venezuela. They want to circumvent sanctions, so they want to create their own national cryptocurrency so they can transact globally without using the traditional finance infrastructure. So Richard, what is your view on all of these national cryptocurrencies in comparison to Bitcoin? Is it interesting at all to you, and what does it mean for the whole crypto space?
Basically, crypto was created to fix the problems of government. The first block ever mined, the Genesis block, I believe there's some text, either if not encoded in it, but released along at the same time of it, that says that British Chancellor on verge of another bailout for banks, where the government will unfairly benefit those who have friends in high places. For instance, lenders, right? So people will take huge loans, make mad gains, until it goes wrong. They privatize the gains, they socialize the losses. And that doesn't let capitalism work properly. If you have somebody like that, all right. If you privatize the gains and socialize the losses, it unfairly enriches the capital class that's in control of who kind of gets into office. So that system can't be cured from the inside. Pretty much, it's basically lost. You can do some things with runoff voting that help, and getting rid of first past the post, and there's some other things you can do to try and fix politics, but the problem of needing to print money to pay bills, it's not going away. These guys have bills they have to pay, and they're denominated in their local currency, and they're going to keep printing that local currency to pay those bills until the game stops. So whether they digitize that bad system of generating debt that's unsustainable on a population that's decreasing in size, so their debt that they've incurred borrowing all that money for all those years, they have to pay back now with a smaller working group of people, because people stopped having kids. So if people kept having sex and having kids, that debt would be spread across a lot more folks. Now those folks are screwed. Japan's more screwed than you guys, but you guys aren't really having too many kids. You might want to get more religious around here to start popping out kids.
Guys, on that note, we have a few minutes left, and I suspect that there are questions in the audience to our panelists. So please raise your hands, and then we have Toshi Times, who will run with microphone, or someone else with run with the microphone and ask questions.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's mainly for Per. there is an issue of national security when it comes to cryptocurrencies, where one government wants to influence the other. And I know you are not the Bistons minister, or there is an advantage of actually as well getting aid to people with governments who wouldn't collaborate through some other means. What does the Bistons politic, like CEDA, for example, what does it look like when it comes to adopting cryptocurrencies like for aid, and on the other hand, looking at national security? Thank you.
I understand nothing he said. Could you understand?
I had
Got translated
national
for me.
security, cryptocurrencies.
I think it's connected to foreign aid as well. If we can use cryptocurrencies in relation to foreign aid.
Yeah, exactly. I
Foreign
mean,
aid.
there are governments that wouldn't basically be qualified as governments for the function of aid. And we are, because I've heard about some proposals where CEDA can use cryptocurrencies to forward aid to some countries, for example, through civil society or some other means. Is there such a thing from finance and Biston's perspective? Biston is like aid ministry, or Thank you.
Well, I'm not aware of any current projects going on in this field. However, CEDA is of course always looking for new ways to channel the aid, so to make it as efficient as possible, to make sure that the receivers actually get the money in the way that they should. And we have of course problems channeling through governments who not always look for the best of their citizens, and sometimes a lot of money gets stuck in the way. So we've worked a lot in Sweden also on remittances, people sending money back to their homes. And of course cryptocurrencies can be a very efficient way to achieve that, and actually that is a much larger flow of capital than aid in the world today, much larger. So if we can get remittances to work much better, I think that would be even more providing growth and development in developing countries than only foreign aid in itself. But CEDA is free to find new ways to channel aid, so I think that could be a very, very interesting potential for the future.
Jessica?
Well, just to add, I mean, the aid as such has had some problems with credibility at times, because we can't really follow up where the money goes. And I think blockchain as such is a huge possibility to make sure that we actually can have transparent systems and actually follow up on the aid that is given. So it's a very anti-corruption mean in that way.
Blockchain's 100% useless for that. It'd be worse. The guy that was stealing the money the old way will be able to hide it better this way. So blockchains are useful for censorship resistance, getting rich, speculation, not so much helping the world, to tell you the truth.
Should we go home now?
Like if you want to make the world better and people need food, you could stop giving them money to buy food, and you could just spend food. And then if he still resells it, it sucks, but he's less likely to resell it, because at least he doesn't get as much of the money he stole, right? Like if he steals the sandwiches. So you're better off sending him sandwiches than you are sending him cash and trying to like anti-money launder it. Here's the reason blockchain doesn't help with most things. If the blockchain stays in the digital world, it's trustless and awesome. If the blockchain touches the real world, like sandwich world, the guy handling the sandwiches lies to the blockchain, and then the blockchain can't help you. So as soon as you try and touch the real world with your blockchain project, it stops being useful, because the guy that converts the data in the real world to tell the computer what's going on, that guy lies. And if you have to trust that guy anyway to not lie, then you can trust that guy to run the same system on a SQL database or on the legacy system. So blockchains only solve trust in the purely digital domain. If you touch the real world, completely useless.
More questions to our panelists. I think we have time for one more question, unfortunately. Please.
Thank you so much, guys. Just a quick one. How are you planning to, dealing with tokenized companies? So when companies starting not only doing ICOs but tokenizing their businesses to give maybe more to users, for example, do you have any plans to deal with that? Because the conversation has been more or less around national cryptocurrencies, but what about businesses? Because more like usually it's business who make changes or try to foster change. Thank you.
So just to add some comments to that, this is a trend we see currently, that companies are doing so-called ICOs, raising money through tokens, and then they have this token that can do different things, maybe in their IT infrastructure, on their website, in their current business model. And currently there are regulatory questions. So for example, people in Sweden, they do not know if they could do it in Sweden, because what is their token? Is it a security? Is it a utility? So they move to other places where it is more clear. Regulations are more clear. So do you have any experience with that, when you have companies issuing tokens and they sell those tokens to general public?
Well, there is, of course, ICOs in Sweden as well, and sometimes there's a view that we're really left in the backwaters and nothing is happening. But actually, if you compare to our Nordic neighbors or to the European level, Sweden is quite in the front. So, but of course, there's always more to be done. But I think that ICOs is of course a situation of heaven or hell. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities and a lot of companies that can get funding and that otherwise wouldn't have had a chance. But we also know that there is a lot of fraud in this area. Some studies have said that almost 80% of the ICOs are really not for the benefit of the consumers or for real investments. So of course we have to find a way to also make sure that there is a legitimacy in the market. But then again, when it comes to future business models around cryptocurrencies, I'm not the guy to tell about that. I think there are huge opportunities, and we already see digital actors taking payments in cryptocurrencies, for example, and I think it's only the start. So I think that this is a time where we have to let the markets find the new solutions, and then in the end we'll have to see if there is a need for a regulation. Of course, we have a big ear and are listening to the needs, but at this point in time I don't see that we have the opportunities or the necessity to actually have a national regulation. On the other hand, on the European level, there is a work that is starting up. The Commission has in their fintech paper said that they will closely monitor the cryptocurrency and see whether there's a possibility to find a suitable regulation on the European level. And my view is that perhaps this should be on the international level through the G20 or something, because this is an international phenomenon.
Jessica?
Well, my answer is more in a more broader sense. Let's just face it, the future of the economy in general is the digital economy. That's where the jobs are growing, and we need to make sure that investments and companies and jobs grow here and not in other countries. That's the national point of view, right? If we want to keep Sweden growing, we have to make sure we have a sound and good business climate. And I think that's very important as well. On top of these very specific issues, I think it's very important to realize that, sorry, Per, but this government has actually raised taxes with 60 billions during this term. We have seen an increased bureaucracy, administration. So on top of these, sometimes unclear rules, we have actually a development going in the wrong way, I would say, with increased taxes and more bureaucracy. And that's not the way forward when we see countries as Estonia or other countries actually being very progressive in making sure that digital companies, startups, investors want to have their businesses there. So that's a task for policymakers going forward, to decrease taxes and decrease regulation in that sense.
The United States is kicking ass on this, actually. So the state of Delaware recently passed legislation making it legal to track ownership of shares in a company on a digital ledger, which is a breakthrough. The state of Wyoming is passing legislation regarding hands-off treatment of utility tokens and classifying what a utility token is. Now, just to let you know how important Delaware is, the vast majority of public companies in the United States are incorporated in Delaware. So for that jurisdiction to let you know that you could digitally account for share ownership on a ledger makes token for equity a lot easier pill to swallow. So don't be surprised if you see a token for equity coming out of Richard's team sometime soon.
On that note, I want to thank the panelists. Thank you so much for your time, for being here and sharing your views. And also thank you everyone who has asked questions. Please stay seated. We have a present for you.
Oh,
that
it's tokens.
A Bitcoin.
You can use maybe in parliament, maybe in government. But this is a hardware wallet where you can store your cryptocurrencies. So Per, if you get Bitcoin, This is the thing you should use to store it.
Excellent. Thank you.
Jessica,
Thank you.
the same for you. Richard, you already have one. You have two.
man.
This
And
I need more than
looks
one,
very
bro.
physical. I thought it was a digital currency.
Yeah, but this is another layer of security, so you can have it more safe. So a huge round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Please. Tack så jättemycket.
Tack.
Tackar.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Wait, did I mute you?
All right. I'm ready.
All right. Cool. All right, let me just start it and we'll intro there. All right. Starting. All right. I think we're live. I'm not that, I know you do that thing where you have people type in so we know we're live, but I'm gonna wing it. I usually do shows at 6 p.m. and I haven't done live, and I just announced it yesterday. So I'm not expecting a huge crowd, but I wanted to record it because this is very exciting. This Bitcoin Hex project, I'm like, I fell into your little rabbit hole. I woke up one morning. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, I go to bed early and I read a little and go back to sleep. I was on Twitter. I stumbled on your video at 3 a.m. and I watched you for like 2 hours, and then, you know.
Just
so
two. Nice. You got off easy.
So I wanted to, and my viewers, I give advice sometimes on what, actually, I'm not a financial analyst, but I talk about the different crypto projects. What you have is really interesting to me, just for a bunch of reasons about game theory, and we'll get to that. But the other thing is, I've only looked at it a little here, and it's free. It's free money. So, okay, fine. Like, why not? It's just a little bit of our time to get it. So I need to understand a little more technically how it works, and then talk about, the chances of this thing being, one of the top coins that you hope it to be. So I've got a lot of questions. I guess I'll just start. Well, do you want to give a brief intro to people of what it is? How would you explain it in a few sentences?
Well, hi, everybody. I'm Richard Hart, cryptocurrency thought leader, OG, been in Bitcoin since early 2011. Serial entrepreneur, retired in 2003, traveled the world, had 150 employees, 60 million a year in sales, started myself, no partners. That was like one of many businesses I did. So it seemed like every business took like 2 years. So did car stereo for 2 years, did search engine optimization for 2 years. Then we got into mortgages and correspondent lending and a bunch of other stuff. So got into Bitcoin in 2011. Bitcoin was vetted 2009. I started watching it when it was $1, slightly under $1, and then I got in with a lot of other people when the article came out in Wired about the Silk Road, and I was like, oh, this is actually going to work. It has a use case. And then got in at 30, watched it go down to 1, held.
Did you buy at the top of that bubble? That 30 was. I remember looking at the old charts. That was. It's okay. Listen, we all.
Yeah, Roger Ver got in a couple months earlier than me, so he has like 30x my money.
Yeah.
So fair. It's like, it's hard for people to, like, if you go to a sandwich store and there's 2 sandwiches left and there's 2 people trying to get the sandwiches, it's fair that both people get a sandwich for a normal price. It's not fair that one guy goes in just ahead of you, maybe after you hold the door for him, and then he buys both sandwiches and tries to mark it up 10x for you.
So you bought at 30 and went to 1. Did you sell on the way down at all?
Held forever, still holding. Yeah. Like, you can take some off with hedging, but like, it's an interesting asset class.
Yeah. So you're only 10 times smarter than me, because I got in, it was around 500, I was around 350, average price. And now we look back and laugh, like, you're 30, I got it at 350. Yeah. And it's like, but when it falls from 30 to 40, it's painful, you know? Well,
I mean, it depends on how much other stuff you got going on. Like, I just haven't really cared about the falling that much, because when you have so much money, it's like, oh, whatever, it's up, it's down, doesn't matter. But then when I started coming out and like slapping my identity on this stuff, because I saw Ethereum overtake the market cap, I was like, all right, I'm going to defend my investment here. And, then that becomes your identity and what you're doing. it was really hard for me to like shake free of maximalism. It was really hard to do, but you figured out.
What did you try to do in Bitcoin to fix it? I mean, just with vision, or were you actually coding?
You can't fix it. You can't. It's not.
But I mean,
fixable.
were you like writing, trying to propose?
Oh, like public relations, like trying to explain to people, hey, ICOs are scams. These are bad businesses done by the wrong people at the wrong valuations with no product market fit, no traction, no milestones. The best outcome for the people that sold you the ICO is to just start another one and let the old one die. Like, it's horrible every way possible. And all of that preaching did nothing except, maybe some people didn't get destroyed by the ICOs that went to zero, maybe, but personally, I just, make enemies from doing that, right? So it's like a tragedy of the commons kind of, where I try and save the many at personal cost, and it's not worth it to me, right? Same.
So I'm a little lost here.
Sure.
I mean, you can tell more about your intro. I was gonna almost get to some of that stuff later, which is a little backwards.
Okay. Yeah, we could do the hex thing if you want. Whatever you want.
What's that?
It's your show, man. However you want to do it.
Yeah. So, I mean, the bottom line for me, I love one of the things you said was you say a token is just trust and game theory.
Yep.
And I kind of think it's right. Okay, trustlessness.
Yeah.
I guess each of these words we could spend an hour defining, but the trustlessness, game theory, and I also think utility. But anyways, this thing about game theory I think is really interesting, and I'm curious first of all so your token you're coming out with, it's just trust and game theory, it's the best in both, so it's going to be a top coin, and there's some merit to that argument.
It will be a top coin for other reasons. Being a good coin is not enough.
Well, what I see you're saying is, well, it's an ERC20 token, audited, and so it's safe. It's the security trust. We don't have to worry about the rules changing.
It's safer. It's safer than coins with low hash rate. So it's safer than Bitcoin. It's safer than everything except for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Maybe.
Yeah.
I can make the case that it's safer than Bitcoin against some things. And I can make a case that it's safer than Ethereum, which it runs on, for some things. It depends on how technical you want to get.
I think it's safe in that what you code will happen.
Right.
But the question is whether your code happens the way we hope it works, right? It's some of the, you've got a lot of game theory. So basically, so the game theory, your idea here.
Well, I'll just pitch it.
Incentivizing. First, I'm just curious, how do you define game theory? I define it as just some sort of incentives to get people to just hold the token. Like, is that what
sure, if that's what, if holding the token is your end game, then, so game theory is basically a branch of psychology and to some degree mathematics, where you try and analyze all interactions that conscious actors have that have agency and say, okay, all of the ways that conscious things can interact have this general format, right? There's a winner, there's a loser, there's a tie, there's cooperation, there's antagonism, and then you just permute all those things and you say, okay, how many different strategies are there that you can play this game with these types of participants? And then you can use like a Monte Carlo simulation and have them all fight each other and do it over and over and over again. And what you find out for the most part is that the most successful game theory is tit for tat. And you can discover that in yourself because human beings have a feeling called reciprocity. So if I scratch your back, you owe me a back scratch, right? If I give you some food, you owe me some food. So that is built into our psychology because it's effective, and it's not just built into us, it's built into animals as well. So, a lot of the emotions that work well for humans in interacting with each other, they also work well for anything else that's conscious, right? So for the most part, I get asked a lot about what book people should read on game theory. And I pretty much tell them, don't. Just read books on marketing. Because the sets of games that you want to optimize for the most part, revolve around significance and wealth, right? That's what you really care about. You don't really care about the prisoner's dilemma and defecting to another side and tit for tat strategies, you really don't care about that stuff. You just want to be able to sell stuff and make people like you. That's what you really want. So I tell them to skip the game theory for the most part and just study marketing, because it's a specialized vertical subset of game theory. It existed.
It's funny you say that, because I was really early on the internet. I was one of the largest distributors of adult products, and I created one of the first affiliate programs. And I was early with
programs.
What's that?
I love affiliate. That's how I got rich, with affiliate programs as well on the internet.
Yeah, I tell you, some of my affiliates made more money than me.
Yeah, we had a booth at AVN. We had a booth at back when it was at the same time that Comdex was out in Vegas. We had a booth at Internext. Yeah, I used to have a sex toy store.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
What was your
XXX Toy Joy, but it didn't really take off that much. Like, it turns out the photos you take of your products are super important. Our photos sucked, and it wasn't done as well as it could have been.
I used to go to Kinko's with Wine and Howard Stern on the radio and scan photos for hours.
I think you were in a little bit ahead of me. We didn't have to scan the photos. Like, this was about 2001, 2002 when I got in.
Manufacturers just give it to us for free. They're happy to.
Right.
But anyways, internet. Anyways, there's a lot of. But where were we?
Oh, we were talking about game theory. So my
sorry. My point was just that game theory is. I just started thinking. I was thinking about that exactly. What is game theory? I'm like, that's just the new marketing. It's another piece of marketing, but it's a big new piece that I think is going to be. There's a lot going on, and you're early and very knowledgeable on this topic. That's one of the things that interests me.
Yeah, like I know what makes things work, right? Like, I had 300,000 customers retail that I got from making things that work, right? So if you think about it, what are the problems that cryptocurrency has? Well, no one uses it. Okay, well, that's a problem. Well, why don't they use it? It's super hard to use. Okay, well, what are the other problems? Well, these 80, 85, and 95% dips, it's hard to call it a dip. I mean, it's a euphemism to call an 85 to 95% drop a dip. That's a crash. I mean, a lot of people bought the top, sold the bottom, and will be very angry when it makes new all-time highs again, right? And it just keeps doing this. So how can you design parameters which avoid these problems and make new awesome things that the old thing can't do? So most people don't understand that blockchain is kind of, to some degree, a distributed Ponzi scheme. There are people that get in with the hope of larger rewards, and if you hold longer than 3 years, you get those rewards historically.
It's a pyramid, not a Ponzi's when they take money, make promises that they're going to give back or that they're using it, whereas a pyramid is just this.
Yeah, I agree.
This sort of thing.
Your language is correct. Yes, there is a distinction between a pyramid and a Ponzi, and I would say that Ponzi's fail because they have debts that they can't pay, and no currency in a crypto can have a debt that it can't pay you usually. Right, like there are some that
pyramids just run out of gas. It's sort of like they can just run out of gas.
Right.
And so Bitcoin has game theory in that it's just there's only 21 million with a decreasing issuance rate. It's simple. The key to it
maybe there's only 21 million. It's up to the miners, right?
Well,
it's like if the miners decide, hey, actually there's like 22 million.
I'm also a recovering Bitcoin maximalist, but but I still believe that 21 million is not changing anytime.
Maybe, maybe, but like I don't care.
The consensus at the end of the day, but that's
I'm tired of buying someone else's bags, right? Like, oh, you bought Bitcoin at $1 and it went up to 20,000. Good for you, man. That's awesome. I'm glad that your bag pumped really hard. I'm not going to buy your bag off you. I'm going to go make my new better bag, and I'm going to get it for $0. Unfortunately, I don't get it for $0, right? I had to invent it, and it costs a lot of money to do that. So I'm the only guy that doesn't get it for $0. Everyone else gets it for $0. Lucky for you guys.
So, people watching this probably are still like, what the hell is this thing? Because neither of us, let me just try to give it 2 seconds. If you have Bitcoin, he takes a snapshot at some point of your Bitcoin on chain, and for what your snapshot is, you can go and claim this new token, Bitcoin Hex. Yep. Which is an ERC20 token.
Right.
You can claim it. The earlier you claim it, the more you get.
Yep.
Once you have your token, you can then stake it, and you get. So he doesn't need miners, or Bitcoin Hex doesn't need miners because it's on Ethereum.
We need a couple miners. We need the Ethereum miners to mine a little bit in case we want to send and receive. We don't need any extra miners.
But it's not like the amount of money that goes into mining on Bitcoin and even Ethereum, you're just riding on top of Ethereum security. And so if there's going to be some inflation, like there's no expenses, so let's give it to the holders, to the staker. Creates an incentive to stake.
Yep.
And what's interesting too is, so then, what if everyone stakes? Well, then there's none for sale and the price goes up. And well, then what if people sell it? Well, then there's less stakers, and then you make more money on the payments to the stakers. So that is a great balance in game theory, which is sort of like with the miners and the hash rate, how it gets easier and harder.
Well, that's where I copied it from. That's where I got the idea from, because I had fought with this for a while, thinking about how to balance the percentage return against the staker pool, and I'd fought months with a spreadsheet trying different formulas and different shapes of graphs to see what might work best. And then I thought, oh my God, why don't we do it just like Bitcoin with a pool? And I was like, well, man, I just wasted months of spreadsheet playing around, and figured out that the way Bitcoin did that part was pretty neat, right? Because it auto balances, right? Like, oh, too many people staking. Well, let's reduce the rewards. Not enough people staking. Okay, let's increase the rewards. And that's just like an inherent property of any pool-based system, right? So if 1% of people stake, you're going to get a 369% return at the end of your stake, on average. If you stake longer than other people, you're going to get more than that because you're reducing their pay and increasing your pay. So this becomes this war for longer stake periods. So if 100% of the tokens locked for a year, then everyone would get 3.69% interest, not including the other bonuses. So there's two other profit centers that go into the interest above and beyond the interest from inflation. That is, if you end your stake early, right? Like if you eject, you're like, oh man, I said I was going to stake for a year, but I just can't do what I said I would. And you eject, you get penalized half of the interest that you would have received, right? So we take the number of pay periods that existed while you were staked. We average what the payout was for those periods. And then we use that average to penalize you for all the money that you owe that you didn't serve. So you get penalized half. So if you lock up for a year and you serve like a day, you basically owe like half a year. And that means that'll come right out of your principal. So if you say you're going to stake, you should stake, right? It's like a truth engine is what I call it. But if you can't stake and you have to eject, you're going to pay a penalty, and that penalty is going to go to the rest of the stakers. And it's really half the penalty, because another half goes to the origin address. So I agree with the you still want to. Well, the point is that there's three revenue centers if you're a staker. One is the interest, which goes up if less people are staking, down if more people are staking. If people lie or emergency end stake early, you get half of whatever their penalty is. And their penalty is based on how long they staked for. And the reason that's fair is because the longer you stake, the more bonus shares you get, the less money everyone else gets paid. Because now you've got more shares, which means their shares are worth less. So if you stake for a really long time, you get that 20% extra shares per year. You took a risk, right? And then you should fulfill your end of the bargain to get the reward. But if you took the risk, reduced everyone else's payout, then ejected, you're going to get penalized and they're going to get that money, right? So it's neat. It's auto balancing, just like the auto balancing that we saw with getting paid more or less based on how many people are competing in the pool against you. You're also competing for how long you're staking for the bonus shares, and you're also making money on the people that screwed up and said they were going to do a thing and didn't do the thing. And you got one other profit center. If your stake ends and your shares are in the pool and everyone else is getting paid less because your shares are sitting there, you need to pull those shares out within 2 weeks. If you don't, you start losing a percent of your stake every week, and it goes to the stakers, half of it, right? Now, anyone can pull your shares out of the pool. So anyone could save you from that fate if they were nice enough to run it. But I don't know if people
talking about this. I want to see if I have it right, which is so when the stake ends, you're still in there earning tokens.
Right. And you're not earning tokens. You're just reducing everyone else's payouts.
Okay.
You'll never be.
You can't kick them out because with Ethereum, everything you do costs money. Every transaction.
Exactly. Someone has to pay to pull those out.
And can you even do it? Like if you wanted to pay, or somebody can.
Sure. So there's two functions that anyone can call. So anyone can transmit your claim for you. So when you claim and you say, hey, I got these Bitcoins in this address, here's my signature that shows I do, and I've included in that signature what my Ethereum address is that I want you to credit my Bitcoin hex to. Anyone can transmit that because it shows the Bitcoin address, the proof that the holder of that address wants their Bitcoin hex in this address. Anyone can transmit that, right?
This is getting, I'm sure. Let me get to, in general, I like the idea, for a lot of reasons. Mm-hmm. But I have a bunch of questions that are like, let's see if this is really going to work. I've seen good ideas not work too. So
this is crypto. Stupid, terrible shit works in crypto if it's marketed well. And this is marketed well. So even if it was horrible, it would work.
I've seen the stupidest things. I mean, we have some similar favorite coins to hate, like IOTA and Bitcoin Cash. I've seen you know. But anyways, so first one is regarding who's claiming. So for me, when I think about this token, it's a game theory. It's like these Bitcoin maximalists, I don't see them buying. I see the people who love this are a lot of people who own Tron and EOS, and not to disparage them. Like I get that market, like the gambling, and it's not all about. There's people who are in Binance, on exchanges. Like if you're going to say who's the typical person who loves this, I bet their money is on an exchange and or not in Bitcoin. So to give the claim only to the Bitcoin OGs, is there going to be enough people to claim? Because
there's so many tricky things going on here that I don't know whether I should give you the happy public relations version or like the real reason the decisions were made.
You got to keep it real. I'll figure it out anyways.
I guess I'll give you the real ones. So I could tell you that the fairest way to launch a cryptocurrency is to give it to the widest distribution of people, which is Bitcoin holders, the people that are most likely to hold because they've had the longest period to hold. That's also Bitcoin holders. The people that have the most money, also Bitcoin holders because it has the highest market cap, right? The people that are most likely to have a signature function on their wallet to do this trustless claim, also Bitcoin people, right? So that's all really nice. And that's all really like awesome, right? But there's other reasons, which I'm not that happy to advertise, right? Like freemium. So there's billions and billions and billions of dollars made on free games. Well, how do they do that? Because you come in for the free and you're like, man, look at these graphs. This is when people are going to come off staking, and this is how many percent I'm going to make, and how many people are paying these penalties and what's their average return, and you just get sucked into the mind space of it because there's so many more things to look at, and then you see the gains and you're like, man, I want more of these gains. Maybe I should sell some of that thing and buy some more of this thing, right?
Yeah, I guess my point is that the people who are likely to get sucked into that, that crowd I mean, there are people in.
Have you ever bought a shitcoin?
Well, what's your definition of shitcoin? I made a lot of money. Stellar.
So even if you're the hardest core Bitcoin maximalist, some part of you sees these mad gains and is like, yeah, I want a taste of that shit. Maybe I'll put 2 or 3% on it, right? And everyone does that, right? And so all of the awesome, like, good things I mentioned, they're great. But for me as a marketer, I care about the freemium. I want you addicted to this. I want you watching it. I want you talking about it. I want you to be not able to sleep.
Right. I guess my point is, why not figure out a way to give it free to like people who are on Binance or people who.
Well, we're working on that. So Binance has 2 cold wallets. They both use 3 addresses, and they're both not multi-sig, which is rare. So I can support, I'm 98% sure that I can support Binance claiming the Bitcoin Hex tokens for their clients at a large discount. They're going to get hit with a whale penalty. They're going to lose 75% of their stack because it's over 10,000 coins. And they're going to lose 2% of their stack every week they don't claim, just like everybody else. But at some point, if the guys at Binance want to sign a simple signature, they'll get, 200,000 or 300,000 Bitcoin worth of Bitcoin Hex, and be able to give that to their clients. And that's good for them because now there's a new trading pair that can do, first it gets their clients to want to use.
They take.
Yeah, they want trading volume, and they want their clients to use their exchange and not other exchanges. And the more things that people have to play with on there, the more volume gets done, the more money they make.
Okay, so my thing is just like the thought. I think of reasons why it won't work. Like, and nothing against you. I do this with every business idea.
Most business ideas suck. Most business ideas are terrible.
Yeah,
I hear them all day long. Yeah.
Yeah, and right, and we love them until they launch, and then we understand why they're terrible. So one idea is, one concern is, well, what if not enough people claim just to even get it going? Right, you got to get the ball rolling. Is there a number that you worry about, or is there a level? If it doesn't get this many, we're in trouble.
No, because it just changes your market demographic. So your market demographic shifts, right? So right now, the sales pitch for the product, in my opinion, sucks. Because I'm giving away free money to Bitcoin maximalists who are very hateful. So a small portion of those people likes free money, and they claimed their lumens, top 10 crypto, XRP, which anyone could have got by filling out an email address, top 10 crypto, Bitcoin Cash, sad as it is, top 10 crypto, right? Free money has been given out over and over and over again. And some people are smart enough to take it, and some people are too stupid. Okay, well, I can give you the opportunity, but I'm only going to give that opportunity for a little while. And if you don't take it, fuck off. You can market buy and FOMO just like everyone else when the 50 weeks is up.
Okay.
Right?
So if it's a small initial group that claims, you're just starting it with a smaller number, but that's not.
I can tell you the 1,000 people that joined the Bitcoin Hex only chat room, or 1,150 as of now, they didn't join for the nude pictures. They joined because they want to get their Bitcoin Hex. Right. And this is without a working product. This is without demos. This is with $0 spent on marketing. This is with me not asking to do an interview with anyone. Every interview I've done is people that have reached out to me, right? So I've done no interviews in a push format, no marketing budget spent whatsoever, right? I've already, wait till you see how this thing takes off when people start getting instantly rewarded for the referral program.
So that leads to the next question, which is, I've heard you say something like the claims are going to come. It's going to start launch maybe in a month. And I've just heard you say. We've
probably slapped on a week or two to that by letting these 3 addresses claim. Because
now, but I also heard you say it's not on a test net yet, and it's not audited. And I'm as someone who used to launch stuff, I'm already thinking.
I would totally be not surprised if it goes, yes. So, on the website, it's first quarter.
Are you a developer?
I'm confident with first quarter.
I'm
close. I've lost enough money developing software that I know how it goes. I've lost a good $1 million developing software that never came out of beta.
Yeah,
so I know.
From what I'm hearing, I'm thinking 3 or 4 months here.
Yeah, it could be. And it so.
You should. But you keep saying a month. You want to get people.
Okay, so I'll tell you why that's going on. One, the amount of time it takes to finish a project is directly related to the amount of time you allot to it. And if you allot more time to the project, it takes longer to finish. So there's this art between overpressuring your developers and where they just burn out, and letting them know, look, we actually have to finish. So we need to think less and write more, right? So that's a fine art to do. And then there's another art of getting people interested in something that takes a while to learn about, right? So to understand just the game theory of this, it's got to take you a while to really think about it. I mean,
right, but you don't want to lose credibility and having
No.
like it's going to be
Right.
this day,
So
and then
I'm okay with being like
if you keep saying
3 or
4
4.
weeks
If I'm late 3 or 4 weeks, or even up to like 5 weeks, I'm totally cool with that, and that matches my messaging. So my messaging is like, look, I don't know that the auditors are, it's on the bottom of the website under status. I don't know if the auditors are going to be available. I can't make them work any faster than they do. I think they can do their work in 3 weeks. We haven't even locked the code to submit it to them yet. We're still doing testing internally. So I'm very truthful about my estimates, right? But like once I start a timer, what are my options, right? My options are to either, so this Monday, it's going to go from 4 weeks to 3 weeks, and I have to choose. Am I going to say, look, man, this is going to take some extra weeks, or am I just going to be like, yeah, we're not going to rotate the timer this week? I haven't decided which.
On 4 weeks, isn't that based on there's no bugs from the audit and the test?
So we should have already been done with testing now, and we're not. So.
Oh, I thought it wasn't even on the testnet.
Oh, yeah. No, we have a private testnet. So like the functions work. We have a private testnet. The code is very close to being complete, but you can't, if you add a new feature, like, yeah, we're going to let 3 addresses claim. Okay, well then our test UTXO set doesn't have 3 addresses in it. So we have to run a new test UTXO set. And then you run it and you're like, oh, we also need it to like stop deleting these scripts because we need to do this thing. And then it just cascades into this small change of just letting 3 addresses claim, which adds 5 million coins. Like,
what is the 3? I dread this question, so I had it lower on the list, but maybe we'll get to it, which is, so I have Ledger Nano, which I've got this.
Defaults to a 3 address, which is multi.
Is that what it is? And I saw you say something about SegWit, and I did select that I use SegWit addresses. But when you say, whenever I go into that Ledger Nano, if I want to send money to it on Bitcoin, it gives me a public address, but every time I go, it's a different address. So does that address remain forever? And
So the way this works is that there's basically 3 types of common addresses in Bitcoin, and there can always be more, right? So Bitcoin was built to be flexible, and it's not flexible, but it was built to be flexible. So you can add flexibility to it if you want. So in the beginning, there was no such thing as an address. There was pay to IP, okay? And then they got rid of that, and then there was pay to address. And then they got rid of that because address was actually just your public key. Then they got rid of that, and then you pay to a hash of your public key, which is the most common one. And then they're like, oh, well, we want multi-sig. Okay, well, then that's a script. That means I need to do logic. Did this guy sign? Did that guy sign? Did that guy sign? And so then they invented pay to a script. And then this script evaluates true, then pay, right? And then they were like, oh, well, what other scripts can we do? Oh, we can time lock, right? And so we've evolved from pay to IP to pay to public key to pay to the hash of a public key to pay to some logic, which can evaluate things, right? And that's called pay to script hash, right? So do your logic, and then if the hash of that equals this, then great. Like, it's good to go. And so what you have in your wallet is a pay to script hash that evaluates, it separates out some logic for the keys. And it's like, okay, here's the stuff that matters, and then this stuff doesn't matter as much, and it segregates the witness from like this other logic, right? It's just a way to save some space. It's a way to more efficiently use the limited block space that you have.
What I have, do I need to move my Bitcoin somewhere?
I would say, here's what I would say. Personally, I've never used a 3 SegWit address in my life. The more things that you use that are newer and less supported, the more risk that you take, okay? If you use a 1 address, you have the maximum airdrops that you can claim.
So you've already convinced me to move to something else.
I would use an address that starts with 1, a normal ass normal
address. Use an address. With Ethereum, I have, myetherwallet.com. It keeps all the ERC20 tokens. I don't know if it's the best. It's easy. It works. And I've heard you mention this Electrum. And is that one if I just...
So if you use Bitcoin on a desktop, I recommend Electrum. Electrum also supports hardware wallets through it. So the hardware wallet can hold your keys, which would be Ledger or Trezor. Also, the MetaMask wallet for Ethereum, which is what we recommend to use for our token on the ERC20 side, the claiming and staking side, that also supports Trezor and Electrum hardware wallets through it. So you can keep all your...
You're saying MetaMask is for the claiming.
Yeah.
I have to have Bitcoin on a one address, which would be, I move it to, I create an address in the Electrum and put it there.
In theory, you could do it in your ledger too. It's just really hard because their new app sucks and it doesn't support it, so you have to use the Chrome
But
extension.
I move it there. You'll take a snapshot there.
Yep.
Claim it. I'm going to go through MetaMask and put in public key address or something.
Well, what you're going to do is you just so on the bottom of the website, it just shows you the 5-step process to claim, and it's really simple. You install the MetaMask extension. You go to the Bitcoin Hex website. You tell it your Bitcoin address. It goes and looks up your Bitcoin address and says, okay, we know this address holds all these UTXOs, and now we're going to make you a little statement to prove that this is really yours. And you copy paste that little blob of text into your wallet, your Bitcoin wallet. And then you tell your Bitcoin wallet, okay, I want to sign with this key. And you click sign, and you click copy, and you click paste, and you click submit, and you're done. Okay. So you're literally typing your Bitcoin address, copy pasting to your Bitcoin wallet, hitting sign, copy pasting back, hitting submit. That's all you're doing.
Now, let me just explain a little for my audience here, because this is like there's a lot going on here. This MetaMask is a thing I started with, because if you want to do anything, I've mentioned MakerDAO. I like this MakerDAO thing that's blowing up. You need this MetaMask in order to use a lot of Ethereum things that are happening, obviously including this. And these are the things that this is like not fun. This is when you sit down and you do some work instead of day trading, right? And you want to be an entrepreneur, spend some time to figure out, you got to take, this is not fun to do the Electrum address. Do you think I want to figure out how to get a wallet, move things over? And the MetaMask, fortunately, that's set up. But get all this stuff working up, and this is what Richard's talking about, is it's free money, but you have to you have to get off your ass. And if you wait until he says, okay, the snapshot's in 5 days, I don't know how much warning you'll give on the date, but don't be the idiot.
If you don't want the free money, just market buy it when it's on the exchange, or come to the chat room and find somebody that wants to sell it to you. You don't have to claim your free money. From my perspective, I want this price to go up. Every single parameter of this is designed to make the price go up and stay up, right? That's everything this is designed to do. It's got every pumpamental there is, except fake partnerships and minimum buy-in on minimum staking amount. We didn't do that, right?
Wait,
so those are the only
no partnership press releases.
No fake ones. Yeah, no press release of a upcoming press release.
From the XRP Army, I want a new link every day so I can post it on random topics all over social media.
Lol. Yeah. I'm trying not to pick on other coins anymore, since they're the market now.
You're not taking. Come on.
So my point is, if I can't give you free money, fuck off. Fine, you don't get free money. Cool. The reason I care about giving you free money is because it makes my graph look better, right? It makes my metrics look better, and there's a chance that you'll buy more.
So but the point I wanted to make too is that there's this setting up MetaMask. I just know if people are like me, it's like, oh God, setting up MetaMask, this does not sound fun. But you take the time, you invest in it, and it's not only for this, but a lot of things that are happening with Ethereum. It's a cool thing to have set up, and just put aside a day or two, watch some YouTube videos, how to set it up, watch that first. Sit down. You got to record.
I have a video on how to set up your MetaMask that's 6 minutes long total.
Great.
And it shows you how to make your affiliate link to make 20% on other people's claims.
Oh, I have a question about the affiliate link as well. Yeah, so watch that video and then just think about it, and then come back and watch it again, and then do it. You know what I mean? And it might not even take you that long. And if you watch his video, you see you have to record things. Whatever. Listen.
By the way, your 3 address, I'm 90% sure we're going to make it so that you can claim without doing all this movement. But in that 2% that I can't,
I feel like having a simple address that doesn't check, because I don't have a public address. It's kind of annoying. Can you have multiple addresses within your Electrum too, if I want to?
Sure. Electrum's the best. Electrum is the best wallet, in my opinion.
Okay. So next question is, what if you, so this thing is a smart contract, the way I understand it, you're writing this code, you put it up there and that's it.
Yep.
If there's
Can't
a
edit
bug,
it.
if there's a bug or something you want to change, you can't do it, right? Or do you have to get everyone to move to it?
Kind of. Yes. You would airdrop the old token holders before the thing screwed up to a new system that worked properly. Is how that would work, right? So like EOS wanted to launch a new token. So they're like, all right, we're going to have an ERC20. And then they made a few $1 billion on their ERC20. And then they airdropped the new token to those holders, right? And TRX did the same thing with their $1 billion project. So if it goes wrong, you can airdrop the system state before the error to a fixed system. So it's fixable. It's, someone has to fix it, but it's definitely fixable.
Okay. And for people watching, I'm going to get to the chat questions when I get to ask my questions first. So if I claim, whenever you have this claim day, or you have a snapshot day, and then the claim is how much longer after that will that launch to claim?
I think 2 weeks is a pretty standard notice period that, if you're going to quit your job, you give 2 weeks notice. That's why it's called give 2 weeks. So there's a lot of, I'm happy with a 2 week period, right?
You're going to warn 2 weeks ahead of the snapshot, or
I'm going to give as much. I think that the minimum amount of warning I'm comfortable with giving on almost anything is 2 weeks. So I would be very surprised if you didn't have a 2 weeks warning to get your coins into a one address or a BC1 address before the snapshot.
You take the snapshot. How long after that will the claim button be up?
Maybe half a day, maybe a day, because there's processing that has to happen. So once we take the snapshot, we have to manually reduce the whale's balances and make it so they get less money if they claim. We have to manually remove the Mt. Gox coins. So
and
that
I've heard you say a whale is over 1,000 tokens?
1,000, yeah. If you don't want to get hit with a whale penalty of 50% to 75% from 1K to 10K plus, then you need to take your coins and just send them into wallets that are less than 1,000. That's why we call it the silly
whale free. I'm not worried about it.
So we call it a silly whale penalty because you could have avoided it if you'd listened. You didn't want to listen, so now you're going to pay everybody else. And your coins that you can't claim, they're going to get sent to everybody that's staking, right?
When you claim them, do you immediately get the token and then and there, or is there claiming?
As soon as your transaction hits the blockchain, your claim to get the tokens, when it is run on the blockchain, it also gives you your tokens at the exact same time.
And that goes right
same. There's probably some millisecond difference.
So that token, and what is it going to be? BTHX?
BHX, I think.
What is it?
I would like it to be hex, but there's too much brand confusion. So there's already other stuff that has that word.
Okay.
So BHX doesn't have other confusion, right? If I talk to the exchanges and they're like, yeah, we think we're cool with you taking the HEX ticker, I'd be like, all right, I take that.
So whatever the ticker is, it's just going to appear in your MetaMask wallet.
It's BHX now, right? But if some exchanges convince me that a different one, a superior one is available, then I'll take that one. So it's BHX now. If we look at the landscape and Hex looks viable, I'd probably take that one over BHX.
So then you immediately then have the option also to start doing the staking. So in other words, I claimed I got my tokens.
Yep. You can immediately
now
stake.
I can say, okay, and I want to lock this up for this long.
As long as you have some gas to pay your transaction fees, yeah.
If I have 10 Bitcoin, can I lock one for a year, one for 6 months?
There's no Bitcoin locking. You can sell your Bitcoin.
If I have 10 Bitcoin Hex, can I lock one Hex for a year, one Hex for?
Yes. You can do multiple stakes on the same address.
And so if I'm on the first week, which is, that's what I do. So I would definitely want to lock it up for something because there's no selling. Like there's not on any exchanges.
Exactly.
At some point it would be, you want it to be on exchanges.
I can say that it's very likely that this will. So the people from IDEX reached out to me and said they wanted to list it. So that
you think on day one there could be trading.
There could be. apparently these dexes can list any ERC20 without any input from anyone in a rather like permissionless manner. So it's very likely that that will be quick. But I mean, it's, who knows? Maybe a fake ADX guy reached out to me, but it seemed legit to me, and I'm pretty good at catching the old scammers. So I don't think that this. I think we'll do well in this area.
Okay.
Because,
now the next thing is the referral link.
Yeah.
So first, is that so? I already went to your website. So let me explain to people listening. If you have an Ethereum public address, it's like bitcoinhex.com / like your address or something, or is there a claim / or what's the referral link that you just put
so all you do, like most affiliate programs and referral programs, require you to do some type of sign up. I've never seen anyone do it the way that I'm doing it. I think it's pretty innovative and cool. Maybe someone else has done it. It's sign up free. There is no sign up. You instantly create a referral link if you copy paste your Ethereum address to the end of the URL. Doesn't matter what URL, right? Anything on bitcoinhex.com's website. And all you have to do is in between the website name and your link, you just put $R equals. That's it.
So bitcoinhex.com / $R equals my
Ethereum address.
public
Yep.
Ethereum address.
Yep. And in that 6-minute video, 5-minute 40, it shows you how to check that the cookie got written, right? So when you go to claim, the claim tool looks to see, okay, is this guy referred? Okay, he is referred. Okay, inflate the currency 20% of that guy's claim and pay it to the refer.
And that needs to be the same, or does it even need to be the same Ethereum address of the MetaMask? The MetaMask would be a different address, or it needs to be the same.
It doesn't matter. So if you use an Ethereum address you just made up, however you made it up, that Ethereum address is going to get paid.
But those affiliate commissions will go to that Ethereum address,
Right.
whereas the claim ones will go to the MetaMask one.
Right. Or you could just use the same address for both. The only downside to that is that if someone knew that you were promoting an affiliate link, they could see how much you got paid. And then if you also claimed to that, then they could see how much you claimed. But they wouldn't, it's like,
yeah.
Most people don't do the secure, like all you would need to do is just make 2 accounts in MetaMask, and then you could refer from one and claim from one, and you'd be totally good to go.
Right. And when does it grab this? Because I already went to your website, just when I first saw you. So I had no referral link. Now
Right.
I show up. Is it just when you go to the claim page that you use?
So the referral link only gets set if you click a URL that had an Ethereum address at the end of the URL. So it sounds like you don't have a refer set.
What if I set one and then I come back with another one? Does it overwrite?
It overwrites it, yeah. Most smart people will probably refer themselves and take the free extra 20% money.
Yeah.
But a lot of people won't. So there's good money to be in referring, right? Like you make a lot of money referring. Like a lot of people shop on Amazon and they're not signed up as an affiliate on Amazon, but they could be. So, this concept of not referring yourself happens a lot more often than referring yourself does.
Right. All right.
So it happens, and it gets pulled on the claim tool. So when you use MetaMask to perform your claim, it just looks at the URL that you used, right? And then it's like, oh well, we're going to pay that guy 20%.
Okay, so those were my boring questions. Let me look in the chat here. There's boy. I mean, let's see. People talk about other topics.
I'm wearing a black shirt, so no one's talking about my boobs today, I bet. What a miracle. I should just wear black all the time.
Looking sharp. Ask Richard why he programmed in the originator address to end up with approximately 40 to 45% of all tokens in supply.
I don't think it'll end up with that much.
What is it? I don't even understand the question.
Sure. So every single cryptocurrency pays people that were in earliest more than everyone else, right? So Satoshi got to mining before anyone else knew about the project. So he got a giant bag of tokens, right? Some new coins, they just pre-mine the tokens, which is like, oh, we're going to start 10,000 blocks ahead, and we just have those blocks, and they're our money for paying the developers to build this thing. Other people try and look more trustless and look more fair by stealth launching. They pretend to market and just talk about it a few places that they can reference later, and then they mine a shitload of tokens, and then they kind of tell people, oh, hey, by the way, guys, we got this project here, right? People are getting paid, right? Like,
but this guy's saying in the original, it's almost like a pre-mine, that you're taking 40 to 45%.
No, it's different. It's different. So I'm explaining to you what the standard of the industry is, and I'm explaining to you how this is different. So, and I'm going to declare to you how it all works.
Yeah.
So in a normal system, you either pre-mine or stealth mine or ICO, right? Ain't nobody out there busting their ass, working for a couple years, spending, $1 million building something so that you can make more money on it than they do. That shit's not happening, right? So this concept that like, yo, this project should be invented and exist and be awesome and reward Bitcoin holders so Roger Ver can make more than the founder. No. Roger Ver can go make his own free money, right? So here's how the origin address works. It gets bonuses. If the bonus and incentive structure works well, it gets paid more because it gets a copy of the bonuses. If all the bonuses don't work that well, it gets paid less, right? So if people claim earlier, there's more speed bonus. If people refer more friends, there's more referral bonus, right? It
that
doesn't
goes to the 40% pool, you're saying?
It gets copied, a copy of it. I'll explain it. So if you claim, it doesn't get anything. If you stake and get paid interest, it doesn't get anything. It only gets a copy of the bonuses. So if you refer somebody and you get paid 20% of their stack, or not their stack, but like a bonus of 20% of whatever they claimed, because they still get paid in full, then this also gets paid that, right? So if you want to know what the origin address is going to make, then you need to figure out how many bonuses are going to get paid. And if you want to know how many bonuses are going to get paid, you need to know what percentage of people are going to claim, how quickly they're going to claim, and how many of them are going to be referred. If you know those things, then you know how many bonuses people are going to get paid, and you're going to know how many
Where is
bonuses
someone coming
that's
up
going to
with
get paid.
40%? I mean, I haven't studied bonuses.
I don't think that you can know what it's going to get paid without doing a lot of math.
So, for example,
So I know that it can't get 50% because it's not getting paid claims and it's not getting paid interest. So if one thing is paying more things and one thing's getting paid less things, the less paid things is always going to be smaller. So there's no way that it could be 50 for sure.
But if you're saying this, that first of all, people claim and people can earn for staking, and that doesn't give this pool anything. No. You're only matching whatever is paid out in bonuses gets matched in this pool.
Right.
Well, the bonuses is not 50%, or
No.
even what percent of the coins could come through bonuses if everybody bonused out? What percent?
Well, it's kind of. I'll give you. I can give you the maximum number for each thing, but like they fight each other. So if one thing maxes, so let me explain. If no one tells anyone about the project, and only one person claims, he gets all the coins, right? Through the We Are All Satoshi redistribution. And because all the coins were redistributed through that, it is a bonus, and therefore a copy would be given to the origin address, right?
Okay.
Impossible, unlikely, right? So what happens, so if people claim really early, the speed bonuses go up, right? Because it goes from 20 down to 0 over 50 weeks. So if people claim earlier, they get more bonuses, and therefore so does the origin address. If people claim later, there's no bonuses at some point, right? Like the last week, there's nothing or darn near nothing, and then it doesn't get those. But if everyone waits till the last week to claim, well, then there was more We Are All Satoshi splitting the coins up, right? Yeah. So it's I don't know the answer. Like I literally
all these lines of game theory,
well, there's not that many. There's speed, viral. So there was this project called Byteball, and Byteball had this idea of paying unclaimed coins to people that did claim. but it had a critical failure flaw in it. Two, really. One was it was totally centralized. All the coins were just given out by a Russian guy. And one day he just decided to stop giving them out. Okay, can't play with that shit. Two, there was an incentive for no one to tell anyone else about the project because they would get paid more. So I didn't tell anyone about it. I'd figure, all right, I'll wait till it's done distributing and then I'll tell people about it, right? And it destroyed the project. Like, it just, no one knows about it. It's like it doesn't exist, right? So I thought, how do I overcome that failure that project had where they incentivized people to not tell anyone else about the project? I would overcome it with referral rewards. You don't want to tell someone about it? Fine, someone else will make the referral. You won't get it, they will. How else can we do it? We'll inflate the currency for early adopters, early stakers. The more people claim and the larger they claim. So I invented the virality bonus, which pays you more if more people claim, more UTXOs, right? And the critical mass bonus, which pays you more if larger masses of coins, like more coins claim. So the more people claim and the larger their claims are, the more the currency gets inflated for people who are already staked. So those three things, refer, critical mass, and virality, cancel out the desire to keep it a secret and get more of the We Are All Satoshi.
So are you saying that the speed, so there's a speed bonus, which means if you sign up earlier, you get bonuses, that gets matched into the pool. That's one.
It's not a pool, it's just a single address. It's the origin address.
It gets to that address, the origin address.
Yes.
Then you have viral, which is the referral links?
Nope. So the only two things that get paid on hit up front without staking are refer and speed. So if you get in early and you're referred, you're going to make 40% extra. It's actually more than that. It's 44%. So if you claim one Bitcoin.
Early and referred?
Right. So if you get it,
what is early?
The first day. It was the first week.
At 20% bonus, and it decreases from there?
Right. So you have a 20% bonus if you claim in the first week. Now, we've kind of rotated into daily measurements, so days are going to start mattering now. But we're just going to use the model of weeks because it doesn't matter how fast your sampling frequency is. You're going to do it as early as you can anyway, more or less. So if you get in the first week, you're getting a 20% bonus. Then, if you self-refer yourself, you're getting another 20% on top of the 20% you already got. So your one Bitcoin turns into 10,000 Bitcoin hex, and then it turns into 12,000 from your speed, and then it turns to 14,400 from your self-referral.
All right, I've got the speed and the referrer bonus, but what is the viral bonus?
So those are the on-hit bonuses. That's all you're going to get unless you stake. You want all the amazing rewards? You want to watch your stack multiply by some X over the next year? Then you need to stake.
That's not a bonus, though. That doesn't go. Is the only thing that goes to the pool the speed and the referrer bonuses?
Speed,
not the pool.
refer.
Yeah.
It gets technically 4 others, and I'll explain them to you. So critical mass and viral are only paid to people that stake, right? So you've got your inflation pool, and that inflation pool also has all of the Satoshi coins that are going into it, the unclaimed ones, right? Mm-hmm. And then that pool gets inflated larger, so it pays people that are staked more with the critical mass and virality bonus that multiply it larger. So you can get 10% more multiplier.
Is critical mass the unclaimed coins?
No.
Is unclaimed coins a bonus?
Yes. That one's called We Are All Satoshi.
Unclaimed coin. And this is...
It's supposed to be this confusing. It's a feature.
So the unclaimed coins could be any amount. I mean, it could be...
No, it can't. There's only 17.5 million coins total.
It could be, any percent, right?
Sure.
If only 1% of people claim,
yes.
Then that bonus is whatever.
So it could be gigantic, right? Yes. If no one claims that We Are All Satoshi will be gigantic.
The originator, so if the unclaimed coins are 50%, right, how much goes to the originator address and how much to everybody else?
The speed bonuses would be less because less people claimed. The refer bonuses would be less because less people claimed. The We Are All Satoshi bonus would be more because more coins would be redistributed. The critical mass and virality bonuses would be less because there was less adoption. So they all fight each other.
The We Are Satoshi, which is unclaimed coins bonus, is
Yes.
split. Like, how much does the originator address get of that?
It just gets whatever you got as a bonus, it gets. Your base claim is not a bonus, and your interest is not a bonus.
So it inflates. It divides it
right, it
between
just
all the
inflates.
people that have it. It gives 100% to them, and whatever that amount was.
It gives an extra copy to itself. So the easiest way to understand this is, okay, you rob Satoshi, you get one of his coins. In a normal criminal relationship, you and your partner in crime, in this case, the inventor of this whole colony system, right? You would split those coins. But isn't it easier if you just get to keep the whole coin yourself, and then it just inflates the currency? It's easier, right? I think it's actually mathematically.
Let me see if this math is right. If 50% of the coins are claimed, that means the remaining 50% go to everybody.
Redistributed. Yeah, and then an extra copy would be created for the origin address.
And you copy that 50%, so technically you would have...
I think that would be a third.
From that, the originator address would have 30% of coins.
I think, yeah. You can do a spreadsheet on those. You can just assume everyone claimed in the first week, and this many % people claimed. There's already somebody that's done this, I think.
So that's
if you Google like BHX calculator, somebody already has a website up that does all this work.
Okay, so I've got speed, refer, and unclaimed. There's one more bonus?
Well, so the on-hit ones that you get paid whether you stake or not are speed and referral.
Yeah.
And you could just claim them and dump the coins, right? Okay. But now you want to make the mad gains, you want to make a multiple. Okay, you need to stake. When you stake, you get interest from the pool, right? So if only 1% of people stake, you're going to get 369% interest. If 10% of people stake, you're going to get 36.9. If 100% of people stake, you're going to get 3.69, right?
And is that also matched to the originator address?
No. Nope. Doesn't get interest.
So this fourth bonus doesn't go to the originator address.
Well, I don't consider it a bonus, right? Like
I thought you said there were 4 bonuses, so I was just looking.
Well, sure. Right. So the other 2 are bonuses and penalties, but they have the same name, right? So if you don't do what you said you would and stay staked, and you end your stake early, that penalty goes half to origin, half to the staker pool. So that's a revenue source, unless you're the one getting screwed by it, and then it's a getting screwed source, right? So don't screw up. So you were in the pool that was going to get rewarded when other people screw up, and now if you screw up, you get nuked, right?
And if you have,
you would.
So the one risk from all these things, the speed, not everyone's going to do it in the first week, and it's only 20%. Refer, most people don't refer, and it's only 20%. The stop stake also small, but the unclaimed coins is the one I fear could be big.
Sure.
And then you're getting 50%. So that scares me.
It is not possible to get 50%. Not.
Yeah,
if one thing is getting its base claim and its interest, and the other thing is not, it's just getting bonuses, there's no way it can be 50%.
Whatever the math is, that if only 50% claim, maybe someone smart can do the math. If 50% claim, the remaining 50%. What? I mean,
I'll do it. I'll do it in my head with you. But we did it already. But we'll do it again. If 50% of people claim, that leaves 50% of the currency, which let's say it's 17.5 million coins, and it's times 10,000. But we'll just forget the 10,000 for now. Then that leaves about 8.75 million that need to be redistributed. So the people that claimed had 8.75 million, then they got given 8.75 million of bonus because they were unclaimed, and then the copy of that bonus was given to the origin. So these guys end up with 17.5 million, and that one ends up with 8.5. It's a third. It's a third in that case.
I mean, I just did it by imagine there's 100 coins, 50 goes to the people, 50's unclaimed, the people get the 50, now there's 100, and then 50 gets copied, so now there's 150 of which people have. So that if, let's just say for some reason, all this game theory goes wild and the originator pool has so much, you can still sort of do some sort of distribution and promotion with those tokens.
Well, anyway, the thing is, like,
not the thing to succeed.
So if you look at, no one gives a fuck about the Origin's holdings. So let me explain that to you.
I agree. Stellar, XRP.
Right. Yes.
Right.
Like, and to tell you the truth,
I don't know that I trust XRP, but Stellar, Jed McHale, and then IBM, they probably will distribute them in ways they hope expand the ecosystem. I think that's a positive for the token.
So
theoretically, if you distribute them in a smart way, doesn't it help?
So all right, here's how that goes. Right, it can be good and bad based on your time frame. They can both be true at the same time. Right. So XRP has 40% of its tokens on the market, 60% off the market. Top 10 crypto, top 5 maybe, top 2 actually. So can you be top 2 and have some founder people holding 60%? Yup, that's top 2 right now. Okay, Stellar, number 9, 80% held by a foundation, right? Now you say, okay, they're going to try and enhance adoption and all that shit. Okay, maybe, but is giving $25 to each blockchain.info user smart?
What is $25 per blockchain? I don't know what that means.
That's what they did. That's what their foundation just recently did. They just gave $25 of free Stellar to everyone on blockchain.info.
I think
so if you think just randomly picking some service provider and giving $25 to each of their users is a right way to kickstart crypto, I don't know about that shit. I'm not feeling it. Like, and I don't know that I want to buy a big bag of something where I hope that some guy in Silicon Valley decides which one of his buddies that runs a blockchain company he's just going to hand a shitload of free money to, and he knows when it's going to happen, so he can that shit don't seem trustless to me, man. You know?
Right. But I think Stellar with IBM, they're trying to be the on-ramp for the
IBM's a fail mode, dude. So IBM's terrible.
The central bank wants to use XLM, they say, okay, we'll give you 15%. Like,
you realize IBM's terrible, though, right? Do you use a single IBM product? Do you have an IBM product in your house? Do you use IBM software? No, you don't. You know who else doesn't? Fucking nobody.
You know who does?
Giant companies that are locked in and have no choice.
Well, thanks.
Not even.
They need to upgrade, and this is their upgrade solution. Listen,
So we'll go back. The main point was, can a
percentage to Stellar, but I think there's a chance that
I could say good things about Stellar. I just don't believe in that. Like, this other guy over here is going to decide who gets handed out the money. Like, fuck. Well,
it's a foundation. IBM trusted, and I agree. IBM. Anyways,
listen. IBM is the USSR of companies. They had every type of opportunity. They had first mover advantage. They had huge mass. And they've just been getting annihilated. Like,
what about blockchain supply chain they're doing? You have any insight?
It's the worst. Sure, digital ledger technology is amazing and worthless. It is a fucking advanced Excel spreadsheet. It requires no economic mass.
Walmart and Maersk and all these companies are doing things and saying we did a test, it works well. And
the reason that they just did a test is because this shit's horrible. It's the slowest possible. Like, blockchains are the worst database in the world. The only reason for anyone to ever use a blockchain is if they absolutely must, because they absolutely need censorship resistance. Who is trying to censor your shipping transaction data? Fucking nobody. Okay, so you don't need censorship resistance, you just need trust? Well, that's why we have logs, right? And you just publish the logs. Like, there's no advantage to a blockchain whatsoever. We've already figured out auditing and logs. Like, how do you think the CIA operates? Like, this shit's been figured out for 50 years.
I hear you. There's a lot going on in this space. It's hard. It makes me think maybe something is happening. I agree with I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense.
It could all be amazing, but it doesn't require economic mass. You don't, like, if you want anonymity, you can take one Monero and just keep cycling it until you've moved all of this into a clean new thing with a tiny little bit iterating it. If you want amazing digital ledger technology, you can do all of that cool shit with one little tiny bit of token. You don't need economic mass. If you want your coin to pump and you want the price to go up, you need people to need a reason to buy more of it, right? And that's the reason cryptocurrencies are the only successful use case for blockchains, period. Because this currency...
My thing that I think is happening in the next year here, the use case, there's two things. One is yours here, which is sort of risk-free if you believe in the token. interest, a decent interest rates, and also borrowing, using it as collateral to borrow against. Those are two big use cases that are happening and growing more and more. And you're in the earning interest category. And then MakerDAO is, you can borrow at a 0.5% interest rate, dollars off of my Ethereum.
The other neat thing is that, well, first, no one's done this before. So do staking coins exist where you get rewarded for staking? Sure. How are they different? You can unstake whenever you want. So they don't pump the price. As soon as some bullshit goes down, everyone gets the fuck out. They're like, oh, I'm out. In this system, dude, when you're in, you're in. You ain't getting out. And then the price just keeps going up. And everyone else is in and they ain't getting out, right? And if they do get out, guess who gets paid? The origin and the pool. So even if there was no interest and it was just a speculative experiment, people getting in and then ejecting because life is hard is going to pay all those people that had stamina, right? So this shit has so many good points to it. So not only can you, that's the value ratchet, right? So the truth engine and the value ratchet are part of the pumpamentals. Another thing is that no one has ever paid more interest for longer lockups like a normal CD in the real world. So I modeled the increase in interest that you receive by locking up for longer time frames directly from the average rate of return on certificates of deposit in the United States. You get about 20% more interest every extra year that you lock up. Now, their interest rates that they give out are extremely low because they're artificially low because the Fed gives out money for free. So they can't charge a normal interest rate. So they charge an extremely low interest rate because they get the money for free from the Fed.
The Fed gives money for free, but not to you and I. So that's why this is better.
Right. So my point is I modeled the same increase in payment over longer stake periods that they use there, but it just starts at a much higher base rate, right? And then it uses the pool model to amplify the base rate even more. You'll get paid much more or less as a staker based on how many other stakers there are than on the actual inflation rate.
Okay. Let me go through some more questions here. Mm-hmm. What's the minimum to get started? I think it just doesn't matter.
Nothing. It's free. You could claim one Satoshi, which is 1/100 millionth of a Bitcoin. You can claim that.
And okay, now someone says, what problem is this solving? And this is an interesting I have two theories on why this is not just purely stupid. Mm-hmm. One is this whole field of game theory is super interesting. I think it gets applied to almost every token. I talk about, there's this storage, which they're trying to be, distributed storage, and they have a token. They use the token. Well, what if they just attach some game theory to that token? Does that make the project better?
What if you just fork it and leave their fee out? So,
well, I don't want to get into storage. The point here, two things. One is that your project really brings to the people's consciousness about game theory. You have cool game theory, and people just get into it, and you think, it's stupid. They're just playing a pyramid game. But at the same time, I thought that FOMO.
Everything's a pyramid game.
Yeah,
the fucking stock market's a pyramid game.
And I think you're educating people on game theory, and there's a value there. The other value I'm not sure about is just money communicates to the economy and what we're doing, and you're forcing people to communicate how long they want to lock up money.
Yeah.
Maybe that has value. I don't know, because you can't use that. But I understand if I save money somewhere,
lets you know the future state of the system more reliably.
Use that money, but if I just lock up money, is that adding value, or is just the concept of seeing who's locking up where adds value?
There's a ton of really innovative, powerful things here. So a couple you've mentioned. First of all, in a normal lending system, you need to find a person that wants to take out the loan, hope they service their loan, and then return back the money, and then you end up with profit, right? And there's a lot of overhead. In this system, you can call it virtual lending, in that when you stake your coins, you virtually lended the value of your coins to all the unstaked coins, because your coins can't trade, but their coins can. So virtual lending to people who haven't staked their coins, because any reasonable person that doesn't really want to spend their coins would obviously just stake them and take the free interest, right?
Can you say that? This virtual lending, that's a new...
I got a bunch of cool keywords here. So virtual lending, truth engine, value ratchet, pumpamentals.
So if I lock it up,
it drives up the value of all the unlocked coins.
To the people who don't have it locked up.
Yes.
And so in a sense, I'm lending to them. That's interesting.
Yep. So another thing is, in any other currency, whether it's dollars or masternode coins or proof of stake coins, you don't reliably know the future state of the system because people can do whatever they want, get out whenever they want. In this system, you know what the future supply is going to be that's circulating because you have a graph that shows you this many coins are coming off stake at this time. Do-do-do, and it allows you to make better decisions on how to interact with the system because everything is public and everyone knows who's doing what, right? You know how many coins are coming out of stake. You know how many coins are being minted.
Right.
You know what the average return of the people before you were. You know what the average penalty that people are paying are, right? And one of these penalties may never get paid, right? If someone once every 2 weeks just runs everyone's end stakes and pulls them out of the share pool, then no one will ever pay that penalty. Now, there's a small fee to do it. And as long as the fee is small, maybe some nice person will always run it once every 2 weeks for everybody, and no one will ever pay the penalty. Or maybe one day fees are high and they don't. Or maybe no one does it because they just want people to screw up and get the pool paid more. I don't know. I'm excited to find out, right? Another innovative thing that it does is we need a digital trustless peer-to-peer analog for every feature that the real financial system has. The real financial system is not serviced well enough by just currency. If Bitcoin acting as a currency were enough to replace the existing financial system, you wouldn't have $1 billion Coinbase, and you wouldn't have $1 billion BitMEX, and you wouldn't have $1 billion Binance. It turns out that what people really want and really need, you can't just do with a currency. People need loans, people need interest, and a single currency can't do that. And it wasn't designed to do that, and it won't do it. So Bitcoin only does 3 things: send, receive, and mine. And if you want to mine, you got to send your money to a weird country, hope they send you some equipment that hasn't already been used, hope that the difficulty is not too high, hope that you can break even on it. That's a lot of hope and a lot of waiting. In this system, instead of sending your money off to go buy a mining machine, right, and go pollute the environment, which is what you're doing, right? Oh, we're polluting it less. Yeah, but you're still polluting it, right? Some fish used to live, or like there used to be some trees where you flooded that area to create that hydropower, right? Now it's just a lake. So instead of paying money to miners to make a return on your investment, instead of giving your money to an exchange, which gets hacked all the time, to lend your coins out for margin traders to try and make interest on your coins, why don't we just hold them in the smart contract? Let the trustless smart contract that invented the coins hold them and pay you the interest. It will always be able to fulfill its obligations. It's paying you with something that it invented. You don't have to lose money on paying the electric bills. You don't have to lose money to the exchange when it gets hacked. You can make a return on your investment. And it's just better to pay holders instead of miners. When miners compete
the other thing you're doing, in a sense, is you're just leveraging Ethereum, unabashedly. Like everybody's trying to
We'll be the first successful dApp. There is no other successful dApp on the project. When we are successful, we'll be the first reason that shit has had a good reason to exist.
Your DAO is pretty successful. 200 billion value locked up.
Sure, could be.
In 1 year.
Then if you want to call it second, I'm okay with it.
Okay, good.
I think our market cap will be a lot higher than 200 million. So when I told you earlier, I'm like, there's a lot of reasons that I could say, hey, look how awesome this is, and like, we want to allow Bitcoin communication on the Ethereum network with more DEXs and all this other good stuff. Okay, that's feel good and sounds good, but then we've got the dirty like, here's the other reason, right? People like, if you're considered a potential alternative to Bitcoin, you're going to be valued very highly, right? And so I'm happy to pivot off of the Bitcoin name as soon as I don't have to appeal to these handing out free money people anymore, like Bitcoin holders. Like, oh, okay, I don't have to give out free money anymore. Great, let's pivot to something that's just hex related, like hex whatever, and I don't have to have the word Bitcoin in there anymore. And then when we're near them in the top 10, it'll be easier to overtake them. As long as we have Bitcoin in the name, it's going to be hard to overtake because people are going to be like, oh, well, you're not the first one. Why overtake, right? So I'm happy to pivot off the Bitcoin name 25, 30 weeks out. But for now, it's really useful because if we hit exchange and we're considered a viable alternative or superior alternative, we should trade at a very high market cap, right? Like, do you think Bitcoin SV, which just got created, should be a top 5, top 7 coin? I don't, but it is. So, okay, well, that's the game we're playing. Well, there's room for another Bitcoin in the top 5 then, right? If we're going to have 2 or 3 of them up there, right? If we're going to have 3 Bitcoins in the top 10, we got room for a 4th, right? And then they can die because their game theory's fucked up. So what's wrong with Bitcoin Cash and Bitcoin SV? They gave giant bags of coins to the Mt. Gox trustee to dump on their head, which he did. Satoshi, what has Satoshi done for you lately? Does he deserve some extra free money from you? Does he need that? Is that good for the world? You're stupid. If you do a new fork or a new coin and you reward a bunch of parties that the only thing they do is dump on your head, you're an idiot, right? So Bitcoin Cash went from a high of 50% of the value of Bitcoin down to 3.5% today because the game theory was all fucked up. They gave out too many free coins.
Talk about Bitcoin Cash too much, but their whole, they took the least desirables of the Bitcoin community, and then their philosophy is all scaling on-chain, which is not workable. Like, just fundamentally, I think it's.
They had 50% of the hash rate for a day. You know, they took the swing at the king, and then the greatest what was that great quote from Usual Suspects? How do you shoot the devil in the back? What if you miss? That's what they did to Bitcoin. Roger Ver and Jihan tried to shoot Bitcoin in the back, and Bitcoin said no, right? And now they get more cancer attacking them. So like, they were the primary cancer, but then the cancer got cancer. SV got them. Like, it's I don't know, man. If someone does evil, like if live by the sword, die by the sword, like turns you on, it's nice to see that something bad happened to them for doing something so bad.
All right. Let's do a couple more questions here. Someone wrote, I can create an ERC20 token in 2 seconds, free money. Yeah, not all money's worth anything. And the idea is that this one, he's putting some work into it. He's not just hitting the ERC20 button.
No, like you will find out that you are dog shit at marketing, and you will pay $8 to get $1 of users, and then you'll lose money and you'll shut the fuck up. Like, it turns out that making systems that can thrive and go viral is extremely hard to do. Like, there's teams of very, very intelligent people that spend all year trying to make one viral video, and they maybe achieve it once every 3 years. Virality is hard.
There's this John McGuffett, if you're still on. Wait. Okay, so he's saying here that I should stop kissing your ass. And
my ass feels very dry.
And there's what's that?
My ass is very dry. You should wear chapstick or something.
Yeah, at least. Something about the red flag. A fatal hidden flaw. Oh, he's still with the originator. I think we explained that thoroughly.
Yes, totally. Lumens has 80% in a foundation. XRP has 60% in a foundation. It's going to be totally earth-shattering horrible to have like 20 or 30% an origin address, so that someone might actually be able to afford to do some fucking marketing if they wanted to.
What I would do, if you were an IZO, what I would tell my viewers is do not buy this. You wait 6 months. If it's going good, then you get in. But it's free. You get more by getting in early. So I say get in early. If it fails, whatever. Yeah, you spend 20 minutes trying to figure out MetaMask. Okay, for free. And if it works, if it's a top 10 coin, and I've seen shit up there, you got free money.
Here's the funny part.
You wasted 20 minutes. I wouldn't buy it early. I wait to see. Like I always tell people, wait to see. Look, what's the adoption rate? I always say, is it launched? Is it decentralized? And how's the adoption rate? Before you buy. But to take something for free.
Sounds like good advice.
Yeah.
So here's my opinion. I spent all of 2017 trying to stop people from getting scammed. And I had a voice and an audience, and I was on television in a couple different countries, and I was entirely ineffective. And it could even be said that I may have helped those scams scam more people by speaking out against them. So all of you people that dislike my project, I really appreciate you shit-talking it. I really appreciate the personal insults, because some portion of the people that you advise against my project is going to fucking love it against all of your player-hating, haterade. Like, you are probably wrong. You probably bought at 17,000 and held down to 3. You probably got in a year ago. You are probably broke. your advice is probably very, very bad. There are a lot of scams that you can pick on. There's a fake person that pretends to be Satoshi that's apparently doing very well. Maybe you should spend your time on that guy. Or there's actual Ponzi schemes, or like things that aren't trusted, right? Like things that aren't trustless. There's all types of actual shit that people are going to lose a lot of money on that you could be speaking out against. So by speaking out against my project, one, you helped me, thanks. And two, you're wasting your time and their time. Like you should ideally be saving them from actually bad things. I think this is amazing. These are blockchain things that are open source that have never existed before, that I invented and I'm paying dearly to create, and they're free to use. And if you don't like them, don't use them. Like,
so now this guy, he says another thing that's stupid that I'd like to mention. He said that you're claiming that Ethereum is a store of value. That's not what he's saying. Is that Ethereum is a secure platform from which
I'm happy to see Ethereum go to almost zero as long as my transactions are cheap and secure. I don't care about their bags. I don't own any Ethereum.
I think to secure the network, but he's not. I don't even think you own Ethereum, which I think is crazy.
I don't own any Ethereum. None.
Why not?
I'll have to own a little to like
Bitcoin for Ethereum here. You know, it's fallen a lot. You seeing how good and useful Ethereum is. You know, there is a killer DApp. You think you're going to be another one. I see a lot of things launching. Why not diversify a little from your Bitcoin bag into Ethereum?
Let me explain his fallacy of thought, or it may be smarter than his actual thought. In every ecosystem of business, there's a value chain. And that value chain stores larger, outsized, higher margined amounts in different locations. And as industries tend to age, the substrates, the layers underneath the other ones, become demarginalized because they've been around the longest and had the most competition wearing away their margins. So for instance, is Amazon a very profitable company? Yes. Do they own distribution? Do they ship their own products? No. Do they own the roads that their products are shipped on? No. Do they own the packet switches that switch the IP packets to their network? No. They don't care about any of those lower substrates that have no margin. For the same reason I don't care about Ethereum's margin. It is just a substrate that I'm using for trustlessness. And if it sucks and it fails, I will pivot and airdrop into the 6 or 7 other networks to support Solidity contracts. And if they pivot and suck, then I'll hard fork into my own code that has the same game theory. All I care about is my game theory executed in a trustless manner. Trustlessness is cheap now, okay? Listen, Dogecoin, very, very, very old fork of Bitcoin. Works fine. No one's losing any money. Ethereum, no one's losing any money. The people that are losing money aren't losing it on the Ethereum network. They're losing it in the extra crap they're doing on top of it, right? So a lot of people don't get this idea that you can build on top of something else and that thing can stay broke and you can get really rich. Figure it out, guys.
But can I ask you about your portfolio, what you hold? I mean, is it just Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, BitMEX short to hedge, US dollars.
So that's you don't own any other tokens.
I got a bag of fucking Prime coin. Nice bag of fucking, yeah, a guy I know, smart guy, capable guy, said he was going to improve that coin and launch it and do a merge fork with Bitcoin. And the last time he did the same thing, it did like a 30 or a 40x over a couple months. So he started doing it, and then he stopped doing it, and then he gave up. So
one thing, I mean, I like doing videos. I started doing it because I was studying what's happening, and then I would make a video, and it would make me organize my thoughts and think deeper. And then I make them put a video, and I'm like, I better follow my own advice. I feel like with you, you're really sort of like, geez, Ethereum does this well and that well. I'm doing this on Ethereum. They have all these things. And there has to be some value in the token in order to secure the network that you would want to.
Yeah, but as long as there's other bullshit pump and dump. As long as there are other bullshit pump and dump ICO things that make people keep mining it, fine with me. If that stops happening and the price gets too low to remain secure, then miners can just accept my token.
I'm just talking about you personally. Why aren't you selling some of your personal Bitcoin to buy some Ethereum to diversify because of what you know about what's going on?
I don't like the Ethereum price. Like there is no successful DApp for Ethereum whatsoever. None.
So
And there's a lot of
MakerDAO
development
has
teams.
locked up. MakerDAO in 1 year has locked up 200 million in value, 2% of the Ethereum tokens, 200 million in value. And this DAI, stable coin is a hot thing, and it's up to whatever it is now, 70 million, but the chart looks great. It's only been 1 year. How is that not a killer DAO?
Well, sure. Okay, we'll give them 2. But look, the Ethereum network only makes profit. So as a speculator, what is more likely to make you money? Getting in something for 0 and just holding it, or getting in after something has 100x'd and hoping you can get an extra 2x out of it. So you're always going to get a higher percentage return on things that you get in at almost the beginning than any honest project, period. Because you're not going to know it's an honest project until it's got a lot of users and a lot of hype and a lot of press, and you trust it. And now its gains possibility have been greatly reduced. Ethereum made more money in a shorter period of time than Bitcoin did, even though Bitcoin was a better project that has been around for longer. And everyone that I advised to not buy Ethereum, I fucked over because I was technically right at the time, but speculatively wrong, right? So if you give people advice, you have to give them 3 things. We're talking about technicals? Okay. And those don't have jack shit effect on the price? Correct, right? Like Ethereum Classic, 51% attacked, didn't even bother to lower in the price, right? Zcash, like 3 to 10% actually use the anonymity, 45% per year inflation, 2 inflation bugs were discovered. People still bought the fuck out of it early, and they knew the inflation rate, right? Like the technical accuracy and being right about this stuff does not matter short and midterm. You could go 5 years and have a coin just pump on horrible and stupid, IOTA being one, right? XRP has a revoke function. They could just take your money. They just be like, no, it's not his money. EOS has a revoke function. They just take your money. Like, these aren't even cryptos. These are fake. Like, that's not what crypto is supposed to do. And they pump hard as fuck, right? So do I want to buy a bag of Ethereum? No, I have no interest in buying a bag of Ethereum. I think they have a lot of bills to pay. I think there's a lot of development teams that have big bags of Ethereum, and they're buying runway, and they're going to keep buying runway until their business totally fails from no adoption. But until that day that the account's at 0, they're going to keep selling that Ethereum. So, like, I'm not bullish on the Ethereum price whatsoever. I'm bullish on some shit that came from 0.
Their issuance rate is getting close to what Bitcoin is, but the amount being locked up is even a higher percent, and it makes their issuance even tighter than Bitcoin. So
Sure,
if their inflation is 4%, but 5% is being locked up in a year, then their inflation is -1, which is better than Bitcoin. And,
I mean,
unless
look at it this way, right? We're talking about Bitcoin and Ethereum, which were 1 and 2, right? But Ripple is now number 2, or rotating back and forth 2 to 3, fighting with Ethereum, right? Well, Ripple started way cheaper. So, like, all the people that did the wrong thing and bought the fake crypto with less distribution, less trustlessness, less possible use cases, right? Ripple ain't going to be the reserve currency of the world. Swift already chose R2 or R3 over Ripple recently, right? Like, the currency, the XRP currency, isn't actually required for the RippleNet stuff that banks are actually experimenting with. It's just they're not smart enough to know the difference between Ripple and XRP, right? Probably by design on the corporation's part, right? Please don't sue me. So if you speculatively did the right thing, if you did the right thing technically, you would be destroyed as a speculator, right? You're like, oh, Ripple sucks, I'll short it. Oh, look, now it's number 2. Well, fuck. Oops. Right? So, like, I don't give a shit about the fundamentals of Ethereum in regards to price. I give a fuck about the pumpamentals in regards to price. I give a fuck about the utility of the network for my use case, but we're not going to be paying much in fees. We could be the number one most successful, most adopted dApp on Ethereum, and most of our coins are going to lock up, and we'll see you in 5 years when we perform our second transaction.
All right. I got a bunch of questions. I want to try to go through some quickly. Some I can answer. I'm going to try to because I can answer faster than you. And there's like this one here. can you claim your Bitcoin and then sell it immediately? And I think the answer is just he's going to give a snapshot date. These things do take a little time, and the thing to confirm.
Once you're in the snap, you can dump.
Do it the day before and then sell it the day after. Like, don't try to time it by the minute, and stress yourself out. But
you can time it by the minute. You can time this by the minute. When the snapshot block has been mined and you see it, you can sell all your coins. That's it.
Right.
Unless there's some weird network fork at exactly that moment.
Only have to have your Bitcoin on chain for the moment of the snapshot, and technically you could do it by the minute, but I don't try to be too.
Well, if you try and shave it too close, you don't know how long it's going to take for the exchange to get it to you, right? So you really do need to buy it early enough to get it off the exchange, right? Like, what if the exchange decides to pause withdrawals that day? Well, you'd be fucked then, right? So on getting out, you don't have a problem. You can send your coins because you're in charge of that network transaction. But on getting in, right, and getting your coins, you're not in charge of the network transaction. You have to beg the exchange to send the network transaction. In that case, there's more variance.
Okay, now a few people asked about XRP, so I'm glad you gave them, is XRP good? We've answered that, please. Let's keep going.
If you were a speculator last year, it was fucking fantastic. Technically, it's a nightmare.
What can I do to make you some money? I don't know. Someone says, this is how you make money if you don't have Bitcoin. You have to own Bitcoin at the time of the snapshot.
If you want it for free, yeah. But you can just buy it from someone.
Bitcoin, then you're not. You do have to buy. You have to buy Bitcoin in order to get it free. Someday, you could buy this token at a price.
Well, here's a question for you, right? If you're willing to pay the bid-ask spread and the exchange fees to get the token for free, it's not really free to you because you didn't already hold the Bitcoin, right? And so if your exchange fees and the slippage that you pay on your order and the fiat risk that you have holding the token for the period of time that you hold it, if that adds up to like 2%, well, then it'd be a no-brainer to just buy the token for 1% if it was available. But I have no idea what the price is going to be. I have no idea. So I'm just saying that at some point it does make more sense economically. It would be cheaper to buy it straight out if it was cheap enough. But maybe that's a price floor. Maybe the market sees that as a price floor, and they're like, oh, well, this many people worked this hard to get it for free, and we estimate that had this percentage cost. And so I'm not a big fan of using costs to try and predict what the price of a thing is. That's like trying to use...
Someone made a comment here. If Dave goes in, I'll invest. So again, I would not advise anyone to invest other than a little bit of time here that it might take.
You can't even invest if you want to. The fucking coin doesn't exist yet. So
until you see this thing, well, no, 6 months in, a year, you'll see it's either going and maybe decide if it's got legs. But you don't have to. It's maybe you don't want to wait.
I would give you a caveat.
It doesn't cost anything. These are the things you want to take advantage in life. That's stuff that's just your work. Especially, I got a lot of young guys who waste their day trading and doing other silly things. Spend 20 minutes to get some free money. Maybe you get lucky, and becomes the next.
I want to give you a caveat on that. In most coins, the only thing you care about is their price, because that's the only game metric that you can look at, right? What's it cost? Okay. I guess if you were more advanced, you could look at issuance rate, but that doesn't appear to really affect the market much. High interest rate pumps. Low interest rate doesn't pump. You're like, okay, I guess that's not doing it, right? It seems like virality and hype is what really makes these things go up, apparently, in a 2 to 3 year time frame, even 1 day to 3 year time frame. So in those systems, you can spend your 6 months feeling it out, and that's good advice. In this system, the people that got in for those first 6 months, they got a 20% speed bonus instead of 10% bonus. They got twice as many rounds of that We Are All Satoshi reclaim coin distributions as you did. And guess whose coins they were being redistributed? Yours, if you were a Bitcoin holder and didn't claim, right? So you're not only missing out on the 20% speed and all the other people's redistributions, but now half of your stack is missing because it got redistributed to other people. Everything in this currency is designed to make you want to FOMO, right? If you're one of the first people to stake your coins and you see that 369% calculated payout, if I only get one round of that, that's pretty good. Like it's hard if you understand the system, it's hard not to want to FOMO it by design. Just saying.
All right. Now, someone says here, oh, there's no step-by-step guide on the website. I think that first of all, it hasn't, I think when at some point he's going to announce, here's when the snapshot is, and then here's how to claim, and maybe there'll be more.
There's a step-by-step guide on how to make an affiliate link, because you can start referring people now and getting 20% when they do claim. There will be just as easy as that one guide with less microphone clipping. I was too close to the mic. As soon as I have a good front-end demo from my devs, I could just have them put up a fake front-end demo, but we're so close to launching that I might as well just wait for the real one. And then I'll show you how to claim from your Trezor, how to claim from your Ledger, how to claim from Coinomi, which is the wallet I suggest for mobile, not desktop, because you can't sign from their desktop version. You need to sign in order to claim. I'll do all these guides. It will take me a day. I'm just waiting on the front end, and the snapshot hasn't happened. We're weeks away from it. We have time. Don't worry about that yet. Figure out the game theory and figure out optimal staking times, right?
And someone said a good point is you don't have to own Bitcoin, because if you just use your Ethereum referral link and you refer a bunch of people who have Bitcoin, then you would get some with never owning Bitcoin.
And by the way, if you buy this stuff, you can stake it and get all those crazy rewards. You don't have to claim to get all the crazy rewards. You just have to buy some or own it or get it. Claiming is one way to get it. Referring is another way to get it. Buying from someone else that claimed referred is another way to get it.
And so I'm just curious on your thing with, what is a token? And I said before, you said that the trustlessness in game theory, I also think utility helps. It's almost, you can look at it as another type of marketing. Well, people have to get into your game theory in order to use the utility. And maybe your utility is earning interest and you actually have utility. And maybe there's a thin line between marketing, game theory, and utility. But what are your thoughts on that?
Well, we have numbers for these things. So in the United States, not the Fed, but I think some branch of Treasury, it's on the FAQ section of the website on Bitcoin Hex. They declare how many dollars are in savings account and in time deposits and in money market funds, right? And so in the United States, a CD is only considered a CD and not a jumbo CD if it's under $100,000. And there's $571 billion in CDs in the United States as of 2 weeks ago, under $100,000, and that's just the United States. So if you want to know how much people value locking up their money for a period of time to gain a higher interest rate, it's $600 billion right now in the United States, under 100K. It seemed to be the same ratio in other countries. I looked at Japan. It seemed like the ratio of time deposits to total monetary supply was about the same. So we're talking about many, many hundreds of billions of dollars that are in this system in legacy, and we need a digital peer-to-peer analog for that. So Bitcoin is trying to be the digital peer-to-peer analog to currency. There's more to finance than currency. There's also interest-bearing time deposits. That is our claim to fame. We are the first digital analog of a CD time deposit. If you want to call it high interest savings account, you can, but usually those don't have time locking, so it's a little bit inaccurate. That's a huge use case.
That's a big thing. Ty Lopez talks about this when he's, about, well, if you're going to start a business, find one that has a big market or big percentage of people's budget, and then because you can only get so much of the market if you go after a bigger market, and you're
Peter Thiel's advice is literally the opposite of that.
What's that?
Peter Thiel's advice is literally the opposite.
Yes, actually, I'm aware of it. Well, he does say start, in a niche. And
do what doesn't scale.
I think it was more to the point of how much do people spend on this a year?
They're both viable.
But anyways, the store of value, locking up money market is, that's a big market. So you're early. So it's another reason I think we have a chance here.
So Bitcoin, send, receive, mine. Bitcoin Hex, send, receive, trustless interest. Do you want to pay miners and make them rich and make the electric companies rich? And then as they compete more, they have to sell more coins to pay higher electric bills, which hurts the price? Or do you want a virtuous reinforcement cycle where more coins get locked up, so more people see the price go higher, so more coins get locked up, so more people see the highest, and there's no selling for electric bills. We don't have
and
electric bikes.
one thing I want to mention though, just as Richard said, he still owns Bitcoin, and we talk a lot of shit about Bitcoin, and this is better and that. Let's remember that Bitcoin, one thing it does have is that they've got now the pipes to Wall Street. There's Bakkt and Fidelity, and maybe none of those guys are putting their money in Bitcoin. But if the bull starts running again, the Wall Street money, those bags, talk about selling the Bitcoin bags, Wall Street is going to want to buy some. So Bitcoin is good, I believe, for this next run.
Could be. There's downside though.
We're talking shit about it, and I think you should have some Ethereum and all this. Nothing wrong with Bitcoin, and it really is the safest. And it's like maybe you pick one that goes up 100x, and Bitcoin only goes up 10x. But for a safe 10x, it's a good place to put some of your money.
So I think that if you're using possible new market adoption and you're into the wait 6 months to see how it's going, you might want to see more volume there before you give it any credit, because I said, hey, LedgerX options are coming to make Bitcoin awesome, and they never did any volume, and that was my bad.
Wait, Steve, what has volume? What are you talking about?
LedgerX options, Bitcoin options.
No. You're saying if you want to see
I'm saying if you want to credit a new onboarding system to be useful for speculation, like, hey, we got this new onboarding ramp, now it's going to be worth money, that's only true if it does volume, right? So you can buy the rumor, sell the news. That works. It worked for CME. It worked for CBOE. It worked for CME as well, as long as you sold the news and sold 20K. Higher on the futures, 22K in the futures, depending on what exchange. But on round 2, we don't have a news event anymore. We have an actual, okay, the bull's here. Is Wall Street going to buy? Well, first, they're going to list Ethereum as well. They're not just going to list Bitcoin, CME. They've already talked about it. Second, there's going to be more fiat on-ramps that are not Bitcoin, because Brian Armstrong's listing every ERC20 he can find on Coinbase.
Yeah, I think I'm separating. There's a big difference. There's a big difference between most of the viewers, probably on both of our channels, wealth level, my wealth level, and then your wealth level. I think you're trumping me here. And then there's, you're nothing. We can go skiing Christmas in Aspen, and you're going to feel very poor. And then, then you've got this Wall Street money. And it's just another level, and they're not going to go through Coinbase. In fact,
they've definitely got the best.
When he wants to put in, I just want to throw in 500,000, and I'm like, well, I'm not going to go into Coin. And he's like, can you just do it for me? I'm like, what am I going to do? Go into Coinbase and hit market? I point him to an over-the-counter trader, but over-the-counter isn't big enough. So these big pipes, it's only Bitcoin, and I heard Fidelity is also doing Ethereum. And you're right. Maybe none of them come on, but
look, I don't want to shit talk Bitcoin. I like it. I'm a maximalish. I like Bitcoin the most, but I can't do anonymity. May never. We couldn't get SegWit. We had to cheat to get it. How are we going to get something harder, more adventurous, right? It can't do trustless interest. It can't do distributed exchange. It can't do sub tokens on it. Okay. Well, I want those things. So I have to like a couple other things that aren't Bitcoin.
I'm going to a carnivory Bitcoin maximalist dinner on Saturday. Do you think I'll get out of there alive?
Look, I love meat. I eat meat all day, every day. I lift weights, and you want to be big, man, you got to eat that protein. Animal protein works great. You can do it with peanut or pea protein or other ways, but it's a little bit harder. And I just don't advertise it. I got more to my identity than what food I eat. It just seems weak to me. It's like, be strong. Don't fucking brag about what you eat. Brag about what your body did with what you ate. Show me your numbers, right? Show me how strong you are, fast you are. I don't give a fuck what you ate for lunch. I don't
know how old you are, but I think you said you're 40-ish.
No.
Having no pain. I'm all about. I don't need to be stronger. I never have a problem. I wish I was stronger. How
my
about
elbows hurt like fuck? My elbows hurt really bad.
Have you seen, Tom Brady? He's an expert. I always tell people only listen to experts. And pliability, rolling out your muscles, dude. I couldn't move my knee. I thought I'd never run again.
Yeah.
Roll, Tom Brady roller, vibrating hard with ridges.
Nice.
Do that shit.
For a guy that sold sex toys, that sounds pretty hot.
It's a vibrator, and if I don't have my roller, I can always pull out a big vibrator and just roll on.
I have a Sibian, dude. I have every toy, man. I got a Rossilator. I got a Sibian.
You are old school. That's
I've got
that was
We
hot.
Vibe 2. What else? I got one that it only does the air sucking one.
Oh, that's the
Womanizer.
new,
The Womanizer W500.
now there's 20 copies under other names. For those who don't know, we call it vibrating suction.
It's really the best.
Orgasm and like
it's the best.
It's like ridiculous.
I've tested all these things. That is the go-to
You
best.
probably know more than I do. People say, I got into it because the margins were high and there was no competition. I don't know anything about. Someone once emailed me. They're like, "Hey, do you sell penis pumps?" I'm like, "What the fuck is a penis pump?" I called the guy. Like, "Do we have penis pumps?" Yeah. Put it up on the website, and people started buying them. I didn't know what it was. People would email me like, "What is that thing?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I'm just adding shit from the catalog." I didn't know what a cockroach.
I've got rich guy problems.
I seeing that and going, I have no idea what that is.
For you guys that don't know what a Sibian is, it's like a $1,200 sex toy that looks like a little doghouse that you sit on. And it goes like this, and it vibrates, and it's pretty neat.
More than 1,200, yeah.
It depends on what accessories you get.
They don't distribute. We couldn't. I can't. We don't have it on the site. Geez, I should have promoted on my channel Valentine's, and we have a coupon. Sextoy.com.
Right.
If you need anything, Richard.
I got everything you can buy, dude. I have no more space. I have shit I've never used yet. Like,
I mean, it looks like you're in a dungeon right now. I can't even imagine.
You just buy antiques, man. Like this thing's from the 1700s, and it's.
I'm gonna be moving soon.
It will outlive me. Puppy, it was just me. My dog's like, hey, someone's here. I don't tell anybody. I don't want any fanboys coming asking me for loans.
Can you tell me what country you're in?
I could say Europe.
Okay, interesting. Where are you from originally?
It's cold here. Originally Miami.
Huh. Cool.
So like I spent 20 years in Miami, and I know what a violent shithole it is, and I don't enjoy it. And so I went on vacation to places where you could live like a king and have a giant mansion and watch the dolphins swim in the morning. And then I got the shit robbed out of me there too. So I'm like, all right, I don't want to live in hot countries anymore. I don't want to live where like there's so much crime and people are like violent. So now I just go good places. So like when I go on vacation, I look and I'm like, yo, how's the crime rate? Because I don't want robbed. Like I'm done with that shit. I'm done with wearing a vest and carrying a gun and playing Wild West in Miami. It's not any good. Like you don't win.
So you were in the late 90s, 2000s, you were doing just marketing affiliate programs. That's how
pretty
you made
much, yeah. Anything we could sell. So we had miracle cleaners, sex toys, cash advance loans, mortgages.
I saw something about Viagra.
You know,
I remember that one.
Anything we could sell. So
yeah, that I remember for a minute that was like
it was big. Everything like everyone was making a lot of money back then because it was new, right? And then
you just one day said, "Forget, I'm done. I got enough money," and you closed it.
Pretty much, like sold it. So I grew up with nothing, right? Like nada. And then you think, oh, well, when you make your first million, it makes things better. It makes things worse. Maybe some people had a better experience with it than I did, but you just like start losing friends. Everyone starts robbing you. Everyone's trying to get a piece of you. And then it's just more stress, and you're eating at the same restaurants. Like the difference between making $100K a year and $1 million a year, you're still eating at the same restaurants. And maybe you drive a better car, but you drive it a lot less because you're busy trying to make that next million, right? Like it doesn't make anything better. So like if you look at the studies, if you make 75K a year, that's the most happiness you can get out of money. And then everything above that is, if it works out good for you, great, but it's not likely to work out better happiness wise, right?
Yeah, I had something without getting into details where I could have more money had I done something else, but and it seems like a decent amount. And I thought, well, okay, what would I be doing differently if I wasn't losing this money? It was like, well, I guess I would buy that new stroller for $500. I'm like, well, that's not going to add up. And it was nothing. And it was like, well, maybe am I going to get a bigger real estate? It wasn't even that. And you realize
your stuff begins to own you. So like if you truly want the best stuff, it takes a good 3 to 6 months to become a domain expert and to feel good and confident that you really got the right thing. And that's a small amount of time frame depending on what you want to buy. And then your stuff owns you, right? So there's very few things that you can know you had the absolute best for a reasonable amount of money, which is why I'm a proponent of the best possible speakers, the best possible monitor, the best possible keyboard, because you can get all those things for under 10 grand. Like, you can get a pair of Genelec 8351s for maybe
So
$8 grand.
Because you have, I mean, I don't know how much money you have. I'm sure it's in the millions, but was it a few million? I don't need any more, or you're.
Yeah, like you don't need to do. You really don't need to go double-digit millions unless you're just try-harding. Like, single-digit millions is more than enough to do whatever you want and just do lifestyle. It's like lifestyle business is fine. You don't have to like sacrifice 5 years of your life trying to get scale to add an extra couple zeros to your balance for time you'll never get back. Like, you kind of should enjoy what you're doing because you're not going to get that time back, right? So if you can make like $5 million doing something you like, or 15 or 20 million doing something you don't like, fuck that extra 5, 10, 15 million dollars. You don't, for what?
As
right?
well as how many, like my toy business now, I got hired a CEO to run it. I didn't like the toy business. I was just like, I don't want to be working at this. Well, now I own it. It makes money, but I only have to work an hour a week.
It's better.
Like, literally, we have one meeting. And that's all I have to do. Now I love the business, right? For an hour a week, it's great. 40 hours a week, I want to kill myself.
Yeah, it's very hard for people to understand that to be true until they have actually done it, right? I've made millions of dollars in different businesses, and I know what it's like to make millions, to lose millions, to do it fast, to do it slow, to do it in retail, to do it in B2B. I've done it a bunch of different ways, and it's just not as exciting to me. It's like, what I care about, for me, life is quality times quantity, and we can't get much better in quality. I've got an OLED screen. It's got infinite blacks. If it gets any brighter, it blinds my eyes. If it has higher resolution, I won't be able to detect it. I'm sitting 1.5 feet away from it, so I see the pixels as well as they can be seen. I've got the world's best speakers. I've got the world's best keyboards. I've got like $15,000, well, maybe $10,000 of keyboards. I only end up using one, the one that is the best one, and all the other ones I don't use.
What about your wardrobe? That's got to be a lot of
that. I got a lot of fucking, I got Versace this and custom made that, and it's just, who cares? Like, you want to know what makes your wardrobe look good? You having a better body. You having a better body is going to look way better than your shitty body having better clothes. So your best wardrobe is actually getting skinnier. I need to be a lot skinnier, right?
Did you retire then with not double-digit millions?
Originally, yeah. Wow. Single digits. But then you just, if you manage your investments right, it just becomes more. So
I think you said you played video games then for eight years.
Yeah.
Like, joking, like, were you literally, it was every day, that's all you do is play video games? Like, most of the day.
Yep. And it's addictive, and it's terrible, because think of what else I could have done, right? Like, I could have made a huge impact.
Maybe you're good at game theory because of this. Maybe you understand. You don't think there's something?
It helps. Sure, it helps. I can recover some things out of that experience, but I could have learned those same things by just reading a goddamn book instead of blowing 10 years on it, Because this monetizing things is figured out, right?
You still play games, and you got it under control?
No.
Do you view it as a drug? It's like, you're
some people can have good relationship with drugs, and some people have more addictive personalities. So if I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it hard, right? Like, I lifted so much weight recently that now my elbows are fucked up and I have to stop doing it for a while.
You're going to get the Tom Brady roller.
Maybe that works, right? So if you have an addictive personality and you're going to do games and you're going to do them until you can't keep your eyes open anymore, and you're going to always stay up 2 hours later every day and have a weird rotating like schedule, it's not healthy, right? And so I don't drink. I haven't drank since August of last year. So that's like, I don't know, what is it? The second month, that's like 8 months or 6 months or whatever. And then don't smoke, never smoked. cut something else out. Cut coffee out. Don't drink coffee. Cut that out in November. And I want to cut out food that's basically not meat or water, but I'm a stress eater. And I'm launching a damn brand new thing where the deadline is like now. So it's hard to kick that last one, you know? Like the eat nothing thing it's not that easy for me. I'll get good at it eventually. Maybe after my token's on market. But right now, I don't want to fight that battle while being on calls with my devs, and like it's just a hard time to be dining for me.
Right. Let me see if I have any more questions. 3, we talked about that. I think we're good. I mean, I asked you everything I could.
So what we should do is you should pitch everything that everyone listening should do that benefit you, and I'll do the same.
You know, I do this I have this channel so that I can learn and gain knowledge. Because I have an audience and I've been doing a show, I have the opportunity to call and talk to you for 2 hours, which if I didn't, I wouldn't be able to. That has been my benefit, that I'm more knowledgeable. The referral link, I'm going to put it out, but like I can't help myself with all of my followers. I'm going to tell, you know, I talked about they can get their own referral link.
Yep.
I'll have a link. I always feel bad. But actually, if people...
Give it to charity. If you feel that bad, make your referral money so someone else doesn't, and then give it to Sense Foundation. They do anti-aging research.
So I'm going to put it out there when I get to it, and you know, people keep following my channel. I don't know. You know, I've been doing more with stories. For those who don't know, Instagram, YouTube, just more stories. I'm trying to teach kids about money and bring that to schools. That's what I'm working on a lot right now.
Get them addicted to margin trading. I'm going to show my BitMEX link during this call.
So I'm keeping, you know, people follow me, and I have nothing to pitch or sell.
Right.
Or back
I got a shitload to pitch, dude. I got this covered. So follow me on Twitter, Richard Hart Win. Richard Hart, like the heart in your chest. If you have a heart, you heartless bastards. And I've got, I guess, 3 or 4 Telegram chat rooms. So we've got about 6,000 people in the Strape, like strawberry grape, t.me/Strape. That's like general crypto chat. We've got a trading chat room called Strape Charts, about 1,800 people in there, maybe 1,900. We got Sci-Vive, which is, I wrote a self-help book, couple self-help books, but they're outlines. They haven't had all the narrative crap put in there, but if you just want things you can do to make your life better, right? It's there. It's called Sci-Vive, like Survive Through Science, t.me/Sci-Vive. You can download them, enjoy. A lot of content there, like 600 pages, 500 pages.
SCIVIVE?
Yeah, Sci-Vive, SCIVIVE. So it's like, if I can show you how to get rich, get fit, get laid, be happy, be smarter, if I can show you all that stuff, and then you win at the game, maybe you care to invest in medical research so that you can play the game for longer, because that's the only thing that really matters. It's like when Bitcoin Hex is done, promoting longevity technology is all that matters, because I want this game to keep going for a while. And if the people that were the best at what they were doing didn't just rot and become stupid and fall apart, imagine if Albert Einstein and Thomas Edison and Alexander Graham Bell were still productive for an extra 20 years. The world would have a lot less problems, right? So we need to prevent this just giving up and giving in death. We're not even putting in a fight, right? Like, my grandparents died. I didn't do anything to help them. That sucks. My dog's gonna die. I haven't done that much to help her. At some point, you realize you're dying and you ain't doing much to help you. So if you want to do what's optimal play, you need to invest in the technology that will save your ass about 20 years before you need it. So if you're rich and you ain't got nothing else better to do with your money, put it in a biotech startup, give it to the Sense Foundation, put it into something that will help you or your kids or someone that you care about, because at some point we're all going to need it, unless you get hit by a bus, which is unlikely, right? So that's the actual end game for me. Hex, it's going to be awesome. I love it. It's going great. As soon as I can get into creating a Save Your Ass fund, where, like, you can buy Green Fund now, invest in companies that kind of make the world a better place environmentally, in theory. There's no save your ass fund. Is there a fund that you can buy that just invests in technology that'll make you rich but might also save your life? Well, that's fucking stupid. We need that. We need a save your ass fund. In addition to these other, demographically vertical, isolated, right? Vice fund, we invest in cigarettes and alcohol. Gaming fund, right? We invest in addiction. Oh, save your ass fund. We invest in stuff that's cutting edge medical tech, but is likely to save you. So you're not black, you're not going to get sickle cell anemia. Okay, we're not going to invest in that because it's not going to help you. We're going to invest in stuff that'll help you, right? Your family, your kids. We need that. So the Sci-Vive book, the Save Your Ass Fund, that's much more important. That'll slap some number of years in my life if it goes well. The crypto, it's amazing, it's world changing. Is it going to get me to live longer and give me a longer health span? Not unless I roll it into those other things. And there's other people out there that already have a lot more money than me that should be doing those things and they're not. Like Bill Gates. Bill Gates is saving millions and millions and millions of people's lives, and that's awesome. But none of the shit he's doing to help them's helping me. I'm going to die right at the same fucking time. They're going to have a better time. There are going to be more of them, and that's fabulous. The world would be a greater place with more people being productive in the future when I'm fucking dead. Well, let's work on some shit that could help me and my people out. I want to live a little bit longer, right? Without dieting. I'm no good at dieting.
Well, the number one thing they've discovered to extend the length of your life is reduce calories.
Yeah.
And there's a special on, I think it was on Netflix. It's called Fasting, I think. And this thing with intermittent fasting that not only, so there was an experiment with mice. The mice had the same exact food calories every day, but one group could only eat during 6 hours, one group could eat during 12 hours, the other group could eat during 18 hours. So they ate the same exact things, but the ones that ate it over an 18-hour period were overweight and unhealthy. The ones that ate only in a 6-hour period were thin and in shape. So I realized it's not just the calories. The body has two modes. One is digestion mode, and the other is, not digesting. It does other things like repair. And so that I, like you, could not stop with whether it's stress or my kids go to bed and I eat a bunch of shit. Like, when I started thinking, okay, it's not about how much and what and how many calories, try to go at least 12 hours and go longer. And when you go through, like the first time I went through my stomach's growling, boy, I'm hungry. But then I got a burst of energy because for once my body's not spending it's at least 10% of your energy for digestion. And then you get addicted. I mean, I started getting worried I'm going to get an anorexic. I love not eating so much. And I'm someone who I can get into, the sugar and everything, believe me, and the carbs. But you can sort of get addicted in the same way to feeling hungry when you feel that extra energy and you feel good and lighter. So I check out this intermittent fast.
I've heard nothing but good things about it. I've actually been to Tony Robbins Island and did health mastery there and fasted for a week, where you just have a little bit of oil and a lot of water and you drop a lot of weight. So the worst thing is, like, I know that I can just not eat for a really long time if I choose to.
But you don't want to do, it's just like what I do, my base thing is after dinner, I'm done, right? Which is the hardest. The first few days I hugged my pillow at night, like, oh my God, I'm going to die. I need something in my mouth. Even healthy, I have 5 grapes, doesn't matter. I just had it and I didn't, I made it through a few days and then it's fine. And so you just from dinner, at least to breakfast, you get 12 hours, but just skip breakfast. You're off coffee. You can have caffeine tea, you can have water. And just because I realize how often I just have a little bit and a little bit and a little bit throughout the day. If you have all or nothing, it's sort of easier, and how long you can go. And then when it's off, then you eat a bunch of crap and have your stress funk.
So the other thing people could do is hit up the Bitcoin Hex Telegram channel, t.me/Bitcoin Hex. And if you want a margin trade, you will probably get wrecked. You'll probably lose all your money. You're probably not as smart as you think you are, and you'll be parted with all your funds. But if you just have to do it and you want a 10% discount, go to richardhart.win and enjoy your 10% discount. And if you're on vacation in the States and you just, need to show them that you're really from someplace that's not the States, you can use the VPN link. It's on the chat rooms. You'll find it.
So yeah, I tell people not to do this crazy trading, and
you get wrecked.
Most of these people, it's just not. But you mentioned that, and yeah, if you want to be that,
if you're gonna get wrecked on my affiliate link.
Please
with a discount.
lose 10% less after the
Yeah. I think that's it. Free book, chat rooms, Telegram, YouTube, Twitter. Yeah.
How often are you coming out with YouTube videos? Because I watched some.
Pretty rare. I only do YouTube videos when people ask me to. I've only twice ever asked someone to do a video with me. One was a genius friend of mine who built his own CFD solver that I was going to make a token out of. It was very, very hard, and it addressed a smaller market cap. So Bitcoin Hex is a no-brainer, and I have no partners on it.
When you say you don't do, I'm looking here. 1 week ago, you did 2. Then you did one 2 weeks ago, and then
people are just asking me to do it a lot more often now. So I've got 3. I've got 2 coming up, 2 or 3 coming up on Tuesday, and they'll probably all be these multi-hour things. So
no,
it's funny because my audience is tired of hearing about Bitcoin Hex because they kind of understand it, I think. So that's why, like this one, I didn't live stream because I knew that we'd be talking about Hex a lot. So I just let you do it on your channel because I don't want my channel to just be like beat to death, with it. I want to mix it up for them a little bit. So I needed to throw some video in there that's not Bitcoin Hex focused. I'm not sure what it'll be on. Maybe we'll do an interview with my puppy. I'm not sure they'd like that either. It was really good talking to you, man. I appreciate so many of my other interviews are with people that don't have any other real world business experience. I've found that in crypto, an extremely few number of people have any experience building successful businesses in any other industries. So I think you might be one of the first people that I've done an interview with that actually has fucking made a successful business before.
That really helped me in 2018 because everyone was like, our token is it does this, it does that. And I'm like, they're using present tense, but it hasn't launched yet. One thing I know is that the line from idea to launch is everything. And it's
longer
like,
and longer.
People were mixing launched and working with not launched yet at the same exact value. And then, especially at the beginning of 2018, I used to just say, hasn't launched yet. And if no, great. And so I didn't have to study 90% of all the projects out there because they didn't make that filter. And that was the best filter, So
you ever watch this show?
It has helped me.
You ever watch a show called Silicon Valley? It's made by Mike Judge.
Yeah. I saw it.
The best scene for me from that series is where the dude's up front talking about how he's going to use the money from users to help pay for the servers. And the guy gets off his phone. He's like, no users. He's like, no, but I thought that we were in business to get users to use our stuff. He's like, no, you cannot get users. If you get users, people will ask how many, and the number will never be enough. What you have to do is be pre-revenue and choose this giant thing to compete with and this giant thing to compete with. And then you could be the next billion-dollar unicorn, okay? But if you get users, you'll be the 1x or 2x dog. And you're like, yeah, actually, yep, that's actually true. A lot of these projects have extremely high valuations with no users. And then once they launch and people discover that this shit doesn't work, then they're not worth anything anymore. So no users is actually much more profitable in crypto. Like having an ICO with no users will make you a lot more money than the hard road that I'm doing, where you ain't getting no money, nothing, right? You're getting only losses. Then you have to launch and then get traction and then be successful and have a working secure product. Well, that's a lot of and thens. The other guys just start with a couple $100 million. Like, we got to do a lot of work and a lot of wholesome, good, honest shit to get that same exit, right? It's like...
Yeah. All right, well, I like what you're doing. I just found you literally a week ago, and,
nice.
I have a new... I can't wait for your next video. It's just... I find you hilarious, just, because you're knowledgeable of the how things work, and you don't mind talking shit about reality. So it's very entertaining. I like your project. I'm following, and my channel. We'll talk about it as we get closer. Right. And if you ever need a guest, let me know.
All right.
I like talking. I have no agenda. I'm not selling anything. I just trying to learn, and it's fun for me. I don't have other people local to me to talk about it with. So,
Dave, I appreciate it, bro. I wouldn't be surprised if we were, I don't know, skiing somewhere someday. I'll have to learn how to ski. It was good talking to you, man.
Okay.
Later.
Nice. Later. Thank you.
What is going on, crypto family? Are we live? I can't see on your side there. This was cool, man. So this is going to be a pre-recorded video. Awesome that we're going live with your audience. So very cool. For people that don't know me, my name is Crypto Beatles. We give away $100 of Ethereum on every one of our episodes. But on this one here, this is going to be an interview with Richard. You know, he's I've really been looking forward to interviewing him. We spoke several times over the past couple of years. He's a super smart, interesting dude. I really love his style, and I'm actually kind of a big fan. I always call him Red Pill, Mr. Richard Red Pill Hart, because it seems like that he kind of opens our eyes to things, and he takes kind of complicated issues and turns them into the kind of simple parables and stories with his idea of proof. It's kind of the polar opposite, so to speak, of a lot of people in the space. I know that he's kind of a TA guru of sorts, and it's kind of cool, man. He actually predicted the $20,000 Bitcoin in Christmas, and then now I think he's calling for like a $1,275 Bitcoin. What'd you say, by the end of this year or next year? Wow. So that's scary for a lot of people. Yeah, it's definitely scary for a lot of people in the space. Uh-oh. Can you hear me now? Yeah, no worries at all. Huh. Yeah, I've never had an issue with Zoom. It's Can people in the chat they hear us?
Let's see if they can hear us this time.
Can you hear us, peeps? Not anymore. Wrecked. Closed captions.
Yeah, but there's lag, so you have to wait about 20 seconds until they can actually hear us again. Let us know if the reboot fixed it. So the last time I looked, it should work now.
Okay, you sure that?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
all
it works now. Cool.
There you go. Look at that. All right. So
Let's start from scratch.
Cool, man. Let's do that. All right. So what's up, crypto family? I'm glad you guys all have audio now. So my name is Crypto Beatles. We're going to do this kind of pre-recorded on my channel, but it's very cool to be live with you guys. For people that don't know me, I have my own channel that we give away $100 of Ethereum on every video. Just like this one, we put a keyword on it. So on this one, we'll do Red Pill, because I like to call Richard Red Pill, Hart, because he's always giving us the truth, kind of like in Matrix, right? So anyways, I've been looking forward to this interview for quite a while. We spoke, a couple times over the past, and so I'm actually kind of a fan of sorts. He kind of puts complicated things into parables of sorts. And he's got kind of a different perspective than most people in the space. So, it's something that I definitely appreciate, because I don't like echo chambers where everybody's just saying the same things. It's cool to have, somebody that's got a different perspective. So, he's also called the $20,000 Bitcoin in Christmas. He also called it when it was going to go down to 8,500. Now he's got a different prediction for us. So I guess before we get into, kind of the predictions and all that kind of stuff, man, maybe talk a little bit about, maybe you like your style, man. So you've got, you have a very unique style. You've got, different clothes. Looks like you lost some weight. Looks like you're getting healthy. What's kind of the inspiration for how you dress, man, for people that can kind of learn a little bit about you before we start talking about crypto and all that kind of stuff?
Sure. Well, I got, I've only had like really long-term relationships. So, I've had a couple 8-year relationships. And you can only fit so many 8-year relationships into your life. And then you figure, all right, well, maybe I'll try this going out thing. And what you discover is when you go out, you need to have impact. And there's lots of different ways you can have impact in public. Posture, tonality, gesture, framing. What is it that you're talking about? Body language, peer group, who are you with? A lot of different stuff, right? So one easy way that someone can estimate your utility or value as a human being is by the clothes that you wear. And if you look like a scrub, you probably are a scrub. They say don't judge a book by its cover, but Steve you really should judge books by covers. It's a really good idea. Like if the cover of the book says Bible, and you open it up and indeed there is a Bible in it, well, that is what you should have expected, And if the cover of the book is like a guy with all his clothes off, it's maybe some romance stuff. So you really should judge books by their covers. And then you have to ask yourself, what is the sexy stereotype that you want to target to look awesome? And you've got finite options. You look like a cowboy or a sports guy or, whatever you've seen on the cover of GQ or the magazine of your choice. And unless you're in the business of fashion, it's very hard to venture out of those bounds, right? So I'm not in the business of fashion, but I understand texture and form and contrast and those things well enough to make outfits that look cool. And then I just kind of discovered that what I like is high contrast and ornate. And if you're chubby and you want to hide that you're chubby, this camouflage shit's fabulous, right? Because you can't tell where the fat stops and starts and all that. So,
well, it actually looks like you lost quite a bit of weight, man. So whatever you're doing, keep it up, man. So.
Yeah, dude. I've just been lifting a lot of weight. I'm strongest I've ever been, and I'm just gonna keep doing it.
Is it altcoin bag reps or what, man?
No. I used to do the strong lifts 5x5, which is 5 reps by. It's the most weight you can do, which just gets you down to 5 reps. And then you do it by 5 sets, and then you do it, twice a week. Now, what you do is you just take that same workout and you just do it every single day, just one of the sets. And so what you end up with is a ton of volume and a lot of healing every night, because you get weaker working out, you get stronger healing and sleeping. So it's not the workout that makes you strong, it's the healing. And if you work out every single day, then you just have a lot more nights of healing, and you end up doing more volume. So, and then if you go out with friends or come home late or mess your schedule up in whatever way, that's your off day. And then the next day you can lift a lot more because you had, that rest. You might not be able to do that if you lift a lot more. I'm just amateur strong, but if you look at the charts, amateur strong is strong. If you can bench 300 pounds, you're rare, and that's hard.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, basically your muscles need time to repair themselves, and that's when you start seeing the gains and the growth. And so, whatever you're doing, man, keep it up.
Thanks, bro.
So, yeah, no worries. So, how old are you, man? These are some of the questions 40. that come to my mind.
I'm almost 40, but since I don't drink coffee or alcohol, haven't drank alcohol since August, so that's 4 months, and coffee, I guess maybe 1 month. No caffeine. So I'm just gonna keep cutting out stuff that sucks. So maybe I'll cut out sweets next.
All right, cool, man. So you got any kids?
No
kids. All right, so you got a girlfriend?
Yeah, I go out a lot, so I have girlfriend of the week. It's cool. Fun.
So you cut out coffee, you cut out alcohol. I don't think you do any drugs or anything like that. So what's your favorite food now, man? What are you eating?
Steak. Tons of steak.
Steak.
Tons and tons of steak.
Carnivore diet.
Well, I don't want to say it's a carnivore diet because I hate all that tag along bullshit. Like, that's what people think makes them cool, is the stuff they eat. I assure you the stuff you eat does not make you cool. It's weak. Like, when vegans brag about being vegan and you rag on them for how stupid that is, bragging about eating steak all the time is equally fucking stupid. Like Dan Bilzerian's jacked as fuck, and apparently he just eats veggie protein. You can be jacked as fuck if you want to eat a lot of protein. It doesn't matter what the protein comes from. Do it for animals, cool, you know. People are going to say, oh, your estrogen levels get up if you eat soy. Well, you know, there's other things you can get it from, not just soy, right? Peanuts, peas, whatever the hell you want, right? So I don't want to identify as the guy that eats the food for an identity, right? I just happen to want muscle mass, and if you want muscle mass for all the workout you're doing, you need to eat high levels of protein. So it makes you not hungry, and it puts on the muscle, and I'm the strongest I've ever been, so I'm happy.
Keep it up, man. So, favorite book and favorite movies. These are some of the. I just always like to get to know the person a little bit before you start talking shop.
Yeah. So I think my favorite movie is Aliens, from 1970 something. The second one with the S on the end. Yeah. Alien was the first one. It was good. Aliens was retardedly good. The special effects are better than what you see in movies now. The aliens are more believable. The ships are more believable. The plot is more believable. It's so good. Like, as far as sci-fi stuff goes or female protagonist goes, I'm unaware of any film that has a better female protagonist. In general, I don't like female protagonist films because they're all done so poorly. But Aliens was just fucking amazing. And I like the game. There's this movie called The Game.
Star Wars?
Oh, Star Trek for sure. Star Wars, they can't aim. Like, no one's ever actually been hit by a shot. So, like, we've got super advanced technology, but super shitty aiming. It's fucking stupid.
They got lightsabers, man. They'll chop off your hand or your arm. Careful.
Oh,
and your legs.
Terrible. So stupid. I hate almost everything that George Lucas has created. As you become an adult, you're like, this is all garbage for kids. And I'm not a kid anymore. I want it to be better. So the other movie I liked was The Game. And if you haven't seen it, I won't ruin it for you. But towards the end, the main character does something that you've never seen another main character do. And it's very moving. And you're like in shock for a good while.
I'm trying to think. The Game. Who's the actor?
The Game has Michael Douglas and Sean Penn. It's about.
I don't know that I've seen it.
You should see it. It's quite good. Soundtrack's awesome too.
I will try to check it out this weekend. So, favorite book?
You know, I haven't read that many books.
What?
Yeah. So
is it all YouTube?
Well, I read all day, but it's mostly things that are on the internet. So, I mean, I've read, a bunch of Tony Robbins stuff, a bunch of self-help stuff. So, Think and Grow Rich and
Napoleon Hill.
Like, I guess I could look at my bookshelf. Like, it's basically everything that you would see on this like rich and powerful how to do things better list, right? Like all the Tony Robbins stuff. Lean startup, anything.
Self-improvement books.
Pretty much, yeah. I've read all the self-improvement books.
All right. So you believe you a Christian? You believe in God? I know you have your own book now, right?
I was raised a Jehovah's Witness. So
Okay.
we used to knock on doors, and I was so young at the time.
No Christmas presents for you.
Yeah, it was no Christmas presents. Didn't really do birthday presents. It was weird. But it like, I don't know, it helps you be really social, I guess, because if you're going out talking to people all the time, so I think it makes you better at talking. It's just a little silly that everyone believes this book that has never been updated with like frequently asked questions or like, hey, the age of consent is this, or, written in a language you understand, or written well enough that it doesn't faction off into 50 splinter groups that then go to war with each other. Or was written 1,000 years after the main character was dead, and they had a committee to decide what would get in and what would get out. It's all too silly. And then even the 10 Commandments, there's not 10. There's 13 statements given in 2 different places. If you're Jewish, there's 600 commandments. You take everything that was said seriously. But if you're Christian, you're like, I was only really serious about those 10 things, of which there's actually 13 that people group differently, which is why they're taught differently. And half of them are redundant. Like, do you really need to know, thou shalt have no other gods before me, and I am the one God that you're God, and like 3 or 4 of the phrases just mean like, yo, I'm cool. You're like, all right, we get you're cool, man. Like, you could cut out 4 of the phrases. They're not actionable for people mostly.
Maybe it's like marketing, right? Where the person has to hear it like 8 or 10 different times. So, God's just, reinforcing it,
Right. Maybe. It's Mimi rap, and it's getting outperformed by other Mimi raps. Like the Islam dudes are breeding better and have less fallout and outperforming, like having children-wise. And there's countries that I think there's more countries that were not Islamic and then turned Islamic than were not Christian and turned Christian in recent history. So if you're looking at the metrics, it seems like Islam is outperforming Christianity by the numbers. If you care about other stuff like science, I don't think Islam's doing that good.
Yeah, I think the biggest, I want to say the biggest population of Christians, I think, are actually in the U.S. I think that's right. And then when you go to different countries, there's, different, I wouldn't call it factions, but just different religions and whatnot. And Christianity, I think, is most prevalent here in the United States. So,
So I wrote what I hoped would be useful for people that wanted to have something religious-like that gave them better benefits. So if you think about like what benefits a religion has, it's the same benefits you get from any cooperative system. So the people that can get over their differences and cooperate will outperform the people that are loners. So Christians will often outperform atheists because they're happy to vote for each other and work together and have a larger cooperative group. And therefore, if you say you're Christian, it's easier to get elected and work with other people than if you say you're one of those weird atheists, right? So whether atheism is right or wrong, or whether any of these other religions are right or wrong, the power is in the collectivism. And so if you can get collectivism and healthy living and diet and exercise and positive attitudes and all these good things that come from these belief systems, you can show people benefits. Like you can take a complete scam that is made up bullshit like Scientology. There are parts in it that are effective, and they get good results for the people that follow those parts.
The laundering money aspect of it, the tax evasion aspect of it.
Well, to get shit done. The personal responsibility. I mean, there's one drill that they do where they put you in a room and they analyze what your weaknesses are to try and fuck with you, and then a team of guys just straight up fucks with you. That's pretty cool. They do like fuck with you drills. You're like, wow, that's pretty interesting actually. That seems like it could be useful for being able to engage on the internet and have a thick skin, right? It's like any martial art. Any martial art has some part of it that works. Any diet has something that works. Any workout has something that works. So if you try and pick all the parts that work from a bunch of different stuff, you should end up with an effective system.
Cool. So what do you do that makes you the happiest, man? When are you the happiest?
I should say I wrote that book. So if you want to download it, it's called Survive, like Survive Through Science. Mm-hmm. It's an outline, but if you're a smart guy, you can get through it. I'll eventually write the glue to make it all friendly and narrative, but if you just want to learn how to brush your teeth,
tell people. So you're
all the
telling
stuff
people
that worked for me.
How to live.
Right. Yeah. Here's how you go into a bar and meet people. Here's good clothes, bad clothes, why. Here's how to get rich. Here's how to write a good advertisement. Here's how to hire people. Here's how to find scumbags. Here's how to detect when people are lying to you. Just every good thing you've ever figured out, if you wrote it down, it would be useful to people. It doesn't have to be a religion, right?
So it's just kind of like a guide to life, huh? Richard's Guide to Life?
Pretty much, dude. Yeah.
I'll check it out, man.
Did you know if you're tired of when you piss, having that split beam piss anywhere, you just open the end of your dick with your fingers before you do it? That seems to be like the most popular content in the book. Or that when girls have their periods, they're actually stress testing you to make sure you can handle it when the shit is worse and they're actually pregnant. Because if you can't handle the period angry, you definitely can't handle the pregnant angry. So it's a stress test just like they do to the banks. Did you know why relationships only last 6 years? Because in the wild, your kid would be able to take care of itself at 6 or 7, and you should be moving on to find the next partner. We have sex to create variety. What else creates variety? We don't make clones, right? We have sex. The boy chooses the girl chooses the boy. In the good cultures. In the bad cultures, it's rape fest. But in the good cultures, they both choose. That creates variety. What else creates variety? New partner. That's why relationships don't last longer than 6 or 7 years. They die before 7. They just call it quits at 7. These are mostly my ideas. I'm happy about them.
Yeah, I love it, man. It's a very unique perspective. It's not what you hear in common conversations. It's very cool.
Thanks, man.
So when are you the most happy, man? What makes you the happiest? Is it
winning? I
crypto?
like winning.
What's that?
Any domain of winning makes me very happy. So if I'm out and I'm meeting people and I meet fun, nice, pretty people, I'm very happy. If I'm making money and I make more money, I'm happy. If I get likes and subscribes and followers, happy. If I get unfollows, I'm unhappy. So I don't know. Maybe it's not the best way to live, but it's kind of where I'm at now.
So is that kind of like winning for yourself, or for others, or?
It's right now mostly me, man. Because so you always focus on what you don't have figured out, right? If I didn't have great people in my life that love me and I love them, then I would be addressing it and it would be a concern, right? But I have a family that loves me. My parents are both alive. They love me. I've got a lot of, physical fun in my life. I've got great friends. There's nothing missing there. So I don't need to focus on it. The things I need to focus on are, my book, a project called the Save Your Ass Fund, where, you can buy a green index and it saves the environment, but you still get rich. There's no index that just invests in stuff that's biotech that might save your life or your kid's life or your family's life and still get you rich. That doesn't exist. If you invest in normal biotech, maybe there's some malaria stuff in there, you're not getting malaria. Maybe there's some sickle cell anemia stuff, you're not getting sickle cell anemia. So there should be a fund that exists in this world that invests in science that gets you rich and might save your life. It doesn't yet exist, and it should. So, if you're Steve Jobs and you lost the game and you died, you can't take the money with you. You should have spent all of it trying to buy an extra day or two. What benefit was it for you to die with a bunch of extra zeros at the end of your bank account? You knew you were 80% likely to die of heart disease or cancer. You should have done something to fight it. You didn't. You lost. I wouldn't trade places with that guy. I'm doing better than he is, right? So other people with more wealth than I'll ever have need to start making the right decision for themselves and their families and invest in the shit that will save their lives. And if it doesn't work out for them, it might work out for their kids. If it doesn't work out for the kids, it'll work out for the rest of mankind. You cure something once, it's cured forever, right?
Yeah, a lot of the stuff too, they always say, I think it was Buddha, not Buddha, maybe it was Gandhi, let thy food be thy medicine be thy food. So there's a lot of things that actually, God just gives us from the ground that actually, possibly cures cancer things, Dr. was it G. Edward Griffin, the truth about cancer. I think that's what the name of it was. He talks about apricot seeds. I don't know if you've ever, heard about that.
Well, if you could cure cancer by eating just fruits, Steve Jobs wouldn't be dead because he was a fruitarian before he got sick.
It's the seed.
And then his liver failed.
That's what G. Edward Griffin says. It's the seed. So It's not the actual fruit. Just something I know you like to read. So you might want to take a look into that when you're talking about alternative medicines and things like that.
I don't believe in alternative medicine. Do you know why? Because when it works, it's no longer called alternative. It's just called medicine. It's like aspirin, okay? Aspirin is from tree bark and it works. So we prescribe it.
Tree bark, and so that's why you don't eat tree bark.
Yeah, you can. Yes, you can. You're still buying aspirin brand name. You could buy acetyl acid, which is the off-brand, right? But no one does. They still buy the brand name. So people still buy Tylenol instead of acetaminophen, right?
What I meant was, it's more profitable for the companies to actually, patent a type of tree bark and put it in pill form and put it in, basically, bottles and sell it on shelves and people just to walk by and rip off some bark off trees, right? So
yeah, I'm always weary of woo-woo in that life is hard and medicine is hard and complex systems are hard. And anytime you think you've got a single small molecule that fixes a thing, it's almost never the case. It's rare, it's hard. And we study this shit, right? So if you think apricot seeds cure shit, go get some money, go do an ICO, whatever, get some money and go test it. Actually test it and show us the results so that someone else can replicate it. And then it will no longer be alternative medicine. It'll be real medicine. Don't skip that testing shit and assume it works because that's why you turn blue. There's people that think silver kills bad stuff inside you and they drink a lot of colloidal silver and their skin literally turns blue. There's Smurf-looking dudes walking around the earth right now from taking too much silver because they thought it was healthy.
Yeah. No, it was just one of those things that I know you do a lot of research and reading, and so I was wondering if you'd heard about it. Not that I'm, proclaiming people should do it. So, but yeah, cool, man. So, as far as in crypto, what's your favorite exchange that you use right now? Or are you using?
I like BitMEX. Right. So. The reason I like BitMEX is because you can use high leverage there if you want so that you can protect your cash position without sending them more coins. If you like BitMEX, in my video on the bottom, there's a 10% discount link. Use it, you'll get 10% off. If you use a normal exchange and you want to protect $100 of Bitcoin, you need to send $100 of Bitcoin there and sell it. It's not a futures product. So you have to pay capital gains tax depending on what your structure is. I don't know whether you're a corporation or a person or whatever you're doing, right? If you take out a futures contract, check with your accountant, it's different. You're not selling your coins. You're opening up a short contract or a long contract, and it's taxed preferentially. So depending on where you live and how things work, you don't have to fill out a lot of form with your name and such. There's no personal info when you sign up. You know, you could make coins when the price goes down. If you sell your coins on an exchange, you can't make coins when the price goes down. You have to rebuy again, and that's another event, right? So it kind of sucks to like want to you believe in Bitcoin long term, but you understand that this shit does have bubbles and they pop. So if you want to make coins on the way down, putting some money on BitMEX and opening up a short is like a really good way to do it, in my opinion. And then if you want to buy the dip, you don't have to send fiat someplace and wait days. You can send some coin over there, go long, no waiting days. You know, like the whole idea is to get rid of all that existing bank shit. So if you don't have to use existing bank shit, why should you?
Gotcha. For people that actually want to hold, you know, actual Bitcoins and not just, you know, trade contracts, what percentage of, you know, I guess, you know, their expenditure should go towards, you know, contracts versus actually holding the physical coins?
Well, it was easier to know how much coins you needed to defend your position when we were closer to the 200-day moving average. So when you're in a bear market, the hallmark of a bear market is that you get rejected off the 200-day moving average, which back when we were at 6,000, the 200-day moving average was at 7,200. So if the price ever went up over 7,200 for, you know, maybe 2 or 3% over that, you'd be more than happy to close your short because, okay, maybe we're back in the bull market. But since we died off 6,000, the lower prices have been pulling that average down towards us. I think it's around 6,800 now. And what that means is, you know, if you have enough coins on the exchange where your liquidation price is, you know, 66 to 7,000, and you leave enough on there that you should never ever get liquidated. You should always close your position yourself because then you keep your margin. You don't lose your collateral. Whatever coins you need to protect your value that you want in US dollars and move your liquidation price over the 200-day moving average a couple percent is what I would do if I were in that position. So or you could just put more on there, but then you just have more counterparty risk. If this place has never been hacked in many years eventually does, then you would get screwed. So you don't want to put more on any exchange than you have to.
Gotcha. And what's kind of your thoughts on blockchain in general? I know that I've heard a couple of different perspectives from you, and you know, it's a little concerning for the community. But you know, are you a big believer in blockchain or just you know in certain cryptos?
Blockchain's garbage. Everyone wants to get rich. That's what we all want. Okay, this stuff's been around for 10 years. It ain't changed the world. It made some people rich. Okay, since 20K down to 3K, it made some people poor too. All right. So digital ledger technology, you want to make a better Excel spreadsheet for banks and accountants, have fun with that, but it doesn't require economic mass. They can get all the benefits from your cool digital ledger technology by not buying many of the coins. Anonymity technology, you can get all the benefits by not buying many of the coins. You just cycle the same little bit over and over and over again. Okay, now that's anonymous. Okay, now that's anonymous. Okay, now that's anonymous, right? So anonymity coins and digital ledger technology don't require economic mass to perform their function. Replacement for currency, digital gold, requires a shitload of economic mass. So if you're going to create a new coin, trying to replace gold is the highest market cap thing you could possibly do. Trying to be just a payment network is not worth that much. So gold's worth $7.7 trillion. Last I checked a couple weeks ago.
It's almost
PayPal. Yeah. PayPal plus Visa plus MasterCard is worth less than 10 times less.
Yeah.
So it's better to be
800 billion. Yeah.
Yeah. It's better to be a store of value than it is to be a payment network, which is why the token that I designed, I believe, does that better than Bitcoin. We'll see soon. So a lot of projects are garbage, and they do stuff that shouldn't be done. And there's no adoption, right? Ethereum, the world computer, has less power than a calculator on your phone, literally, because that's what I'm building my project in, so I know exactly how bad it sucks. And, you know, Bitcoin can't do that many transactions. It can do like 3 to 5 transactions a second. So it would take like 1,000 years to open up like one channel for everyone's Lightning app. Like, blockchain's got a lot of problems, man. Like, it's not all roses out there.
Yeah, I mean, most people just, you know, came into the space in the past year for, you know, for speculation, for money, for quick, you know, just to kind of like get rich quick. But there's some projects out there that have been doing this for a while. And when you look at Bitcoin, you know, it works. When you look at places like Venezuela, where they've got Digibyte and Dash, you know, that's being used over there by, you know, tons of their citizens just to pay for goods and services. You can see in countries like that, there is a real use case for it. You know, obviously here in the U.S., you know, we don't need that yet. You know, we have Visa, MasterCard, we've got bank accounts, but you can really see where the underbanked can really use stuff like this. And I know that, you know, you're endorsing crypto, so obviously it's not all bad. But for blockchain, I mean, what do you think about, like, you know, just for automation, for land registry, for, you know, private chains for big business?
Terrible. I mean, look, every one of those use cases you just described is already perfectly well served by either the new Amazon Web Services blockchain thing or a regular database where you just require people to all agree that a cell is what they say it is, with like having a password protected write access to a database and requiring that X number of signers say yes. That's been done for forever, right? And having a record of what the previous states of the database were, right? Like having backups and hashing them, that's been around forever. Like, this shit's not new or exciting, none of that, right? The censorship resistance is the only thing that you need a blockchain for ever. It is the slowest, least reliable, most expensive database in the entire world. It is the crappiest imaginable thing you could ever build any project on, ever. The only reason you should ever use a blockchain is if you need censorship resistance. If no one is trying to censor the crap you're doing, if you just need to remember the past, we've got that figured out already for 50 years, right? If you like, you just want to make sure people aren't cheating, we've got that figured out for 50 years. We have logs. You're like, hey, you lied. Look, it's in the logs, right? Like, blockchain's good for censorship resistance, and that's it. Or I guess selling ICOs with hype and buzzwords and crap.
So I guess, you know, what do you think about like XRP and Tron and EOS and ADA? What's your thoughts
if you're
there?
okay with